stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Shocking Change. Bang! The enormous corpse of the Child of Chaos half sank into the swamp. Su San'Iang hurried forward, wrapping the body of the Child of Chaos layer by layer with his own aura. Otherwise, if they failed to retrieve the body after the secret realm collapsed, they would be in for a huge loss. A flash of light returned the two of them to the metal hall, and alarms blared. A team of well-trained soldiers wearing the highest grade protective gear rushed in, quickly disposing of the Child of Chaos's remains. Su San'Iang looked at Fang Xing, his eyes filled with a mysterious meaning. Nameless diagram. He was also an outstanding graduate of Blue Star University, and naturally knew the university's heritage. He also understood that to achieve Fang Xing's will as sharp as a knife, to destroy the severely injured Child of Chaos with a single blow, severing all hope of life, one must comprehend the third nameless diagram. Not bad, Fang Xing nodded. After all, his breakthrough had already been discovered by the two martial gods, so spreading the news wouldn't be a big deal. It would only make people think he was a late bloomer and a gifted talent. Haha, great, Su San'Iang clapped Fang Xing's shoulder fiercely. You're only at the martial saint level, but your willpower is already comparable to that of a martial god. You're exactly the kind of incredible talent the imaginary space team needs. I think all the final blows against the heirs of the evil god from now on should be dealt by you. Guaranteed to be swift and effective, the training of Blue Star Warriors has two main requirements. The first is a strong will, unafraid of the contamination of the evil god. The second is the ability to unleash the devastation of a higher realm while at a lower level, offering high cost effectiveness. Fang Xing currently possesses both to the fullest. According to the distribution, you're worth 33.7% of the merit for this heir of chaos. What do you want to do with it? Su San'Iang fiddled with his watch again, then looked up and asked. Naturally, the participants in this kind of kill take the lion's share, but the Federation also gets a share. After all, building the imaginary space defense line, and even this metal hall, is an investment, with the right to demand dividends. In Fang Xing's view, it's like the difference between a gold prospector in the service industry and a gold rush town. Convert all of them into contributions. Fang Xing simply forgoes this distribution of evil god materials, as a way of repaying Su San'Iang. If you were to exchange them all for contribution points, Su San'Iang would have more materials to redeem. Goodness! I thought you didn't have enough mecha materials. It seems you're quite wealthy. Su San'Iang nodded readily. Then I'll take them. Let's take a day off and get back to work. Are there so many evil god offspring? Fang Xing frowned. There were more than just the two of them, the Federation's martial saints. According to observations, there's been a recent spike. We believe it's likely that those extraterritorial evil gods paid a huge price to briefly awaken a creator, and then passed on this price by splitting and nurturing offspring. Or, you could consider it a massive sacrifice to the creator. Su San'Iang revealed a secret. A sacrifice? Even the evil god offspring can only become blood offerings. Fang Xing shook his head, feeling quite emotional. Time flies, and half a month flies by. One day, inside the metal hall, Fang Xing sat down and glanced at his stats. Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. 395/400, Master. Well, one more offspring of the evil god, and I'll definitely be able to break through. He had recently teamed up with Su San'Iang, already slaying two offspring of the evil god, and his Great Sun Tathagata Mantra had advanced by leaps and bounds. His impatience for quick success was forced upon him by his creator. This one was showing signs of awakening. So Fang Xing had no choice but to strive for improvement, lest he be wiped out with a single thought. Here we go. Just then, Su San'Iang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke up. Combat power assessment, 8th realm. Shall we fight? Perfect harvest, fight. Fang Xing responded immediately. A smile crossed Su San'Iang's face, and he immediately engaged. For some time, he and Fang Xing had been a perfect team, slaying off offspring of the evil god together, often sustaining minor or no injuries themselves, yet reaping exceptionally rich rewards. Now, he's even more engrossed in his work, forgetting even his duties as a legislator, only thinking of capitalizing on this opportunity. Aside from the first concession, Fang Xing has handled everything else in a business-like manner. It feels like he's almost accumulating enough contributions to become a spiritual essence refining unit. But none of my men have reached the 7th rank golden body or above, so they were useless. Forget it, it'll be good to keep them for future training. Got it, Su Sanayang cheered, then counted down, 3, 2, 1. A flash of light. Fang Xing instinctively took a deep breath, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. A martial arts expert below the Vajra realm, without having cultivated the indestructible golden body, would likely have their lungs burned. As far as the eye could see, it appeared to be a volcanic region. Above the ground, crimson lava flowed like human veins, and volcanic ash filled the air, making visibility very low. Huh? No servants or followers, Su Sanayang's aura faded, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Without a large number of followers to add weight, this secret realm can accommodate 2 martial saints. This is unusual. We need to be careful. Death, decay. Fang Xing's will sharpened, sensing an inexplicable allure in the void. His expression was inscrutable as he and Su Sanayang landed in a volcanic crater. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook, and from the crater, a giant beast emerged, seemingly made of pitch-black rock. Its body was immense, like a small mountain, its head crescent-shaped, with a single eye. On its chest and back, complex, overlapping door patterns intertwined, erupting with a dizzying, tingling taint. Children of flame, Su Sanayang's expression was solemn. Why do I feel like this is the taint from the gate of nothingness? Kill. Fang Xing, unfazed, activated his immortal warrior ability, and the immortal martial key handprint descended. Snap. In the void, a ball of golden flame exploded, transforming into a giant flaming hand, sending the surrounding temperature soaring. Having fully grasped the mysteries of fire, Fang Xing's every move, offense, defense, and even his spiritual power, was now enhanced and strengthened by the mysteries of fire. The immortal martial one's great handprint rivaled the power of Su Sanayang's Tathagata palm. Fang Xing slammed the black rock beast into the boiling lava. Rumble. The next moment, the previously tranquil volcano erupted, sending a torrent of lava and ash soaring into the sky. A massive shadow emerged from the magma. It was the black rock beast from earlier. However, its appearance had suddenly changed. A vast expanse of dark red lava flowed from its previously pitch-black torso. This lava, like activated energy lines, converged on the layered doorway symbols on its chest, opening a series of portals. At this moment, the former child of fire seemed to transform into a lava demon. It opened its hideous maw and unleashed a deafening roar. Its roar was laced with words from the evil god language. Fang Xing, a master of the evil god language, immediately understood its meaning. Fanatics never die, and the gate stigma cannot forever imprison me. This sign of flame might be the descendant of a former evil god from beyond the realm, but, imprisoned by the gate of nothingness, Fang Xing felt a sudden chill. So, was it dumped on this battlefield to be used as waste, or what? He paused, his thoughts fading. The great sun relic between his brows slowly rotated, and the image of the great sun Tathagata emerged behind him. He slowly thrust out a palm. The 8th form of the great sun Tathagata palm, Buddha head adding filth. No matter what evil god sign or plotting, just one palm strike to annihilate it. As he launched this palm strike, the great sun relic between Fang Xing's brows activated, rapidly dissipating a wisp of the great sun's divine nature. The resulting blessing, combined with the amplification of the profound power of fire, was a true martial god strike. Boom! A flash of black light emerged from the lava demon's head, and a palm descended, completely incinerating its torso, its very essence, utterly annihilating it, reducing it to nothingness. Ah! The lava demon gave up its struggle, eyes sprouting from its belly one after another, its gaze becoming strange. Father God, Fang Xing brought his palm down, and the lava demon instantly vanished. Then, he sensed the rich divine energy of the great sun, which immediately sank into the great sun relic, replenishing his previous losses. This lava demon is actually the descendant of the former great sun evil god. What is it barking about? Well, Su Sanayang probably wouldn't suspect anything. Even if he could understand, he'd probably just assume it was calling out to its own father god. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Xing's mind shifted, and he glanced at the stats bar again. As expected. After devouring a lava child, his progress in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra skyrocketed. Then, he quickly reached master level perfection, and lines of information rapidly shifted. Great Sun Tathagata mantra, Master Grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata mantra, 1/800, Grandmaster, boom. In Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, the great sun relic radiated an infinite light. Infinite light. Infinite life. Within the relic, a Buddha emerged, its features previously blurred. But now, they transformed into Fang Xing's very own. Is this really the great sun godhead? No, that's not right. Fang Xing carefully considered it, feeling his understanding of the law of fire deepening. Sure enough, the 3,000 great ways, all converge. Is the authority of the outer realm evil god actually the power of the law? But before he could fully comprehend the power of the great sun godhead, Su Saniyang's face beside him was already filled with shock. At the place where the lava demon god in the air of the great sun had fallen, one transparent, illusory portal after another burst open. A multicolored ball of light emerged, condensed, and coalesced, transforming into an indescribable door. Mysterious beyond description, a door to all wonders. A projection of the extraterritorial evil god. No, it seems we're facing the true form, an extraterritorial evil god at least at the 12th realm, suspected to be at the pillar level. Phantom, transparent tears of blood streamed from Su Saniyang's eyes. Impossible. Why would he descend? It can't be because I've condensed the great sun godhead, right? Fang Xing mentally grumbled, then a sudden realization dawned on him. No. This lava demon god might indeed be plotting something, but I don't know if it's targeting me or Su Saniyang. Of course, it could be targeting both of us at once. And, after I killed the great sun heir, it seemed to be somewhat out of control. What Fang Xing didn't know was that without the great sun Tathagata mantra's breakthrough and the condensation of the great sun godhead, even if the gate of nothingness descended, it would have been nothing more than a projection. But at this moment, the power of the great sun godhead seemed to have broken through the barrier between the secret realm and the imaginary dimension, allowing them to truly witness the gate of nothingness in its true form. With just a glance, Fang Xing's mind was flooded with an indescribable amount of knowledge. It even momentarily paralyzed him. The language of the Huoke tribe, the 35 ways to eat the Isakeo tribe, caring for voidworm eggs, all sorts of chaotic, useless knowledge filled his every thought, leaving Fang Xing momentarily bewildered. Beside him, Su Saniyang's body even began to vanish. Then, the two of them drew closer and closer to the gate. Suddenly, from between Fang Xing's eyebrows, the great sun godhead shone brightly. The great sun Tathagata mantra transformed into a furnace, incinerating all impurities and useless knowledge. Then, he launched a palm strike. The 9th form of the great sun Tathagata palm, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. Boom. In the void, it seemed as if ancient Buddhas appeared one after another, chanting Sanskrit, praise the great sun, praise the great sun Tathagata, praise Namo great sun Amitabha. Golden swastikas filled the heavens and earth, even momentarily blocking the light of the gate of nothingness. Hold on. No matter where the gate of nothingness came from, now that the offspring of the heretic god is dead, we can return as long as we hold on until the secret realm collapses. Inside the secret realm, the gate of nothingness can't deliver much power, Fang Xing shouted. Su Saniyang suddenly regained his composure and, with some effort, summoned the 3 Yang Dharma images to protect the two of them. As expected, the gate of nothingness can only transmit power through this one channel. It has its limits. Otherwise, even if I unleash the might of the 9th realm, I'd still be defeated against this ancient pillar of the 12th realm. Even now, Fang Xing was bleeding profusely from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Clearly, the gate of nothingness had inflicted immense damage. Crack! Crack! Under the two men's slightly despairing gazes, the gate of nothingness slowly opened. Within the gate, a seemingly falling sun seemed to be about to climb out. It's the deceased great sun evil god mentioned in ancient texts. Fang Xing's mind raced. He was indeed killed by the gate of nothingness, and they even hid his body. Is he sensing my great sun godhood and feeling attracted to it? He gazed at the corpse of the alien evil god within the gate, which resembled a humanoid form, yet also resembled an extinguished sun. His eyes filled with longing. Instinct and the great sun godhood told him that if he could obtain the intact corpse, he could directly ascend to the 10th realm, or even the 11th or 12th realm. But I, too, would inevitably become an evil god. Furthermore, this is clearly a trap set by the gate of nothingness, using this powerful attraction to open more gates. After comprehending the nameless diagram through the secret pattern of will, Fang Xing's martial will became even purer and more concentrated. Even bleeding from all 7 orifices, he remained able to think calmly. But even without this strong correlation, The power of the gate of nothingness still overwhelms both of us. I can't hold on any longer. It's time to open the gate of the heavens and hide directly in the world of immortals or the world of the evil gods. With Su Sanayang by his side, many things were off limits. But when it came to his life, nothing was off limits. Seeing the secret realm crumbling at a speed far slower than the gate of nothingness's opening, Fang Xing's heart sank, and he prepared to use his last resort. Wait, suddenly. He gazed into the gate of nothingness, at the now extinguished corpse of a star. A great sun rose from his sea of consciousness, his eyes, and between his brows. Staring directly at an alien evil god brings a flood of knowledge and contamination. Even if it's just a corpse. Behind Fang Xing, the image of the great sun Tathagata appeared, then faded into oblivion, leaving only a palm. The 10th form of the great sun Tathagata's divine palm, Great Sun Nirvana. Chapter 327. Seriously injured. The sun dies, and eternal darkness descends. Thick darkness envelops everything, including the passage and even the door beyond. The true face and contamination of the gate of nothingness are now shrouded and sealed by the endless darkness, giving Fang Xing and Su Sanayang a moment's respite. Crack! Crack! Within the void, the secret world begins to shatter at an accelerating pace. When they regain consciousness, Fang Xing and Su Sanayang lie in the metal hall of Camp 996, bleeding from their mouths and noses, looking horrific. A shrill alarm blares, and a squadron of soldiers rushes in. Upon seeing this, they all shout, "Medic!" Several doctors in protective suits rush forward. Just as they reach out to check on the two men, they cry out, "No! The contamination is too strong." Their top-grade protective gloves are incinerated by an inexplicable force, revealing their charred arms and skin. The concentration of the evil god contamination is exceedingly high. Quick, eliminate it first, then immediately send it to a Source C-class treatment chamber. At this critical moment, a martial saint arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, he shouted. A mighty martial will descended, barely suppressing the contamination within the metal hall. But as he gazed upon the miserable Fang Xing and Su Sanayang, his face filled with horror. What on earth could have happened? How could Counselor Su and Fang Wuxian, two such martial saint masters, fall to such a state? What on earth happened? Fang Xing, lying on the ground, pondered the question as well. First and foremost, it's certain that big sun air was a trap. I just don't know if it's targeting me, Su Sanayang, or both of us. I'm truly unsuited to the battlefield. As soon as I do, I'll encounter accidents or misfortune. To be able to achieve this kind of coordination, there's likely a traitor within the human faction. With the death of martial god Yi Liuyan, who failed to break through, the Blue Star University faction lost a peak martial god, suffering a significant loss of strength. If some forces were secretly acting, that's understandable. Then, if I hadn't acted preemptively, that great sun air would have been sacrificed, channeling the gate of nothingness to descend into projection or physical form. It's just that my concentration of the great sun god seems to have triggered some kind of unusual change, but the result is similar. Facing a pillar-level being of the 12th realm, even if they can only transmit power through a briefly open portal, and are restricted by the secret realm and the imaginary space, they're still incredibly lucky to have survived. 12th realm combat power. This is a strength unattainable even by the strongest of humanity alone. Only the combined efforts of several top 11th realm professionals, coupled with the cutting-edge weaponry of the tech fleet, can briefly reach the destructive power of the 12th realm. If it weren't for the frequent clashes and even mutual slaughter among the extraterritorial evil gods, if the three pillars had united to attack humanity, perhaps the Blue Star Federation would have been severely damaged long ago. Fang Xing was nearly driven to despair this time, ready to use the gate of the heavens to escape. I just don't know what kind of changes will come from opening the gate of the heavens in front of the gate of nothingness. Maybe the other party will borrow the gate's rules and reversely contaminate my gate of the heavens, or even descend upon the world of immortal cultivation or the world of evil gods. That would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, at the last moment, Fang Xing, by observing the corpse of the great sun evil god, comprehended the artistic conception of Great Sun Nirvana and deduced the 9 forms of the Great Sun Tathagata palm to the 10th form. The Great Sun Tathagata palm incorporates the profound meaning of the Tathagata palm, a peerless martial art that originally only had 9 forms. But now, Fang Xing's Great Sun Tathagata palm has a full 10 forms. His mind moved, and he looked at the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 55. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 8th Realm, Martial saint, serious injury, secret pattern of martial will. 1/400, Master, 9 Wonders of Star Martial Arts. 1167, 2000, Grandmaster, Mahavakana Mantra. 1/800, Grandmaster, Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Power and Virtual Golden Lotus. 9/400, Master, Mahavakana Palm. 1/400, Master, Law of Fire. 19/1600, Beginner, Gate of the Heavens. 2/100. Sure enough, the Mahavakana Mantra is at the Grandmaster level, and the Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Power and Virtual Golden Lotus will soon be promoted to the Grandmaster level. I wonder if you can give me another clone after it is completed. Fang Xing then looked at the Mahavakana palm. After comprehending Great Sun Nirvana, his proficiency in the Great Sun Tathagata palm sword, breaking through to the Master level. When he reached Grandmaster level, or even Grandmaster perfection, he would be able to condense the Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya and enter the realm of martial god. By examining the attribute panel, Fang Xing gained a deeper understanding of his own body. The situation now is a bit complicated. He was now a powerful source of heretic god contamination. After all, having faced and clashed with a pillar-level being, it was only natural that he would be severely injured. Fang Xing even felt that his martial saint physique had become tattered, like a discarded, ravaged ragdoll. Even the immortal substance within his body had been destroyed and contaminated. Most of his great Vajra physique had been destroyed. Even more terrifying, his sea of consciousness was permeated with a contamination of the gate of nothingness. Doors were imprinted everywhere, seemingly opening up a mysterious passageway in the void, from which an endless stream of contamination emerged at any moment. Contamination is difficult enough to resolve, but if it persists, it's even more terrifying. Su Sanayang is in dire straits. This injury is definitely worse than his last. This was the first thought that came to Fang Xing's mind. As for him, he wasn't afraid. Physical injuries, or those within his sea of consciousness, didn't matter. After all, his Great Sun Tathagata Mantra had reached Grandmaster level. Even the highest level and quality of the contamination in the Gate of Nothingness was merely fuel. Of course, he couldn't just heal at this point. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. What's more, Su Sanayang and I were attacked together, and I was fine, but Su Sanayang was crippled, and he's a senator with a higher background and status than me. Would that make me the scapegoat? I'd better bear it for now. I don't know if the Federation can heal this kind of injury, Fang Xing muttered to himself, knowing it was highly unlikely. If it could be healed, Su Sanayang wouldn't have been in Qingshan Mental Hospital. He can't heal himself, after all, a doctor can't heal himself. Let's observe for a while, find the mastermind, and then have the sect leader intervene. That might help the Sanayang brothers. By the way, how about trying the people around me? But human hearts can't stand the test. Fang Xing's mind raced with plans, and then he continued to lie there, pretending to be dead, as he was carried by several giant healing robots into a treatment room. After soaking in a Source C-class treatment chamber, his injuries healed at a visible rate. But Fang Xing could sense that as his injuries healed, the contamination from the Gate of Nothingness was even resurrecting, merging with his flesh, blood, and bone marrow, even seeping into his very being. My sea of consciousness, my very being, has been tainted. A single thought could transform me into the offspring of an evil god, he muttered inwardly, watching as needles were inserted into his body, injecting various inhibitors. One of them seemed very familiar to Fang Xing. It was the new inhibitor he had researched. Fucking desperate people are trying anything. Even though the martial saint's physique is incredibly powerful, you're injecting mecha materials directly into my body. Are you so afraid I'll become the offspring of an evil god? He fluttered his eyelids violently, his vitality and will beginning to strengthen. He's about to wake up. Outside the treatment chamber, various instruments began to flash, and the data soared. A therapist immediately called out, invite Martial Saint Naiying immediately. If the patient starts to struggle, suppress him immediately. They had extensive experience treating these tainted powerful beings. Sometimes waking up isn't the end of the world, it's more likely they'll go crazy. Whoosh! Fang Xing immediately felt two figures enter. He opened his eyes and saw Naiying. Naiying was different now, like an angry lion, his eyes a bloodshot red. Teacher, he struggled to remove the oxygen mask, and his voice emanated from the treatment chamber. Fang Xing, are you still sane? Very good, hang in there, everything will be fine. Naiying's eyes were bloodshot. This time, They're specifically targeting our two most outstanding graduates from Blue Star University. Those people are becoming increasingly brazen. We must retaliate, teacher. Do you know who it is? Fang Xing's eyes flickered. I don't know, but whoever benefits in the end is the most suspicious. At worst, we can just take them all down one by one. Na Ying's breathing was a little heavy. If we don't see the enemy, acting like a mad dog first seems like a solution. I'm pretending to be seriously injured and downtrodden, just in time to lure the snake out of its hole. Fang Xing's mind shifted, and he saw another person. The other person had a white beard that fell all the way to his chest, and he looked like a well-educated professor. Professor Ling Su, please help me, Na Ying said to the white-bearded old man beside him. Take good care of Fang Xing, Ling Su? Professor of Pharmacy at Blue Star University? Li Wei's teacher, the great healer with decades of appointments lined up. As expected, he's one of us, so he can cut in line. Fang Xing recalled the man's identity. Fang Wuxian. Professor Ling Su's expression was serious. He held out a crystal and said, please release a little bit of your martial will into this crystal. Okay. Fang Xing summoned a trace of his will with great difficulty and plunged into the crystal. The crystal rumbled, and a multicolored stream of water seemed to surge within, emitting a variety of strange lights. Finally, it settled into a single, iridescent hue. The liquid within even began to solidify, faintly forming the imprint of a door. Seeing this, Ling Su's expression suddenly grew extremely solemn. He looked at Na Ying. Principal, how about we talk outside? No need. I have a right to know. Go ahead, Fang Xing said calmly. Fang Wuxian, your situation is better than Su Saniyang next door. It's probably because your martial will has broken through to the martial god level. Ling Su habitually offered a few words of comfort. Chapter 328 Half-Wasted. Martial will. It will always be the most powerful weapon against the extraterritorial evil gods. The stronger the martial will, the more resistant one can be to the evil god's contamination. When Fang Xing observed Yi Liuan's breakthrough, he suddenly realized the nameless diagram, and his martial will became comparable to that of an average martial god. Therefore, Ling Su considered Fang Xing's ability to maintain his sanity normal. But, your spiritual sea is already permeated with a contamination of the Void Gate. This is a pillar-level evil god contamination, which will continuously undermine your spiritual will. Moreover, its intensity is extremely high and inexhaustible. Perhaps one day, it will swamp your consciousness, and you will then be half-mad, or even completely insane. Ling Su's face was extremely solemn. Martial will. My current martial will is insufficient. Once I break through to the martial god level, will I be able to cleanse all contamination with my own will? Fang Xing asked. I'm afraid that's not possible. Your body is severely contaminated. We can only make some minor repairs, removing some of the severely polluted flesh and blood, but that's only a temporary solution. It's become one with your mind and body, your very essence. Fang Wuxian, you're probably not going to be able to cultivate in the future, let alone break through. It's best not to take action, or you might transform into a descendant of the evil god at any moment. Ling Su sighed. In this situation, he could simply be imprisoned. At the very least, he'd be given a VIP bed in a mental hospital. But this Wuxian possessed the willpower of a martial god, allowing him to maintain his sanity. Furthermore, he had connections. My advice is to enter a sanatorium and recuperate well, with regular physical exams and psychological intervention. Also, give up martial arts. Ling Su delivered his final diagnosis, like a death sentence. Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged. A martial arts expert possessed this unwavering composure, even in the face of a devastating situation. But his eyes took on a grayish hue. Seeing this, Na Ying felt a wave of grief. What a shame. What a shame, this is a martial god-level genius. He might even surpass it. Na Ying had reviewed Fang Xing's file. He'd been mediocre in middle and high school. It was only just before the college entrance exam that he suddenly broke through and was admitted to Blue Star University. But compared to previous top-ranked Gaokao graduates, he wasn't particularly outstanding. He was a once-in-a-year talent, far inferior to Nang Guangzhou. Later, however, he achieved breakthroughs to the Martial Dao Golden Core and Vajra realms. His talent actually continued to grow with practice. This is truly rare. Many geniuses start out with rapid progress, only to find it increasingly difficult as they progress. But Fang Xing was different. After years of diligent cultivation in the Vajra realm, he finally unleashed his accumulated talent and reached the martial saint level. He was a late-stage genius, surpassing Nangongzu, a true late bloomer. And while observing Yi Liuyan's breakthrough, his martial arts will even surpass a martial god level, leaving a deep impression on both martial gods. Barring any unexpected events, he would have been a guaranteed martial god. But now, something unexpected had happened. Not only Fang Xing, but also Su Sanniang, who was standing beside him. Although slightly inferior to Fang Xing, he was also a rare talent. Those who could break through to the martial saint realm, or even establish their own path as a witch doctor, were geniuses whose creativity surpassed Fang Xing's. Yet, they were both defeated this time. And in the secret realm with a fixed strength limit, where accidents were almost impossible. This filled Niying with a murderous urge. Whoever it is, don't let me find out, or else. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Half a month later, after treatment in a Source C-class treatment chamber, Fang Xing's body was free of any visible injuries. He appeared to have fully recovered. However, any martial artist would feel uneasy around him. Even though they barely sealed the contamination within my body, some aura still escapes. The last seal must have been achieved using the Nine Swords Academy's methods. Fang Xing, fully aware of this, went to the adjacent treatment room. Dear baby, don't be afraid. A maternal figure in a white coat was holding Su Sanniang. Su Sanniang's eyes were now filled with innocence, his body free of any injuries. He lay in the woman's arms, slowly drifting off to sleep. A moment later, the gentle woman emerged. Fang Xing recognized her, Yi Lingxin, director of Qingshan Mental Hospital. Director Yi, Fang Xing hurriedly greeted her. How is Sanniang? He doesn't have your strong martial arts will. After multiple treatments, he's managed to contain the contamination within his body, but his mind has been severely eroded. He only regains consciousness for an hour every 10 days, and most of the time, he's in a state of madness. I can only manage to comfort him and help him maintain his innocence. Yi Lingxin, her hands tucked into her white lab coat, gazed at Su Sanniang, who slept soundly, biting a finger, her eyes filled with tenderness. Can he heal himself when he's awake? Fang Xing inquired. I'm afraid not. His injuries this time are much more serious than last time. Yi Lingxin shook her head. I plan to run a few more tests on him. After a period of observation, I'll transfer him to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. He's always been taking care of me, but this time, I'll finally be taking care of him. Fang Xing was speechless. Although he wanted to advise Su Sanniang that sleeping with one's own patients was unethical, it seemed Su Sanniang had enjoyed it before, so he let it go. By the way, your medical report is in. All indicators are better than Su Sanniang's. You can be discharged, Yi Lingxin said, just be careful. No cultivation, no breakthroughs. Besides that, it's best not to resort to violence. And get regular checkups. Professor Lingxu has already instructed me. Fang Xing sighed and returned to his room. He changed out of his hospital gown, put on his own clothes, and activated his communication device and other equipment. After leaving the hospital, he walked to a small park and sat on a bench, watching the carp in the lake. A gust of cold wind blew, and Fang Xing shivered unconsciously. Has my body weakened to this point? He glanced at his attribute panel. 8th realm, martial saint, severely injured. My severe injury hasn't been resolved yet, and my strength is only 1/10 of what it was. I'm so weak, if I don't use the great Sun Tathagata mantra, I'm afraid this will be my life. A genius has fallen, from a peerless prodigy to dust. I wonder how many people will be eager to trample me down. Zio Lan, after a moment's thought, Fang Xing turned on his communicator. A small elf with blue wings immediately projected out. Master, I miss you so much, I'm so worried about you. Stop talking nonsense. Is your address book overflowing? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Master, you received a total of 13,981 communications while you were in the hospital. The important ones have been selected. Zio Lan immediately projected a large list. Fang Xing looked and found Nangguangzu, Wei Jili, Guyun, Xiaolong, Song Jinggang, and others. In addition, there were many people he knew and didn't know. For example, Hong Shunfeng, Davis, and the executives of the Aoai group. He circled the latter group and said, just write a quick reply in my tone to express your gratitude. As for the earlier ones, he naturally had to contact them one by one. Hey, old song, I'm fine. I'll treat you to dinner someday. Guyun, the General Administration of Disease Control has been busy lately, hasn't it? I'm fine. I won't bother you anymore. After greeting each one, Fang Xing's finger touched the name at the bottom, and his eyes flickered. Soon, a projection appeared before Fang Xing. He was incredibly muscular, like a bodybuilder, acting. Liu Wei looked at Fang Xing. I heard you were beaten and hospitalized. Yeah, you're half crippled. Maybe you'll have to retire from the world. Fang Xing shook his head helplessly. How about, come to the Academy of Sciences? Let's fight together as brothers, Liu Wei invited. Just because those top doctors can't cure you doesn't mean the Federation's highest scientific institution has no chance. Forget it. I don't want to be a guinea pig and compete with you for food, Fang Xing declined. If before, I had participated in the research on magnetic field martial arts, enjoying a great deal of freedom as a martial saint, then going again now would surely be like a guinea pig, perhaps even begging for body modifications. If desperate, some martial saints might actually agree to it, paving the way for the mechanical warrior profession. But Fang Xing's injury was fake. He had plenty of escape routes. Only a fool would choose to be a guinea pig. Okay. I'll work hard on your side, too, even. Liu Wei vanished without further ado. Inside the academy, he removed his virtual goggles and clenched his fists. The Federation's upper echelons are truly corrupted. While the rebels made many mistakes, they also had some good points. When I'm strong enough, I'll avenge you. Vigoury. Fang Xing admired the scenery while continuing his phone call, notified Dr. Wang to continue the mecha construction project. Even at full power right now, he could only unleash 1 or 2 martial god-level attacks at best. But in his custom mecha, a single strike would unleash the power of the 9th realm. He couldn't give up. Although the mecha's importance in Fang Xing's heart had significantly declined with the establishment of the Great Sha World's Star Lord system, becoming a transitional tool between the martial saint and martial god stages, it still provided a temporary boost in strength, so he still had to use it. Okay, Vigili bit her lip and said, Boss, there's one more thing. Xiling wants to resign. As expected, Fang Xing wasn't surprised at all. He had once been a martial saint of the Federation, a prominent figure, and naturally had many loyalists. Now that word of her being partially disabled had gotten out, she would surely be a scatterbrain. However, knowing my physical information so quickly meant some powerful force must have contacted her. Fang Xing thought for a moment and said to Vigili, she can resign, but she must first be checked to confirm that she hasn't leaked any of my trade secrets. If she has, I'll kill her. He had once saved Xiling's life. If she simply wanted to leave, then they could part ways amicably. But if she wanted to spy before leaving, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Chapter 329 Plan. I actually only have 2 valuable things. The first is a new inhibitor, and the second is a custom mecha. After hanging up with Vigoury, Fang Xing sat on a bench, silently pondering in the biting cold. Now that the news of the semi-waste has spread, those enemies will probably have to wait and see. Those who want to reap the benefits have already made their move. Xiling has been in contact, but what about Vigoury? What about Dr. Wang? And, what about Nangong Zhu? With the raw material channels for the new inhibitor in his hands, he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, the custom mecha presented the biggest problem. The person most likely to take action was Nangong Zhu. After all, this newly promoted female martial saint didn't have a mecha, and she was from the 9 Swords Academy, so she was a perfect match for the evil god mecha. Although that biomech has already locked its core, restricting its control to me alone, the 9 Swords Academy might have the technology to replace its owner. Even if it means a slight reduction in power, it's certainly much less time-consuming and labor-intensive than building it myself, although I've made backup plans, and the biomech's core has been refined by the Great Sun Infant, transforming it into a life-defining spiritual treasure. The other warriors don't know, my mech wasn't funded, nor did I solicit investment. I own 100% of the shares of Galaxy Company. According to federal law, no one can take my mech away unless I sell it. Is this a good opportunity to test the federal rule of law? And see if Blue Star University will still protect me after it's crippled. As for the Su family, Su Sanayang is crippled, so it's a blessing they don't resent me. If I were still intact, I might even be listed as the prime suspect. Fang Xing sighed inwardly. He didn't want to test people's hearts, because they couldn't stand the test. But the conspiracy against him and Su Sanayang was truly frightening. This was the perfect opportunity to retreat, temporarily disappear from public view. Meanwhile, he could quietly investigate the mastermind behind the plot. Back then, Su Sanayang, despite his immense talent, was targeted. Now he's been trapped along with me. Could it be the same group? Although Su Sanyan claimed to have annihilated all his enemies, given his strength, he could at best eliminate the directly responsible individuals. Those behind the scenes might escape unscathed. After all, while the Su family might be powerful, they also depend on the Blue Star Federation for their livelihood. Su Sanyan has a sister, parents, a whole family to worry about. But Fang Xing was different. He had no ties. No matter who was involved, if they dared to plot against him, once discovered, he would retaliate harshly, even if it meant the collapse of federal order. Wait, maybe it won't be that serious. After all, I have a cover, so I can do whatever I want. Isn't everything the evil god cult leader does justified? Whitebird Star. Crash. Nang Guangzu was flipping through Fang Xing's medical examination report. Well, with the power of the Nine Swords Academy, it would be very easy to get such a report. If Fang Xing hadn't been disabled, the hospital might have to worry about the revenge of a martial arts saint. But he was already disabled. The adult world was so realistic. Opposite Nang Guangzu, there was a white-haired woman wearing a tight and gorgeous robe and with elegant manners. So, teacher, has Xing become a disabled person? Even with a profession of sword saint in our academy, he can't be saved. After a long time, Nang Guangzu put down the report and looked at the white-haired woman. Yes, you know that the characteristic of our sword saint profession is that the origin of life and the core of will cannot be polluted, and then gradually digest the blood of the evil god. But Fang Xing is different. His origin of life was polluted from the beginning, and even his will was mixed with pollution. If it weren't for his strong martial arts will, he would have gone crazy by now. The white-haired woman sighed. Although I am also very sad about the fall of a genius, you must always think about yourself. After becoming a martial saint, your exclusive metro will cost a lot of money. Although you can attract investment, there will definitely be various additional conditions. Even the academy contract is equally harsh. But now, as long as you acquire Xinghai Company and make some minor modifications, you can have the combat power of the Ninth Realm. In addition, the company where the teacher is can also obtain the patent for the new inhibitor. Right, Nang Guangzu suddenly laughed. Then, how to acquire a non-listed company? It's very simple, as long as Fang Xing agrees to sell. He is now useless and there is no possibility of recovery. Why waste resources? The white-haired woman said. Of course, you are partners, so after you acquire the company, you can make him a promise, such as safety protection. No matter how low-key a martial saint is, he may offend people in the process of growing up, even unknowingly. You are helping him. Yes, I am helping him. Nang Guangzu took off her glasses, but I am willing to give him another chance. 10 years. I hope you can be patient for 10 years, teacher. What if I don't? The white-haired woman smiled, but there seemed to be a hint of danger. Then you are not my teacher, Nang Guangzu spoke, and above the villa, the shadow of a giant snake seemed to flash by. A moment later, the white-haired woman stumbled out. Madman, you really are a madman. Goodbye, teacher. I won't see you off. Nang Guangzu put on her thick, bottle-bottom-like glasses, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. You weren't even willing to wait 10 years. Teacher, you're so impatient. No wonder you lost to me. After all, you're just a weak martial saint, not as strong as me, a great Vajra realm martial saint. Just then, a hint of surprise crossed her face, and she answered the call. Fang Xing, you dudhead finally called me. I'm on the spaceship and will be back to Whitebird Star soon. Fang Xing's projection appeared, looking exhausted. I've resigned from my position as Federal Security Advisor. I'm just an ordinary company owner now. At Blue Star University, Nai Ying was still backing him up. He still had a nominal position in the logistics department, and even had his administrative rank adjusted, now higher than before, with a salary increase. Adjusting his rank and salary wasn't a big deal. He was even willing to let him hold the position, leveraging Blue Star University's reputation to save himself a lot of trouble. Oh, so what do you want to talk to me about? Nang Guangzu's eyes narrowed slightly. There's one thing. Xiling is about to resign. You should keep a close eye on her. If she leaks company information, kill her. Also, observe Vickery. Fang Xing didn't trust the two secretaries and asked Nang Guangzu to act as a safety precaution. No problem, Nang Guangzu agreed immediately. Anything else you want to say? Nothing else. Fang Xing remained silent. Well, I'll tell you. My teacher told me to just take over your company, but I refused. I'll give you 10 years, Nang Guangzu smiled. If you can't recover within 10 years, You'll just do it, Fang Xing smiled bitterly. No, I'll just leave. Nanguangzu's lips curled slightly. I can't get used to other people's mechas. You can build your own mecha from scratch, so why can't I? Snap. The call ended. Fang Xing nodded. As expected of Nanguangzu, you must have a strong belief to become a martial saint. Then he fell silent again. If you keep pretending to be a pig while trying to eat the tiger, you might actually become a pig. Human hearts can't withstand the test. Take Nanguangzu, for example. If he keeps playing the game after 5 years, he'll definitely lose this ally. Even if he reveals the truth, they'll become enemies. And seeing how weak he is, those who originally didn't want to step on him will try to take advantage, turning it into a situation where everyone is pushing him down. That's called self-defeating. And everyone is targeting me. How can I be sure who's behind this? If the mastermind is planning to stop Blue Star University, then it's already succeeded. Blue Star University's most outstanding martial saint is useless. There's no need to attack again, so there's no loophole. Therefore, after I return, I must find a time to show hope for improvement. Some people won't mind offending a useless martial saint, but a martial saint with hope for improvement must be treated with caution. This also gives allies and friends confidence, preventing a real fallout. As for idiots like Xiling, fools who can't even wait for the bullets to fly, it's better to just kill them. So, how can I get better? Fang Xing already had a comprehensive plan. Physically and mentally, there's no cure. This is the diagnosis of the Blue Star Federation's most authoritative doctors. My sudden improvement defies common sense. The warrior path, on the surface, is no longer viable, so, you can bring out the mysteries of fire and claim I've discovered a new path to transcending to the martial god level. Mysterious power requires neither will nor strength. It only requires understanding. Once comprehended, every move and form can be significantly more powerful. Furthermore, it's the orthodox path of the great Sha world. Fully comprehending a particular mystery, combined with inheritance, allows advancement to the Star-Lord realm. Even the weakest Star-Lord satellite level being is at least equivalent to a martial saint. With a little research, one will surely see the boundless potential of this mystical path. As for the impossibility of reaching the Star-Lord realm without further inheritance, this is only natural, since Fang Xing has only just begun. He's not even planning to release the entire 36 volumes of the Mysteries of Fire. At most, he'll offer a few hints at the mysteries, which is enough to amaze outsiders. So, after becoming useless, I pondered for a long time, finally finding a new path, and then observed the old principles break through. I gained a new understanding of cultivation. Forging a path of mystery. Now that I've fully comprehended the mysteries of fire, I can transform my insights into a secret manual to aid cultivation and contemplation. At most, the material used will be inferior, and the effect will be less, but what's the problem? This way, once word gets out, most professionals in the Federation will support me, hoping I'll forge a new path. My friends and allies will only strongly support me, even those who have even slightly offended a person or force, unless it's a life or death feud, will simply abandon their plans. The only person who's most likely to resist taking action is the mastermind who dared to deceive me. Because they've already offended me to death. If I don't kill you, I'll rise again, and it won't be able to sleep or eat. The more you attack, the easier it will be to reveal a flaw. Then we can let the master of the sect return to work. Fang Xing's eyes darkened as he made a plan. There was no other way. The perpetrators of this attack were so well hidden that even Ying, furious, couldn't find the real culprit. Fang Xing could only use himself as bait, luring the snake out of its hole. Xing Island. The blue private spaceship slowly landed and the hatch opened. Fang Xing stepped out, his steps unsteady, his spirit and energy drooping. He glanced around and saw Nanguangzu had indeed arrived, along with Dr. Wang, Wei Jili, Xiling, and others. I'm back, he smiled faintly. As expected, you've become a weakling. Nanguangzu glanced at him, her expression slightly gloomy. Let's go, back to the villa or to the company? Well, back to the villa. Fang Xing waved his hand, looking disheartened. The people around him felt a pang of dismay as they watched this scene unfold. A Federation martial saint, returning crippled after a brief absence, wasn't something anyone could accept. Of course, some might secretly rejoice. Sure enough, he's become so weak. Xiling returned to her dorm, her eyes gleaming. She pondered for a moment, then pulled out her communicator. Do your promises really count? Of course. You should trust the credibility of our AOE group. Now that Fang Xing can no longer protect you, if you surrender to us and help us obtain the inhibitor formula and, crucially, the raw material source, we will not retaliate against you. We will even provide you with abundant resources, enough for you to reach the 7th realm, or even the 8th realm. A line of text appeared. No, I need a credible third-party guarantee. Xiling laid out her terms. My boss treats me very well. I was just thinking of resigning, but unexpectedly, the AOE group approached her. Even the mere suggestion of further revenge was enough to overwhelm Xiling. After all, the more you are Federation citizen, the more you know the terrifying power of these tycoons. Xiling, at this moment, the door suddenly opened and Vicarelli walked in. Ah, you? Xiling's expression changed, and she pressed her chest. Countless nanometals instantly spread out, transforming into a 6th-level mecha, covering her entire body. As a professional, she has never lacked decisiveness. It's just that sometimes, she's a little too decisive. It's useless. Vicarelli looked at Xiling, her eyes filled with pity and unspoken emotion. I shouldn't have introduced you to the boss. This is a mistake for both of us, Sister Vicarelli, forgive me. Xiling raised her hand. And the laser cannon instantly demolished a wall, preparing to flee directly. But the next moment, the aura of a giant python, thousands of meters long, emerged. With a gentle puff of its massive head, Xiling's figure disappeared. Chapter 330 10 years. AOE Group, in the villa, after receiving Nanguangzu's call, Fang Xing rubbed his chin. Although they had some personal grudges against me, we later reconciled. They don't seem like the kind of force capable of causing such a major incident. This time, they probably saw I was in such a state, and they can't wait to step on me. Short-sighted, Fang Xing didn't care at all. He had already made plans, and for now, he was just feigning his downfall. Even a serious injury wouldn't hinder his understanding of the law of fire and the Great Sun Tathagata palm. Grandmaster of the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, condensing the Great Sun Godhead, Fang Xing rubbed his brow. Condensing the Great Sun Godhead, besides allowing him to embark on the path of becoming an evil god, would bring about the greatest change in his natural talent for the laws of fire. My understanding of the law of fire seems to have improved, he thought silently. Fang Xing had originally grasped the complete mysteries of fire, finally stepped onto the threshold of the law of fire, but his understanding remained hazy, like flowers in the fog, not yet clear. After condensing the Great Sun Godhead, at least regarding the law of fire, it was like a nearsighted person wearing glasses. His comprehension speed had more than doubled. My original proficiency level of 1600 had me on the verge of despair. Now it seems there's hope. I wonder how powerful this law will be once I've mastered it from entry level to mastery. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Fang Xing's eyes. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. Xing Island now appears quite desolate. Outside the villa, Fang Xing, wrapped in a thick blanket, sat in a rocking chair, watching the falling snow. The sky is full of falling snow, the earth is awe-inspiring. So beautiful, he reached out his hand, letting the flakes melt in his palm, bringing a cool touch. Unknowingly, a pair of white, jade-like hands appeared behind him, pushing the rocking chair. Dr. Wang has news. Your custom mecha is almost finished. It was Nanguangzu who spoke. A martial saint's lifespan is incredibly long, yet she still looks in her 20s, brimming with youthful energy. Over the years, despite all the setbacks and the company's dismal performance, you've managed to maintain the mecha factory. Many see this as proof of your reluctance to give up the martial arts. So, the 10-year period is approaching. Are you ready? Nanguangzu asked with a hint of meaning. After spending so much time with this guy, she even had a misconception. Even now, this half-invalid Fang Xing is still incredibly dangerous. In fact, he seems even more dangerous than he was in his prime over 9 years ago. Alice. 10 years of uncertainty between life and death, Fang Xing sighed. During his decade of silence, nothing major happened in the Blue Star Federation. But much has happened surrounding him. It's said that his personal memorial hall on Young Eagle Star has been demolished. This is the truest example of the fickleness of human nature. Furthermore, some of his former contacts have completely stopped contacting him, while others harbor ill intentions. Even those who once held him in good faith have gradually distanced themselves after seeing him show no improvement year after year. Such is the truth. A long-term patient's bedside is devoid of filial piety. This applies to both fathers and sons, mothers and sons, and friends, Needless to say, I can only say that I brought this upon myself. Then, it's time to reveal something. After sinking into despair, I spent 10 years finally creating a prototype. It makes sense, doesn't it? Fang Xing pondered slowly in his mind and glanced at the attribute column. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 65. Occupation, immortal warrior. 8th realm, martial saint. Severely injured. Secret pattern of martial will. 39/400. Master, 9 absolutes of star martial arts. 1267, 2000. Grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. 16 out of 800. Grandmaster, Cheyenne Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Dharma Book. 1/800. Grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata Palm. 55/400. Master, Law of Fire. 160, 1600. Beginner, Gate of the Heavens. 34 out of 100. After 10 years of silence, with no significant progress in martial arts, the Cheyenne Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Dharma Book really did directly advance to Grandmaster. I didn't expect this to be the effect. The effect of this clone technique, which allowed Fang Xing to ascend to Grandmaster level, was quite simple. It didn't involve adding another clone, but rather allowing him to retract it with a single thought. In other words, merging the clone with the original body. For Fang Xing, a immortal warrior, this was naturally a boon. If he had been able to do this during his previous nascent soul breakthrough, he wouldn't have failed due to subtle conflict between his mana essences, saving a single supreme Nengying pill. Now, Fang Xing envisioned this clone return skill as a crucial aid for his original body's breakthrough to a greater realm. For example, if he could first cultivate his immortal clone to the spiritual transformation stage, then upon achieving the martial god stage, allow the clone to return to his original body. Would that be equivalent to a supreme elixir for a greater realm breakthrough? What is this? Cannibalistic immortal cultivation? Only I'm eating myself, of course. The return of the immortal clone only transforms into mana, which only the original body of an immortal warrior can withstand, transforming mana into ki and blood. Besides that, the progress bar for the Gate of All Heavens has reached 1/3. In about 20 years, I'll be able to travel to the Great Sha world. This may be my last chance. I must obtain the inheritance. Finally, regarding the Law of Fire, I finally comprehended 1/10 of the entry level, although it was only 1/10. Only 1/10 of the entry level. Fang Xing felt that his strength was improving rapidly. Nanguangzu looked at Fang Xing in deep thought, a hint of a playful smile playing on her lips. Why, are you thinking of your old lover, Yucai? What do you mean by old lover? Fang Xing was speechless. A lot had happened in the past few years. For example, his old classmate, Yucai, had heard that he was half invalid and had come to Whitebird Planet again. With her wealth, affording the interstellar voyage, as well as the time and energy required, was not easy. Reluctantly, Fang Xing took her with him, letting Yucai take care of him. Things seemed good at first, but after a few years, all sorts of trivial issues began to arise. Then, as they lived together, all the filters vanished. As the novelty wore off, Yucai felt an indescribable disappointment. It was like when she was little, looking at the mound of dirt at her doorstep. She thought it was a mighty mountain, impossible to climb. Then, as she grew older, she realized it was just a small hill, easily accessible with just a stretch of her legs. Finally, one day, she left without saying goodbye. Fang Xing understood. Even pretending to be nice for a day or two was easy, but 10 years was difficult. And pretending for a lifetime, that was the kind of person who truly was nice. Therefore, he welcomed Yucai's departure without stopping her. Instead, he deposited some star yuan into her account as babysitting fees. As for Nanguangzu, Fang Xing felt that this woman was half crazy, and that she hadn't stayed because she loved him. No, it wasn't him she loved, but her mysterious, uncontrollable side. In short, a woman's emotions were even more complex than the laws of fire. I've received word that a young master from the giant god group is arriving soon. He's reportedly carrying official documents from the Federation, Nanguangzu said. Clearly, he's coming with ill intentions. He's targeting your mecha, giant god group? A federal energy giant? What a distant name. Fang Xing's eyes shone with a hint of reminiscence. Why are you so sure that Yin is coming for my mecha? Because his name is Yin Huanao, a graduate of the Nine Swords Academy. He's already reached the Great Vajra realm. He's said to have qualified to refine divine essence. He just needs to refine the next batch before he can attempt to break through to the martial saint realm, Nanguangzu said. Besides, the Yin family is somewhat dissatisfied with you. Back then, the Yin family genius Yin Huanzhen tried to win me over. He was also my college classmate, but unfortunately, he was gnawed to pieces during the moon goddess incident, Fang Xing sighed. This Yin Huanai looks like he's from the same generation as Yin Huanzhen. He must be a genius who rose to prominence after Yin Huanzhen's death. Sigh, why would he have to go to such lengths? Just as Fang Xing and Nanguangzu were talking. Dragon Star, wormhole. A turquoise spaceship quickly took off. Inside one of the ship's luxurious cabins, Yin Huanai was examining the documents in his hands. Is it finished? Haha. Although it's unpleasant to pilot someone else's mecha, if it's just a transition to the martial saint stage, I'll reluctantly accept it, but, young master. Fang Xing is a Federation martial saint, and he has a Blue Star University background. A white-collar woman who looked like a secretary nearby spoke with some concern. Wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to do this? What's more, their mecha has no outsider shares. If they insist on not selling it, theoretically, we have no recourse, HMPH. It's been disabled for 10 years, and there's no chance of recovery. It's like a fallen phoenix, worse than a chicken. Besides, I'm not planning on doing anything to him. I just want to acquire Galaxy Company. Since he's already disabled, he should honestly donate the mecha and contribute to the Federation. Yin Huanai glanced at the two documents in his hands, a subtle smile playing on his face. Otherwise, I'd be refusing a toast and then drinking a forfeit. I'm doing this with the support of my family. Thinking of Yin Huanzhen, his expression suddenly grew strange. Zhenzhen died at Blue Star University. The family accepted it at the time. After all, with such a disaster, a loss of life was perfectly normal. But later, we uncovered clues. And it seems his death might be linked to this planet. It's just that the other party is already a martial saint, so it's difficult to take action. Sending me here now, are you seeking revenge? Or a test? In short, we must do this well. Our future is limitless. What are the twin pillars of Blue Star? Aren't they ultimately my stepping stones? Yin Huanai's eyes shone with longing. For him, becoming a martial saint wasn't the end. He aimed to become a martial god. Ultimately, he wanted to inherit the family and the company, perhaps even become the president of the Martial Arts Association. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 revealed. On Xing Island, Fang Xing and Nanguangzu sat across from each other, playing Go. He played black, picking up a black piece between his right index and middle fingers and placing it on the Xianitun position. Nanguangzu frowned, picked up a white piece, and placed it next to his black piece. It was clear that they were playing Go Bang, a game Fang Xing had invented. I heard Giant God Company has settled a lot of relationships this time. Bringing official documents from the Federation, you're in danger, Nanguangzu revealed. It's just a matter of meeting the enemy with the army and covering the water with earth. Fang Xing placed a black piece and casually replied, on the contrary, within the Federation, within the Supreme Council, there's a lot of turmoil. Even the Supreme Council was impeached and removed from office. The Blue Star Federation adopted a parliamentary system. The Supreme Council was the nominal head of state, but he couldn't exercise absolute power and was subject to the Supreme Council's restrictions. To become a council member, reaching the 8th level of combat power was only the minimum requirement. For example, Fang Xing, even though he was once a martial saint, could establish an election office, but he had no hope of winning the election. Unless Blue Star University is willing to mobilize his connections on his behalf, which would require joining the Academy's faction. Even within the so-called academic faction, there are several subsectors, such as the Blue Star University faction, the Saint Armor University faction, and the Nine Swords Academy faction. Beyond the Academy faction, there's the Death Struggle faction, advocating an immediate battle against the hostile extraterritorial evil gods. And then there's the Family faction, similar to the aristocratic families of ancient times, dominated by giant families and oligarchs. And after the Creator's existence was confirmed, there were the Escape faction and the Coexistence faction. These major and minor factions experience frequent turnover, and are not static. For example, the Su family, while a family faction, is influential in the military and, thanks to Su Sanniang, also has a say within the academy. In the past few years, due to the failure of former principal Yin Liuan to achieve a breakthrough, the Blue Star faction has weakened, leading to intensified competition for peripheral interests. Fang Xing and Su Sanniang, the two pillars of Blue Star, were attacked and seen as casualties in this fierce struggle. For the masters of the 10th and 11th realms, the loss of an 8th realm martial saint was truly a mere sacrifice. Fang Xing also stepped out of his circle, remaining silent for years. Only after conversing with Nanguangzu did he manage to sort out the situation. The two of them played faster and faster. Nanguangzu clattered and placed a piece. The giant god group is a family-based faction. The Yin family is a small faction within it. They've also established a martial arts association, so they're quite powerful. Do you think it's possible? What do you mean? This isn't just about plundering, it's also about testing. Fang Xing smiled faintly, and the black piece landed, instantly turning the tide. They're here. Nanguangzu looked outside the villa and suddenly messed up the chessboard. Let's go out and greet them. You can't afford to lose. Fang Xing shook his head, thought for a moment, and then sat in a wheelchair, spreading a blanket across his knees, and let Nanguangzu push him out. Whoosh! Amidst the howling wind, a turquoise spaceship slowly descended. The hatch opened, and a young martial arts master stepped out. Fang Xing looked at the man, his expression slightly dazed, as if he had seen Yin Huanzhen. Fang Wuxian, Nanguang Wuxian. I'm Yin Huanayu, a special envoy from the Federation. I've brought a few doctors to examine Fang Wuxian. This is all due respect. Yin Huanayu disembarked from the spaceship, a smile on his face. Fang Xing's body wasn't far from transforming into an offspring of the heretic god, so the Federation must conduct regular checkups. This process had been repeated many times over the past decade. Naturally, the results were never very good. While not worsening, they weren't improving either. As a result, many people gradually became disappointed with Fang Xing, so its young friend Yin. Fang Xing smiled. To be promoted to Grand Vajra at such a young age is truly remarkable. As he spoke, several medical staff nearby had completed the instrument checks and were printing reports. Nanguang Wuxian, may I have a conversation with Fang Wuxian? Yin Huanayu suddenly asked Nanguangzu. Nanguangzu looked at Fang Xing and saw him nod. She said nonchalantly, then I'll go back and sit for a while. Watching Nanguangzu return to the villa, Yin Huanayu opened a matchbox-sized piece of metal and casually threw it on the ground. This is, Fang Xing seemed a little confused. The latest technology of the Federation can prevent a martial saint from eavesdropping. Now everything we talk about will not be recorded or videotaped, Yin Huanayu said. Fang Xing, you have to face the reality. Now you are useless and you can't keep the mecha. You might as well sell it to me directly. I promise to give you a preferential price and let you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Oh? You little wolf cub, you are much more ferocious than your cousin. Fang Xing coughed. Yin didn't dare to do this to me back then, so he died. Old man, and you are out of date. Yin Huanayu stared at Fang Xing, and the martial arts will of the great Vajra realm slowly pressed down. You have to understand that I have settled most of your relationships now. After all, you are just a waste. No one will really make a desperate effort to protect you. Everything you have now is just built on the sand dunes, because you are useless, and I am a special envoy of the Federation, the future martial saint. I have your final physical examination report. Fang Wuxian, you don't want to be forced to be detained and treated for the rest of your life, do you? As a body contaminated by the evil god, there are definitely certain risks. If the health report fails, forced detention for treatment is a real possibility. Then, Su Sanniang's treatment wouldn't be the same. You? Fang Xing's eyes widened, glaring at Yin Huanayu. Was it your Yin family who did this imaginary space thing? What are you making up? Are you trying to smear me? Yin Huanayu frowned. He couldn't imagine what other tricks Fang Xing had up his sleeve. It seems you're not. Fang Xing shook his head, then brought his right index and middle fingers together and thrust his sword forward. Since you know nothing, get out of here. Swoosh. A crimson sword light appeared, slashing across Yin Huanayu's chest. His expression changed, and he was instantly sent flying dozens of meters. His Vajra form was shattered, leaving a deep bloody wound on his chest that was visible to the bone. Furthermore, a sword beam could be seen in the void, sweeping across hundreds of meters, lingering in midair for a long time. Whoosh! A figure approached Fang Xing. It was Guangzhou. At this moment, the woman's eyes lit up and she stared at Fang Xing. You recovered? No, I just found another way and figured out some things. Fang Xing waved his hand. As a martial saint, I have long been thinking about how to break through to the level of martial god. I watched the old principal's promotion before, and then he was injured and unable to use his warrior's physique and will. This allowed me to calm down and look for other solutions. In that sword you just used, you didn't use any warrior's blood and martial arts will, but you were able to condense the sword light and attract the energy of the universe. It's already an 8th level method, Guangzhou said. Congratulations, you succeeded. And what is it called? The mystery of fire. Fang Xing looked at the stunned medical staff next to him and smiled. Yin Huanayu can be spared the death penalty, but he can't escape the living punishment. Don't think about being promoted to martial saint. Go and rescue him with a few people first, and help me detect the pollution concentration. I originally thought you were merely a genius in cultivation, but I didn't expect your creativity to rival your martial arts talent. You're truly worthy of being called one of the twin gems of Blue Star, alongside Su Sanniang. Guangzhou sighed again. Half an hour later, a new medical report arrived. Guangzhou took it and compared it with the previous one, her eyes gleaming. You've already unleashed the power of the 8th realm, and yet the contamination within your body hasn't increased at all. The profound fire is truly formidable. Fang Xing was now a cripple, unable to harness his own physique and will. Otherwise, the contamination would inevitably worsen, transforming him into a descendant of the evil god. However, the power of the profound fire doesn't involve either the body or the martial arts will, it simply draws upon the forces of heaven and earth, creating a completely different path. Fang Xing could now arguably regain his 8th realm combat power, and even hope to reach a higher level. Those former connections could be instantly restored. At the very least, he couldn't be slain by a single report from Yin Huanayu. The mysteries of fire I created may also offer the opportunity to break through to the martial god level in the future. This could be a hope for the martial arts, or perhaps even a brand new profession. Fang Xing watched Yin Huanayu being carried aboard the spaceship like a dead dog, and said to Guangzhou beside him, therefore, I'm going to notify Blue Star University to come and verify, although I wanted to ask why it wasn't the Nine Swords Academy. This Yin Huanayu has already given the answer. Alright, Guangzhou nodded. Fang Xing hadn't expected Blue Star University to react so quickly. Just a few minutes later, Ying called. Fang Xing, are you okay? Of course not, I've just comprehended something. If it's convenient for you, teacher, you can come and see me. Fang Xing smiled. Today's virtual network can't support the combat power of the 8 realms, let alone the application of the mysteries of the laws. To confirm, an on-site investigation was ultimately necessary. A few days later, a sword-shaped spaceship docked at Xing Island. Ying and several university professors disembarked and were greeted by their students. Fang Xing, Ying's eyes lit up. You said you've comprehended a path beyond the martial god level. Indeed, I'll call it the mystery of fire. Fang Xing, unwilling to even reveal the law of fire, threw a casual punch. The cosmic energy between heaven and earth was mobilized, transforming into a fiery red fist mark that stretched over 1,000 meters. Wherever the fist passed, the sea automatically parted under the pressure of the wind, revealing the dry seabed. Good, 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 indeed, you're at the 8th level of combat power. Ying laughed heartily, then frowned. Although using it won't exacerbate the pollution, it seems it won't last long. After all, I've only achieved a beginning. Once I delve deeper, using my profound power, I'll rival a martial saint or martial god. It won't be a problem, Fang Xing replied confidently. Even once I use my profound power to break through to the martial god level, I'll definitely be able to expel all the pollution and fully recover. Chapter 332 30 years. Fang Xing, your teacher awaits the day you break through to the martial god realm and overcome your deepest ailments. Before leaving, Ying clutched Fang Xing's hand tightly, his words earnest. Blue Star University, having first lost Yuan, the pinnacle of martial god, and then the two promising rising stars, the Blue Star twins, was seen as a sign of decline. For the past decade, the university has even ranked last among 3 top-tier universities in terms of enrollment, facing competition from top-tier universities like the War University. The possibility of Fang Xing's recovery is a welcome boost. Master Nai, several professors gathered on the spaceship. Ying hummed, then held out a strange, dark red slate. On the slate was Fang Xing's personal inscription of the mystery of the fire meteor. The mysteries of fire cannot be contained on ordinary paper or virtual space. They require cosmic wonders, Na Ying said. Take a look at this mysteries of fire, too. What do you think? Though the cub may be small, it already has the aspiration to devour a cow. This path, just from the beginning, is simply astonishing. It could become a brand new profession, even a perfect system that surpasses all others. A professor specializing in new professions raised his glasses. Alice, success is like failure. Even if we at Blue Star University pooled our resources and deduced for hundreds of years, we wouldn't make much progress on such a comprehensive and vast system. If Fang Xing could comprehend it alone, who knows how long it would take. Even so, it's still a hope. And, we can even release some information. Na Ying made his decision. After returning to his cabin, he looked at the shrinking white bird planet with a complicated expression. Is this your choice, Lihan? Na Ying suddenly spoke. Master, what are your orders? Na Ying's AI immediately responded, projecting a stern-looking middle-aged man. Secretly modify Whitebird Star and deploy the highest level's Yuling III surveillance system. Remember, follow the highest level of confidentiality, and answer to me alone. Na Ying spoke. Understood. Lihan was about to act when Na Ying suddenly said, forget it. All previous actions are null and void. Yes, Lihan saluted. The mastermind behind the destruction of our university's two pillars is incredibly well hidden, even capable of interfering with the Martial Saints' mission arrangements in the imaginary space. It's suspected that the omniscient brain has been compromised. Once the omniscient brain becomes the enemy's eyes and ears, nothing I do will be safe. Fang Xing, it's up to you. Na Ying gazed at Whitebird Star, his eyes deep. Ever since the secret of fire was exposed, Fang Xing's communicator had seen another surge in calls. However, he remained unconcerned, letting Xiaolin handle most of the calls. This highlighted his indifference, a perceptive and indifferent attitude. Every day he spent comprehending the laws of fire, occasionally inspecting the company. Nang Guangzhu no longer mentioned the 10-year agreement, as if she were nailed to the job. Fang Xing was even more astonished. This woman was so indifferent, even poorer than himself. What would she do with her Martial Saint mecha? Was she planning to become a blank slate Martial Saint, due to the scarcity of exclusive mechas and the difficulty of cultivating the secret patterns of will? Many Martial Saints died without their own, known as blank slate Martial Saints. But he didn't care. Every few years, he would produce a copy of the Mystery of Fire, claiming it as his own discovery, gradually solidifying his image as a fire genius. An ordinary genius might have a flash of inspiration and enter the mysteries of fire. But if he could comprehend a new mystery every few years, he would be a true pathfinder. As his research into the mysteries of fire deepened, the Blue Star Federation paid more and more attention to him, and even the entire Whitebird Star became more peaceful, facilitating his creation of laws. Unbeknownst to others, Fang Xing wasn't a creator of laws, but merely a transporter of mysteries. He had already fully comprehended the mystery of fire. Now, all he needed to do was find a suitable carrier for the cosmic wonders to imprint the mystery. That mastermind behind this, how patient, well, time is on my side anyway. I'll see if I achieve martial god status in the future. Will you still be patient? In a mysterious space, a spindle-shaped instrument was spinning rapidly. Then, on a thick screen connected to it, new lines of text appeared. Target 2, confirmed recovery possible, dispatch martial god to assassinate. Due to the emergence of the mystery of fire, the Federation has increased its surveillance of Whitebird Star. To evade Federation detection, various cunning schemes must be employed to conceal the assassin's identity. Estimated time frame: 20 to 30 years. Above the screen, lines of pre-printed text appeared, seemingly having been there for a long time. Confirm target 1's mental state. Guidance initiated. Estimated assassination time frame: 40 years. Interference deployed, confirming the date of the Great Day. Intervention in the omniscient brain, affecting the chaos algorithm, and executing the designated task. First push, failed. Second push, failed. Third push, successful. Confirmed survival of targets 1 and 2. Chaos disturbance detected. Observing. Fang Xing was unaware that the killing spree against him had already begun. But he had been silently waiting. What he hadn't anticipated was how long the wait would take. However, compared to the immortal realm's nascent soul cultivators who often spend 60 years in seclusion, the main universe and the Great Sha world were actually quite efficient. 20 years later, Gate of the Heavens. 100/100. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute bar and took a deep breath. Begin. Great Sha World. White Eagle War Zone. The Great Saha Desert. Fang Xing touched his forehead, a little dazed. In his sea of consciousness, Li Ying's memories of the past 30 years flooded back. The Great Sha War Zone, the White Eagle War Zone. He unified the global warrior associations and became the president. He single-handedly ushered in the Great Cultivation Era, single-handedly fighting against the ferocious beasts, beast kings, and beast emperors of the borderlands. He was hailed as a hero of humanity. For Li Ying, it was a truly eventful first half of his life. But Fang Xing was even more preoccupied with the inheritance of the gray-robed marques he had acquired in his mind. 18 spears of fiery fire. The Star Palace Scroll. Before Fang Xing could fully comprehend it, a profound thought suddenly struck him, and a trace of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Then, beneath him, boom, endless light and heat erupted, transforming into a massive mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud slowly rose and plunged into the atmosphere. A blinding explosion of light and electromagnetic waves ravaged the surrounding area for dozens of miles. After a long moment, Fang Xing hovered above the glassy, yet still scorching desert sky, and recalled, "So, Li Ying is on this tour of the White Eagle War Zone, invited by Commander Kiao to demonstrate the power of a New Age warrior. His method of demonstration is to cooperate in a human nuclear explosion experiment." Fang Xing was speechless. "This is the first time I've seen someone voluntarily embrace a nuclear bomb." Fortunately, even though Li Ying is a scoundrel, he's at least reached the Star-Lord realm. Even at the lowest satellite level, he possesses the combat power of the 8th realm. He carefully sensed his inner body and discovered that this body was incredibly powerful, seemingly not much inferior to his own martial saint physique. Somewhere within his body, a life star was orbiting along a strange trajectory, radiating brilliantly. Even more astonishingly, the principles of fire within the void were 10 times clearer than his own perception. Is this Li Ying a genius? He wasn't. He was able to comprehend the laws so well because he had become the master of the Yuansong Temple and received the first phase of resource support, including an extremely precious flame heart fruit. Consuming it could transform the body and increase one's understanding of the laws of fire. What a wonderful thing, even more effective than the Great Sun Relic. Fang Xing silently recalled Li Ying's past experiences. Since he left 30 years ago, Li Ying had been on a roll, becoming the master of the Yuansong Temple. Then, tragedy struck. After all, the understanding of the laws belonged to Fang Xing, not Li Ying. At the time, Li Ying was at most a master of physical true energy, and would have fled in panic against the Daxia authorities. However, Li Ying soon reversed his fate, having initially gained recognition as the master of the Yuansong Temple and received the first phase of resource support. In addition to the Star Palace Scroll, a cultivation method for reaching the Star-Lord realm, he also possessed the 18 spears of blazing fire. These techniques, combined with the laws of fire, were immensely powerful, and through continuous practice, one could comprehend the laws of fire, truly complementing each other. Beyond that, there were a wealth of cultivation resources, including defensive armor, Star-Lord-level weapons like spears, enlightenment treasures, and the body-transforming flame heart fruit. However, Li Ying soon discovered, to his dismay, that he still needed to improve his understanding of the mysteries of fire, completely failing to master the Star Palace Scroll. Consequently, he spent over 20 years, using a vast amount of resources, and at a rate that would have even the Yuansong Temple's artifact spirits rolling their eyes. He finally, in the past few years, barely mastered the mysteries of fire and gained entry to the laws of fire. He then cultivated the introductory Star Palace Scroll, ascending to the Star-Lord realm's satellite-level powerhouse. In terms of his understanding of the laws, even Fang Xing today far surpassed him. And so, he was sadly stuck before the second test of the Yuansong Temple. After all, Fang Xing had helped Li Ying cheat on his first test. Such overreaching was truly rare, and it severely undermined the gray-robed marques. Just as Fang Xing was pondering, a piercing sonic boom suddenly echoed from the sky. 2 missiles blasted towards Fang Xing at supersonic speed, their target clearly the same one, clearly carrying a nuclear warhead. In fact, their yield seemed far greater than the first, and they even incorporated some other technology. I didn't seem to mention this show before. Fang Xing's mind fluttered, not intending to take it head-on. Li Ying had been fooled into taking a nuclear bomb in the face. He was foolish. But he wasn't. He misstepped, and the astral palace within him erupted violently, transforming into a ball of flame. Boosted by the law of fire, he sped to incredible speed, instantly clearing the blast center several kilometers away. Beyond that range, while still damaging to ordinary people, for his physique, it would be like a gentle breeze. Boom. Watching the two massive mushroom clouds plummet into the atmosphere, Fang Xing's face shone with a sneer. What a fool. He transformed into a streak of fire and vanished in an instant. Dozens of kilometers away, in a command room, numerous screens flickered, displaying the explosion side and the image of Li Ying. The target dodged. His speed far surpassed previous performances, at least 3 times faster, a white officer shouted, staring at the screen. How is that possible? General Jones, the Supreme Commander, was filled with disbelief. Did those psychologists assure me beforehand that the target was too proud to deliberately dodge? And so many teams' analyses, how could they all be wrong? Oh no. The target is heading towards us, estimated to arrive in 6 seconds, another female operator shrieked. Prepare immediately. Plan I. Jones had barely finished shouting when a figure descended from the sky. It was Li Ying. President Li, congratulations on this unprecedented feat. General Jones stepped forward with a beaming smile. You truly are humanity's greatest warrior. The first one is fine, but what about the subsequent attacks? Fang Xing's eyes flashed. I gave the order. I believe President Li, as Daksha's #1 transcendent, is far more powerful than I imagined. He can definitely. General Jones was interrupted by Fang Xing before he could finish. Very good, you admit it. Fang Xing nodded. When the nuclear test plan was drawn up, there was no mention of additional attacks. So, you did this on purpose, intending to murder me. Don't say it was an experimental error. You're insulting my intelligence. I don't want an apology. I demand that everyone involved in this experiment, from you to the pilots and the monitors here, all be court-martialed and executed immediately. At these words, General Jones's expression changed drastically. You dare? They're going to kill me. What else could I be afraid of? Fang Xing stared at a surveillance camera. I'm giving you face. If you don't act, I'll do it myself, starting with KIO, and working my way down. Li Ying was, after all, just an ordinary man. His sudden rise to power left him completely lost. He was even blinded by the title of president of a martial arts association, leading him to act foolishly. He nearly got himself killed. Mr. Li Ying, an aged yet confident voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Please don't be angry. We're willing to offer the compensation you seek. But as a human hero, please refrain from such impulsive words. Haha, I'm the mastermind. I was foolish not to seize the opportunity to become captain and attain a position commensurate with my strength. I deserve to be plotted against, but not against me. Fang Xing sneered. Add you to the conditions, and I'll take your life. For this, even if the battle collapses and the entire White Eagle war zone becomes a haven for ferocious beasts, what does it matter, President? That's too much. At that moment, a streak of light flew over. Unbelievably, it was another satellite-level powerhouse. He was dressed in a powerful suit, with deep features, azure eyes, and brilliant golden hair. It was none other than the White Eagle War Zone branch president of the Warrior Association, Gavi. As for how he achieved this breakthrough, the mystical atlas and the Star Palace scroll were personally taught by Li Ying. Damn. Li Ying is completely screwed. He's teaching a bunch of idiots. Fang Xing looked at Gavi. You used to call me teacher, and now you want to fight me. Sorry, President, I am first and foremost from the White Eagle War Zone, Gavi immediately said righteously. I will not let you harm the people in the war zone. I will prevent you from falling into the abyss of crime. In his heart, he was extremely disdainful of Li Ying. This Li Ying, his talent for the laws is far inferior to mine. I am afraid he is no match for me. He is just a lucky guy who has inherited the ancient civilization. If I were not worried about you hiding something, I would have challenged you and defeated you long ago. Quotation mark. Chapter 333 Little Gray. Good, very good. Fang Xing soared into the air, locking eyes with Gavi. Li Ying had no choice but to pass on the Star Palace scroll, because he couldn't understand it. After all, he was just an ordinary person with limited comprehension and talent. If he hadn't consumed exotic spiritual objects like the flame heart fruit, he might not have even reached the satellite level. Even with a clearer understanding of the laws, His speed of comprehension was still slower than that of true geniuses. But in order to quickly comprehend the mysteries of fire and break through to the Star-Lord realm, Li Ying's decision to pool ideas was understandable. However, his strategies were no match for the officials of various countries. After becoming the president of the Warrior Association, he leaked a portion of the inheritance in order to deal with ferocious beasts and even to achieve his own breakthrough. Furthermore, Li Ying was the richest man on the planet. Well, because he used most of the resources he obtained from the Yuanzhong Temple for himself, then sold the remaining little, sparking a frenzy among nations. His assets skyrocketed, and he instantly became the richest man on the planet, owning vast mansions, companies, factories, mines, and other assets across major war zones. Even so, over the past 30 years, true geniuses from various nations, relying on the scraps that slipped through Li Ying's fingers, have successively ascended to the Star-Lord realm. And yet, Li Ying remains trapped at the satellite level, struggling. Fortunately, I wasn't too foolish. The sequel to 18 Spears of Fiery Flame and Star Palace Scroll, as well as the existence of the Yuanzhong Temple, were never leaked. Even the White Eagle Warzone vaguely speculated on the existence of the Golden Finger and wanted to kill Li Ying in an accident to try to obtain his inheritance. Fang Xing understood the whole story and suddenly felt that Li Ying was truly pitiful. However, for an ordinary person, this should be his limit, right? Facts have proven that personal qualities are indeed determined. For example, even a poor beggar who gains a fortune of billions will quickly squander it all. A flash of fire. Gavi struck first. His fist erupted like a volcano, faintly imbued with the law of fire. Combined with his Star-Lord satellite-level strength, he was considered formidable even among the 8 realms. The power of heaven and earth was mobilized, forming a scarlet vortex of wind hundreds of meters long. This law of comprehending should be considered entry-level, around 100/1600. Li Ying's previous level was probably in the single digits, truly a tragedy, but I'm different. My law of comprehending has reached 435/1600. Fang Xing casually glanced at the stats. Law of Fire. 435/1600. Beginner. While the main universe lacked the same favorable conditions as within the Yuanzhong Temple, slowly increasing proficiency through the stats panel was astonishing. Even if it was small, daily progress added up, and when accumulated, it became a significant achievement. Fire Spear. Kill. Facing Gavi's fist, Fang Xing casually clenched his right hand, and a ball of flame materialized from thin air, transforming into a crimson spear. His spear shot out like a dragon, carrying a terrifying burst of fire laws, like the god of fire descending upon the earth. Boom! A ball of fire flickered from the spear tip, instantly crushing the fist shadow. Fang Xing waved his spear slightly, lashing out fiercely at Gavi's chest. The satellite-level expert's chest caved in, and he plummeted into the desert. No. President, spare me. Gavi's mouth and nose bled, his heart filled with disbelief. How could he be so powerful? Why has he been hiding? Die? Fang Xing's eyes were cold as he fired another shot, directly into Gavi's chest. A flash of crimson energy flashed from the spear tip, plunging into Gavi's inner star palace, annihilating the satellite. For a Star-Lord, the satellite within his body was his absolute most vulnerable point. I hate it. The light in Gavi's eyes faded, and he was completely dead. HMPH, Fang Xing spread his hands, and the flaming spear in his right hand vanished without a trace. Then, he looked at everyone in the command room. I only give you 24 hours. Only after Fang Xing vanished into the sky in a flash of fire did the command room erupt in chaos. How is this possible? Gavi was one of the planet's 5 Star-Lords. How could the guardian of our White Eagle war zone just die like that? A female clerk's face was stunned. He actually killed Gavi. He didn't care about the survival of our White Eagle war zone at all. Then his previous threats must be true. I don't want to die, a monitor wailed, trying to run outside and drive away. General Jones's face trembled slightly, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, a new voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. This incident is a huge mistake and disaster. Jones, you must be prepared to take responsibility. The Lieutenant General just now has suffered a heart attack and has been taken to the hospital. The predecessor of the White Eagle war zone was the White Eagle Empire, a country second only to Daksha. At this moment, on the Gold Rush Island in the White Eagle war zone, Fang Xing's figure landed and flew into a large villa. Outside the villa, several streets were packed with people, notably 2 demonstrations. One group held signs reading "I love you" and "Li Ying is invincible," their expressions fervent. Another group chanted slogans like "Enact laws to limit the power of warriors, with great power comes great responsibility," and "Reveal our martial arts secrets." The two sides were even threatening a violent clash. Inside the villa, a yellow woman dressed as a secretary came up to greet Fang Xing on the balcony. "President, you're back? Did the nuclear test go well?" She was Li Ying's accompanying secretary, Li Ling, a native of Daxia, a distinguished talent selected from the Daxia war zone. "Not bad." Fang Xing folded his arms, watching the two groups outside as if they were watching a monkey show. "Should they be stopped? Should they be dispersed?" Li Ling asked. "That's not necessary. Believe it or not, if I even show the slightest bit of disgust, those who oppose me will be attacked, even killed." Fang Xing's lips curled slightly. "Perhaps, a girl who meets my standards in every way will appear. She grew up in a similar environment to me, and we share a common language. She'll fervently worship me and then avenge those people on my behalf, and if I show even the slightest sign of weakness, those opposing slogans will immediately turn into slogans like 'We should install control chips in warriors,' 'chemical castration of warriors,' 'putting bombs in warriors.'" As the most prominent individual in this civilization, Li Ying's lifestyle and upbringing must have been thoroughly studied. There are even files piled high enough to fill several rooms, and there are always several teams analyzing him through psychological and behavioral analysis. Li Ying. You've managed to hold on until today despite being targeted like this. It's remarkable. You might be a little short-sighted, but at least you've had a good time becoming the richest man on the planet." "I'm sorry," Fang Xing muttered to himself. "President." Li Ling didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the president was completely different. No longer so adorably silly, but instead, a bit unsettling. "Today, the White Eagle War Zone took advantage of my human nuclear explosion experiment to test my strength and capabilities," Fang Xing said leisurely, "so I killed Gavi and sent a bunch of people to be buried with him." "What? Gavi dead?" Li Ling was shocked. "He's one of the world's 5 greatest Star Lords. Without him, who will contain the Beast Kings and Emperors of the White Eagle War Zone? Who knows? They'll probably pay with human lives. Or just declare the country's demise and evacuate the victims to other war zones." Fang Xing shrugged. "Get ready. We'll be back to the Great Xia War Zone tomorrow. We've always had a good relationship, and I hope it will continue to do so." Overall, Great Xia was one of the few places that had ever cheated Li Ying, a bit like a truce even if a deal wasn't struck. Therefore, Fang Xing found Li Ling, a secretary who clearly bore the official stamp of Great Xia, pleasing to the eye and comfortable with, and he had no plans to replace her. Fang Xing returned to his room and scanned the area with his mental power, confirming there were no surveillance cameras. The figure vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already entered the Yuanzhong Temple. Mottled gray-white stone pillars soared into the sky, the surrounding halls empty, resembling a giant's palace. A jet-black source power battlesuit and a dark red spear lay on the plaza. Source power battlesuit, Star-Lord realm weapon, the fire cloud spear. This Li Ying is a truly honest man. He actually left his battlesuit here to test his own defense. He's got a problem in his head. Fang Xing raised his hand, and the jet-black battlesuit fell onto him, fitting perfectly and breathable. Star-Lord realm satellite-level experts focus on comprehending the laws, and their daily practice is source power. Source power is the energy of the universe. When Li Ying took over the Yuanzhong Temple, not only did he gain resources, but most importantly, he also opened up an area where he could observe the Fire God Pillar. This fire pillar is like a manual for comprehending the mysteries of fire. The speed of comprehension is completely different with or without it. Yet, even with all the necessary conditions in place, Li Ying lost to his own disciples, and even his own disciples, in comprehending the laws. Even Fang Xing felt ashamed for him. Just as Fang Xing was about to comprehend the fire pillar, a gray light flashed. A small figure appeared. It was dressed in a gray robe, less than a meter tall, its skin slightly wrinkled, but its eyes large. Little Gray, Fang Xing knew from Li Ying's memories that it was the artifact spirit of the Yuanzhong Temple, the gray-robed Marcus from before. This appearance might be the other party's true appearance. "It's you." Xiao Wei suddenly arrived in front of Fang Xing, tears welling up. "Oh my god, do you know how hard I've waited for you? Your master personality is a complete pig." "No, even a pig that ate the flame heart fruit wouldn't need 25 years to comprehend the mysteries of fire. I gave him abundant resources," free access to fire source crystals, and even comprehended the fire god pillar, yet it's taking him this long to even break through to the Star-Lord realm. I thought the second level of the assessment, set by the Master, would be passable in 3 years, but he's been waiting 3 years and 3 years, making me wait a full 30 years. Do you know how I've spent those 30 years? Xiao Wei's voice was filled with grievance. As a weapon spirit, it was absolutely loyal to its previous master and diligently followed his orders to select a successor. But after finally selecting one, passing the assessment, and accepting the master, it discovered a pitfall. Xiao Wei's psychological trauma was beyond words, especially after realizing that his gifted second personality had disappeared for 30 years. If Li Ying had not already initially recognized the Yuanzhong Temple as his master and could not be replaced, he would have killed this piece of trash long ago and would not have wasted it to such an extent. Chapter 334 Flame Palm. What else could Fang Xing say? He had nothing to say, because he was that idiot. Fortunately, I don't feel bound by any oath, so the contracts and oath of the Yuanzhong Temple are most likely Li Ying's responsibility, not mine, and I have already obtained the inheritance I need most. The Star Palace scroll says that cultivating the Star Palace Fate Star can at least transform the satellite in the body into a neutron star. As for the black hole level, this is not an ordinary realm to begin with. Fang Xing sighed and said to Xiao Wei, "Thank you for your hard work. I'm not tired, it's the old master who's suffering." A hint of cruelty crossed Xiao Wei's face. "You must rush to the second level of the assessment as soon as possible. I will do my best to help you within my authority. And, among the rewards later, I will help you exchange for a treasure to seal your master personality. Even if it means losing a little talent for lot perception, it's unavoidable. Lot perception makes the strong stronger. Your law talent is already excellent, and with the flame heart fruit, you could be comparable to the geniuses of many advanced civilizations in the universe. But with that idiot personality, even elementary civilizations would look down on him. In other words, this body's law perception is superimposed on my original body's foundation." Fang Xing's heart moved, and then he sighed again. "That's not necessary. Let's follow the rules." Even if he obtained a consciousness-type treasure, he couldn't seal any master personality, because he was not a second personality at all. This can only mean that the gate of all heavens, or perhaps my Goldfinger's status is too high, truly circumventing the constraints of the Yuanzhong Temple. Well, the ability to burn the pollution of the gate of nothingness before is probably not just due to the great sun evil god's nature, but also because the great sun Tathagata mantra is fixed through the attribute panel, gaining the status blessing of the Goldfinger. Fang Xing strolled through the Yuanzhong Temple and came to a large hall. Inside, the walls were all forged from a fiery red metal. In the center of the palace, a red pillar of fire. Atop the pillar, layer upon layer of flame patterns burned fiercely. Seeing it, Fang Xing felt as if he had seen the essence of the law of fire. This, his eyes lit up. Such a clear essence of the law, with this fire pillar as his treasure of enlightenment, coupled with the accumulated understanding of this body, Fang Xing felt that he could reach the next level of proficiency in the law of fire within a month. If my previous talent for comprehending the laws was 1, then after condensing the great sun godhead, it instantly became 10, entering Li Ying's body. Combined with this special physique transformation from the flame heart fruit, my talent is at least 20. If I comprehend the fire god pillar, my progress will be 100%. Like flying, but Li Ying's original talent was 0.001, and after the flame heart fruit transformation, it's probably 0.1. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. The path to comprehending the laws is indeed one of constant strength. The higher the talent, the exponentially faster the progress. He glanced around the Fire God Temple and spotted a pile of fiery red crystals and several dark green jade bottles in the corner. Fire source crystals can be converted into source power. According to Xiao Wei, the geniuses of the advanced civilizations in the universe only need to focus on comprehending the laws and accumulating energy, and they can directly draw on the source crystals. Besides that, there's Jade Soul Liquid, which can relieve mental fatigue. A few drops after comprehending the laws of fire are most effective. Fang Xing's eyes flickered. Your master personality is truly damned, Xiao Wei was still muttering. If you had used the resources I gave him before, you would have probably broken through to the Star-Lord realm, planetary level. Given to this loser, he could only barely break through to the satellite level. Even the little he sold went into creating 4 satellite-level units. It was clear that Xiao Wei was not completely ignorant of what was happening outside. but he didn't warn Li Ying. It seemed he was planning to kill his previous master and replace him with another. After all, due to the rules, Xiao Wei couldn't actively harm Li Ying, but if Li Ying was seeking death himself, there was nothing he could do. Fang Xing nodded, knowing that a Star Lord, planetary level, could easily slaughter a large number of satellite-level units. The difficulty of advancement was also incomparable. Fortunately, after passing the first test, the greatest reward was the initial recognition of the Yuanzhong Temple as your master. The resources granted here are just a drop in the bucket. Xiao Wei wiped his eyes. Once you pass the second test, you will be granted even more resources. It's a pity, you've wasted so much of your foundation and time. The second test, Fang Xing looked at the fire pillar. You should already know there are 2 ways to pass the second level of the test. The first is to get within 500 meters of the fire god pillar. Once you achieve this, your understanding of the laws is comparable to the pinnacle of planetary power, or even stellar power, or, through cultivation, break through to planetary power and defeat Guardian Puppet number 1. This puppet has ordinary planetary strength. Even if you break through to planetary power, without the corresponding understanding of the laws, or at least practicing the 18 fire cloud spears to the third form, it will be helpless, Xiao Wei said. Originally, it would have been easy for you to break through to planetary power with the donated resources, but now it's more difficult. I'm afraid you can only focus on understanding the laws. I think so too. A smile played on Fang Xing's lips. What resources, what treasures, he couldn't take with him. Only his understanding of the laws was his. He gradually approached the fire god pillar, feeling an increasing pressure until he was about 1,000 meters away, when it became difficult to approach. Huh? Xiao Wei's eyes widened at this sight. Your understanding of the laws has skyrocketed so much, if it were the old Li Ying, he'd be unable to walk beyond 2 kilometers. Has a personality change been so drastic? Xiao Wei was bewildered. Gun. Fang Xing's eyes shone brightly, staring at the fire pillar, feeling countless inspirations surge forth. He held the fire cloud spear, not drawing on his source energy, but subconsciously unleashing the 18 blazing spears, matching each move with his own. First move, second move, third move. The spearhead shone like a tree of fire and silver flowers, a dazzling display. This. He actually comprehended the first 3 moves straight away. Xiao Wei's eyes widened again. If it were the old, useless personality, he'd only just mastered the first move after 30 years. Gold Rush Island. Villa. So much has happened. After contacting Daksha's secret intelligence department, Li Ling's face was filled with shock. The president must be very frustrated and upset right now. She returned to the villa and waited for several days before finally seeing Li Ying, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Because the president seemed in a good mood. The fire pillar is indeed powerful. It's a pity I can't meditate on it for a long time, otherwise it would be too oppressive on my consciousness. Fang Xing smiled broadly, dripping a few drops of jade soul liquid onto himself to soothe the burning sensation deep within his soul. Li Ling, what's up? He rubbed his brow and asked casually. President, there are 2 important matters that need to be decided. Li Ling lowered his voice. First, in the White Eagle War Zone, Commander Kia wants to come and express his sincere apology. In addition, they've sent a video of the military tribunal's trial and execution, including Jones, of 1,329 people in total. Also, the lieutenant general who was hospitalized for a heart attack has been pronounced dead. Well, then, Fang Xing crossed his fingers, unconcerned. He really is, completely different from before. Li Ling was startled. Our Daksha branch's annual assessment is complete, and we've produced 3 A-level talents. The most outstanding one, named Luo Mu, is 29 years old, a grandmaster, and has already mastered the blazing flame palm to the 18th level. Well, if he can reach the 20th level before the age of 30, he'll qualify as an S-level talent. Please notify him and give him a verbal commendation, along with the full A-level benefits. If he reaches S-level, bring him to see me and I'll bestow a gift upon him. Fang Xing nodded. Since Li Ying assumed the rank of president of the Warrior Association, he has reformed martial arts. Beyond the True Energy Grandmaster, 2 new ranks have been added, Grandmaster and Heaven Man Harmony Grandmaster. Furthermore, a number of martial arts have been released to aid in the comprehension of the mysteries of fire, such as the Blazing Flame Palm and Wind Fire Claw, serving as lower-level alternatives to the 18 Spears of Blazing Flame. These lower-level martial arts have 36 levels, corresponding to the 36 volumes of the Mysteries of Fire. When one reaches perfection in the 36th level of cultivation, one has fully comprehended the mysteries of fire, allowing them to attempt to comprehend the laws of fire and ascend to the Star-Lord realm. If combined with the 36 volumes of the Mysteries of Fire, their comprehension will be swift. That's how Garvey was selected back then. I have to admit, Li Ying is very responsible. He has trained a large number of high-level warriors for the planet, effectively deterring the ferocious beasts at the border. He's selfless, yet a little selfish. That's why he released secret manuals like the Blazing Palm while keeping the 18 Blazing Spear secret. That's already quite impressive. He's even willing to bestow treasures upon geniuses. Well, actually, Li Ying struggled to penetrate the mysteries of fire back then, so he turned to Xiao Wei for help. Xiao Wei had no choice but to offer the Blazing Palm, a special technique that aids in comprehending the mysteries of fire. Because, in its eyes, Li Ying had already passed the first level of comprehending the mysteries of fire, so it didn't count as cheating. But Li Ying was so slow in practicing even the Blazing Palm that he could only pass it on to students in large quantities. After the Warrior Association flourished, he secretly used his highest authority to watch various teaching videos and steal their skills. Of course, regardless of his original intention, his behavior deserves recognition. Moreover, he even took the initiative to give the genius some low-level resources. But later, he was caught in the trap and was casually praised. He lost himself a little and had a desire for wealth in his heart. So he sold a small amount of high-level resources such as fire source crystals and became the richest man on the planet, but ended up raising a tiger to harm himself. Fang Xing came back to his senses, just a quick glance, and found that the outside was empty. He couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Let's get on the aircraft and return to Daksha. Chapter 335 The Second Test. Over the ocean, a bright silver aircraft cut through the air. Not far away, a flock of Quetzalcoatl pterosaurs, their wingspans exceeding 30 meters, were about to swoop down, but were easily torn apart by the barrage of bullets, their flesh and blood raining down into the sea. Crash. In the ocean, python-like sea beasts writhed, devouring nature's bounty. Inside the aircraft, Fang Xing stared at the screen, his thoughts already wandering. 30 years have passed, and the borderlands have spread almost globally. Thankfully, with Li Ying's technical support, the anti-interference technology brought from the Yuanzhong Temple has prevented human civilization from regressing to the Stone Age. This idiot, the licensing fees from this single patent alone would be enough to make him the richest man in the world, yet he's still messing around with all this nonsense. What followed was the globalization of ferocious beasts, and the birth of beast kings and beast emperors. Beast kings are now comparable to those at the Great Vajra realm, or even weak martial saints. The beast king is a powerful martial saint. I wonder if there are any who have just entered the 9th realm. To comprehend the laws, one must combine work and rest. Actual combat is also the best way to cultivate. When your comprehension reaches a bottleneck, you can go hunting beast kings and beast kings to relax. Also, it's best if you pass the second test before I leave. It's not that he's after any resources. Even if he obtains them, he can't take them away. They will all end up benefiting Li Ying. Fang Xing wants to obtain a new inheritance. For example, Grey-robed Marcus, does he only have the Star Palace Scroll? While the Star Palace Scroll can be cultivated to the neutron star level, which is already impressive, Fang Xing wants more, and he is indeed looking forward to it. Perhaps Grey-robed Marcus has an even better inheritance. Even if the Star Palace Scroll is just a method for cultivating source energy, and the 18 spears of fiery flame are just fire law techniques. Beyond movement, defense, and even soul-spirited attacks, aren't there other methods? Grey-robed Marcus probably has all of these, and he's just going to teach them as needed. But Fang Xing can't wait any longer. Feeling the burning sensation in his soul from comprehending the fire pillar gradually subside, he extended his right hand. A dark red fire cloud spear suddenly materialized in his hand. Fire. Violent, scorching, Fang Xing fired a few shots casually. Though he wasn't drawing on any source energy, the void shrieked, a faint sense of shattering. This sent Li Ling shuddering with fear. Just then, a piercing alarm blared. A Beast King level beast detected, 32 kilometers away. A ferocious beast, resembling a winged flying fish, appeared on the screen, its eyes blood red and its mouth filled with barbed fangs. Beast King? Perfect, Fang Xing, Fire Cloud spear in hand, flew out of the hatch. Whoosh! A flash of fire, and his form resembled a blazing rainbow. Soon, he saw the flying fish. Puff! The flying fish beast rolled, and streams of water surged up from the sea, slamming into Fang Xing's body. Amidst a current, faint, transparent scales resembled thin ice. Swish! Fang Xing didn't dodge, his source force suit enveloping him, allowing the current to submerge him. Scale after scale sliced through the suit, each one absorbing the impact, reducing the force by about 50% to 60%. What a piece of good stuff. The nano-protective suits the Federation prepared for the Martial Saint don't have this kind of defense. Fang Xing mentally compared the scales. Perhaps only the defenses of a dedicated mecha could surpass this suit. He burst forth from the current, thrusting his spear forward, fire cloud style. The laws of fire were activated, enveloping the Beast King flying fish like crimson clouds. Scales tumbled, and the incredibly sharp fire cloud spear pierced the fish's belly, sending blood gushing out. With a single blow, the Beast King flying fish suffered a severe blow. Inside the aircraft, Li Ling, witnessing the scene, covered his mouth in surprise. When did the president become so powerful? In the past, Li Ying needed the aid of his battle suit and energy-based weapons to barely kill the Beast King or engage the Beast Emperor. Sometimes, he even needed technological weapons and the cooperation of other warriors. When had he actually managed to severely injure the Beast King flying fish with a single shot? Crash! Victimized by the single blow, the Beast King flying fish immediately dove into the sea, its speed increasing dramatically. This was the trouble with sea beasts. Human warriors' speed in the water, and even the power of their attacks, were far inferior to those of sea beasts. Want to run? Fang Xing sneered, holding his gun in both hands and swinging it like a club, smashing it down on his head. Boom! Amidst a terrifying sonic boom, countless air pressures descended, pushing the water back, revealing a dry seabed. The Beast King flying fish landed on the seabed and instinctively flapped its tail. Puff! With a flash of fire, Fang Xing pierced its head and speared it. Today's a great day for grilled fish. He landed beside the aircraft and said, since we're here, let's check out the Sea Dragon Beast King in the White Eagle District and take him down together. Li Ling's expression suddenly became solemn. Yes, inwardly, she felt a little pleased. The president may look different, but he's still as gentle as before. This time, it was Gavi and the others who struck first before I retaliated. Moreover, while the president made harsh remarks, he secretly took care of the Beast King. Even without Gavi in charge of the White Eagle War Zone, nothing serious will happen. Fang Xing had no idea of the secretary's thoughts. He was simply looking for a few opponents to test his strength and marksmanship. It just so happened that the Sea Dragon Beast King was recently. Also, the most dangerous gathering place for ferocious beasts is the Shenangjia Mountains in Daksha. There are at least 3 Beast Kings entrenched there. It's also the core of a major border zone, with ferocious beast nests built there. Perhaps there are secrets. After I break through, I can explore it. 6 hours later. Daksha War Zone. Global Warrior Association Headquarters. A spacecraft slowly descended, its hatch opening, and a terrifying pressure emanated. Sure enough, it's a Beast King level ferocious beast. A young man's heart sank. He was one of the world's 4 Star-Lord realm powerhouses, a Daksha native named Lin Qianzhu. President, Lin Qianzhu's eyes lit up at the sight of Fang Xing, and he bowed. Congratulations, President, for single-handedly slaying a Beast King-level ferocious beast. Even those of them in the Star-Lord realm had never seen a single Beast King-level beast slain. Satellite-level warriors found it easy to defeat a Beast King, but killing it was more difficult. In the midst of a beast tide, even nuclear weapons and other weapons were needed to intimidate the Beast King and Beast King. Not only that, the president just engaged the Sea Dragon Beast King, severely injuring it. Li Ling added. HMPH, I'm going into seclusion. Don't bother me. Fang Xing waved his hand and flew into his practice room, a look of annoyance on his face. Secretary Li, Lin Qianzhu glanced at Li Ling. The president seems to think he's not strong enough. Li Ling could only reply with a wry smile. Inside the practice room. This body is still a little weak. I almost killed that Sea Dragon Beast King. I've comprehended the laws, but my foundation is too weak to burst out. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, replaying the previous battle, feeling a little helpless. Among the world's 9 great Beast Kings, the Sea Dragon Beast King is relatively weak, but it retreats into the sea when it can't defeat it. There's really nothing we can do, unless this body's quality improves significantly, or its understanding of the laws advances even further. Fang Xing scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no surveillance cameras. He then vanished in a flash, entering the Yuanzhong Temple. Every second of time spent traveling through time is precious. He had gone out this time simply because his cultivation had reached its limit, his soul needed to relax, and he needed to test his understanding of the laws through actual combat. After recovering, he would undoubtedly continue to comprehend the fire god pillar. Everything else was illusion. Time flew by, and over 20 days had passed. Inside the fire god temple, Fang Xing, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Before him, 3 fireballs appeared, orbiting in irregular triangular trajectories before suddenly exploding, dissolving into a sky of blazing flames. Countless firebirds, snakes, and dragons danced and soared within. Law of Fire. 1/3200, proficient. Fang Xing glanced at his stats panel. 30 years of accumulated experience, coupled with the talents gained from this transformed body, and the advantages of the fire god pillar, the treasure of enlightenment, have finally allowed me to enter the second stage of the law of fire. He stood up, raised his hand, and summoned the fire cloud spear. Swish! The spear shot out like a dragon. Compared to before, it was swung with strands of flaming tassels, imbued with an indescribable charm. Roar! At the end, the countless tassels formed the outline of a fiery beast. This is, a flash of gray light, and Xiao Wei appeared, saying in a completely unrefined manner, the 6th form of the 18 blazing spears, Fire God's Wrath. Exactly. Fang Xing, spear in hand, strode forward. In a blink of an eye, he was within 500 meters of the fire god pillar. Haha. Good, Xiao Wei nodded quickly. You've now passed the second test. Although the first test took too long, achieving this in less than a month is truly impressive. So, what's the reward? Fang Xing hooked his finger, a hint of anticipation. Follow me. Xiao Wei led Fang Xing out of the fire god temple and into another palace. This place was surprisingly 100 times larger than the fire god temple, vastly empty. With only a massive jade platform in the center. Ring, Fang Xing's heart stirred. This is the 100 Battles Hall, housing the master's meticulously curated collection of 100 battles puppets. Xiao Wei nodded, and a bronze-armored figure approached. This is number 1, possessing the strength of a planetary star lord. Its understanding of the laws is quite ordinary, but unfortunately, it's the law of Earth, which isn't quite right for you. Now, it will recognize you as its master. You may take it out of the Yuanzhong Temple, master. A flash of red flashed in the bronze-armored figure's eyes, and his voice was dull. Sure enough, a grand gesture. Fang Xing sighed inwardly. A planetary-level expert could definitely unify the current Great Xia planet, sweeping away powerful humans and beasts alike. Moreover, this puppet is extremely rare and expensive. Even a stellar-level Star-Lord would probably bankrupt even a single one. Besides that, there are planetary-level cultivation resources, a secret treasure called the Green Vine Token, and finally, the cultivation technique, Myriad Hearts. Xiao Wei handed over a ring. It's all in here. Fang Xing took it and noticed the ring was off-white and simple in design. With a slight movement of his source power, it was instantly refined. Then, his spirit connected with a spatial dimension. Big, that was Fang Xing's first impression. He was used to seeing no spatial equipment in the main universe, and storage bags in the immortal realm often measured in cubic meters. Perceiving this space for the first time, he was stunned. It's huge. This space was 1,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and 1,000 meters high. In one corner, a vast amount of fire source crystals, jade soul liquid, and many other unknown treasures were piled high, potentially enough for a planetary-level expert to cultivate to the stellar level. Are all resources related to the law of fire? I suspect Xiao Wei must have earth source crystals, wood source crystals, and the like, but he's just not showing them. This space can even accommodate an ordinary spaceship. What a great thing. It's a pity that I can't take the ring with me. Fang Xing's mind moved, and a green vine token and a pitch-black ancient book appeared in his hand. The green vine token is a one-time secret treasure. Only a planetary-level expert can fully activate it without inflicting damage. It's powerful enough to annihilate any expert below the red giant level. It's your life-saving weapon. Even if you encounter a red giant level expert, the time bought by the green vine token will be enough for you to hide in the Yuanzhong Temple, Xiao Wei pointed at the Black Secret Book again. The Myriad Hearts Secret Book is a rare method for cultivating spiritual power. In cosmic civilization, the human soul is divided into 3 levels: heart, mind, and soul. These are spiritual power, willpower, and the ultimate true spirit. The master has never come across a secret book that can cultivate the true spirit. Even the secret techniques for cultivating willpower are extremely rare, only possible in peak cosmic civilizations. This Myriad Hearts secret book is specifically for cultivating spiritual power, containing the mysteries of soul defense and soul attack. Even if you don't understand the methods of soul attack, you must master soul defense. Unfortunately, this kind of mental defense is sufficient against ordinary soul attacks, but it is very ineffective against will attacks. Xiao Wei sighed, but you're unlikely to encounter an enemy skilled in mind-based attacks. I disagree. I'm quite adept at mind-based attacks, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, then his eyes lit up. Sure enough, the main universe does have something special. At least a martial artist profession, besides achieving physical mortality, specializes in cultivating martial arts willpower. According to Xiao Wei, methods that cultivate willpower are extremely valuable, even in the most advanced cosmic civilizations. It seems that different worlds ultimately possess some extremely valuable resources. Fang Xing sighed. Then, he placed his hand on the Myriad Hearts manual, obtaining this inheritance. While mental strength is only the outermost defense of the soul, having an additional method and inheritance is valuable. What's more, so detailed. Various mental power techniques, besides attack and defense, there are also exploration, tracking, and even mind control. Mental power, in the world of immortal cultivation, should be divine consciousness, right? This copy of 10,000 Hearts is simply the ultimate spiritual consciousness cultivation inheritance, and it's the only thing I can take back. Although he passed the second test and obtained treasures such as a planetary puppet, an oversized storage ring, a large amount of resources, and the King Tang order, all Fang Xing could truly bring back was knowledge and understanding of the laws. Chapter 336 3 Emperors. Now, Li Ying, you must quickly cultivate to the Star Lord realm, stellar level, to face the third test, Xiao Wei said in a low voice. The old master's true treasures lie behind. What you've obtained so far are merely low-level items. Even the Star Palace Scroll is merely a Star-Lord Realm source energy cultivation method, but after the third test, you'll receive a Law-Lord Realm inheritance. This is the old master's true treasure. Even if you obtain it, you must swear an oath under the rules not to reveal even a single detail. Xiao Wei was clearly somewhat dissatisfied with Li Ying's previous practice of disseminating the technique, but it didn't matter, as it wasn't the core inheritance of the gray-robed Marcus lineage. What is the third test? Fang Xing asked. Get within 50 meters of the Fire God Pillar, or defeat a peak stellar puppet. Xiao Wei's voice was low. The tests set by the master are increasingly difficult, and the rewards are doubly generous. The inheritance of the Law-Lord Realm? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. The Law-Lord Realm possessed the complete understanding of at least one law, and their divine power was immense and incredible. The only time he'd seen a Dharma Master Realm powerhouse in action was when the Creator intervened, directly leading to the fall of peak martial god Yi Liuyan. Of course, he coveted this inheritance. But the requirement of being 50 meters in front of the Fire God Pillar was incredibly difficult. More importantly, he didn't have much time left. I'll do my best. His interest suddenly waned, and he left the Yuanzhong Temple. Then, his mental power swept across the Warrior Association headquarters. Lin Qianzu, come see me. Whoosh! A flash of fire, and Lin Qianzu's figure emerged. President, he spoke with respect, a touch of admiration. After all, Li Ying was his martial arts teacher. This guy's talent is quite good, at least much better than Li Ying, Fang Xing thought to himself. The Yuanzhong Temple selection requirement required comprehending the mysteries of fire, without any other supporting conditions. Planet-level geniuses like Lin Qianzu and Jiao Yi were selected through the Global Martial Arts Tournament after Li Ying became the president of the Warrior Association. They were the most suitable talents for comprehending the Scorching Sun Palm and the 36 volumes of the Mysteries of Fire. Li Ying only selected fire-type talents, so there were bound to be omissions and other zodiac signs, but there was no way around it. He only had the fire-type secret manual. Lin Qianzu's talent was slightly better than Jiao Yi's, but still not as good as mine, who cheated by opening the attribute panel. Therefore, he didn't meet the criteria and was selected by Xiao Wei. Later, He joined a warrior association and, with Li Ying's gift of the 36 volumes of the Mysteries of Fire, the Scorching Flame Palm, the Jade Soul Liquid, and other treasures that accelerated his comprehension, he was able to, after decades, barely complete the Mysteries of Fire and enter the realm of fire laws. He then refined the Mars Source Crystal and analyzed the Star Palace volume, Introduction, ultimately breaking through to the satellite level of the Star-Lord realm. With heritage, enlightenment treasures, and source energy crystals, it's normal for a planetary-level genius to reach satellite level in a few decades. Li Ying, who has taken the flame heart fruit and the added advantage of the fire god pillar, actually started at almost the same level as these great geniuses, also taking nearly 30 years to reach satellite level. Of course, while they were equally fast, the resources consumed and external conditions are vastly different. This means there's still a gap in talent, so, in this world, hard work isn't as good as cheating. Is talent inferior to resources? Only when one's talent reaches a certain level can these rules be ignored. Having made up his mind, Fang Xing said, "Perform the fiery palm again." Yes, Lin Qiansu was startled, then began to practice the fiery palm with great skill. This was because Li Ying had often asked him to do this before, and he was also learning from him. Each level of this palm technique represents a unique fire secret. Practicing the moves is a way to comprehend this secret. Combined with secret manuals like 36 volumes of fire mysteries, his progress is rapid. Neither of these could compare to the fragmented manuals once held by the true energy grandmasters. Little Gray's reason for not offering proper profound mysteries or techniques like the fiery palm to aid comprehension was to seek out a true master of the laws in these extremely harsh conditions. Finally, it found Li Ying. Lin Qiansu had already mastered the profound mysteries of fire, cultivating the fiery palm to the 36th level of perfection. Each move now held an inexplicable charm, a seamless flow of nature. At the very end, he roared, and the 36 palms merged into one, hinting at the potential for a single law-defining palm. Clap. Fang Xing applauded. Good, good. Well done. Especially that last palm. Are you planning to use it to demonstrate your own understanding of the laws? Excellent. If this continued, it would be the beginning of 18 spears of fiery fire. There was no other way. Li Ying had a hidden skill. Without teaching him combat techniques that complemented the law of fire, a genius like Lin Qiansu was forced to comprehend it on his own. He was still relatively good, unlike those like Gavi, who would have turned evil without instruction. At least not all of them were ungrateful. People's hearts are unpredictable. I can't even grasp them, let alone Li Ying. In Li Ying's memory, Gavi had always been a sunny boy with an overflowing sense of justice. Please give me some pointers, President. After performing a set of palm techniques, Lin Qiansu felt a little uneasy. Well, I really do need to give you some pointers, Fang Xing chuckled, and suddenly, with a flash of his figure, he was in front of Lin Qiansu and pointed a finger. Lin Qiansu instantly exploded, dodging several times, but he couldn't avoid the finger at all. A look of horror crossed his face. Then, Fang Xing's finger hit him right between the eyebrows. Boom. A large amount of text and visual information appeared, leaving Lin Qiansu stunned. After a long pause, his eyes returned to consciousness, and he muttered, 18 spears of fiery flame. Indeed, this spear technique has 18 forms. I'll teach you 6 now. Fang Xing saw that the Daksha people were respectful, and considering that he would eventually leave, he had to leave some talent behind. Otherwise, with Li Ying, a useless leader, human warriors might not be able to catch up with the ferocious beasts in terms of evolution. Li Ying didn't even feel bad about selling his father's land, let alone him. For him, any inheritance that didn't need to be kept secret could be copied at will, and the resources couldn't be used by the original master. If he really wanted to be a spendthrift, he would be even more ruthless than Li Ying. I've paid you the favor. Now, take me to the Shenangjia beast lair, Fang Xing said, raising his fire cloud spear. Previously, Li Ying had only been able to severely injure him, unable to kill the Beast King, because his foundation was weak and his explosive power was insufficient. Now that his understanding of the laws had improved, Fang Xing wanted to give it another try, and take advantage of the last remaining time to explore the secrets of the ferocious beasts. Daksha War Zone, the heart of the Shenangjia Mountains. Numerous fortifications had been established at several mountain passes, with countless soldiers patrolling and guarding. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flames flickered in the sky as 2 figures pierced the cordon and entered the depths of the Shenlong Rack. President, The beast's lair lies ahead. If we go any deeper, we'll definitely be discovered. Lin Qiansu paused in midair and spoke. 3 beast kings have been confirmed to be here, the Great Ape King, the Great Fang King, and the most mysterious Dragon King. Well, let's say hello first. Fang Xing gazed at the countless ferocious beasts nesting, breeding, and playing on the ground. He lightly tapped the fire cloud spear in his hand. A long crimson rainbow exploded, transforming into countless flaming meteors that plummeted from the sky. Rumble. Like a missile sweeping the ground, countless celestial fires exploded, creating a prairie fire that reduced countless ferocious beasts, even beast kings, to ash in the flames. The third move of the 18 blazing spears, plain fire. So powerful, Lin Qiansu watched a 6-winged flying snake beast king turn to ash in the flames, and couldn't help but choke. I thought the president's understanding of the laws wasn't strong. Turns out he was just teasing me. With the president's strength, even if 10 of me attacked him together, I'm afraid they'd be killed in one blow. Right, boom. At that moment, a piercing sonic boom echoed from the sky. Hill after hill was treated like stone, smashing down madly. Along with the hill came a massive figure. It stood 100 meters tall, covered in purple gold fur, as if clad in a layer of armor. It stood up, its eyes filled with a fierce gleam, its lips vibrating the air, and it uttered human language. You are courting death, Great Ape King. Lin Qiansu took a deep breath and put on a pair of crimson gloves. These crimson gloves, called Fire Flame, were purchased at a high price by the Great Sha War Zone after Li Ying sold several precious ores. Combined with various alloys, they were crafted specifically for Lin Qiansu, worthy of being used as a weapon by a satellite-level expert. As I said before, you've taken the benefit, so you'll have to work. This Great Ape King is the weakest, so I'll leave it to you. Fang Xing laughed heartily, soaring into the sky. Tens of thousands of meters above, a pair of sharp eyes fixed on him, it was the Great Fang Emperor. Whoosh! A dark shadow descended at breakneck speed. The Great Fang Emperor's wings were like knives, incredibly fast, slashing hundreds of times in an instant. Law of Wind, Fang Xing smiled faintly, his body twisting and twirling like a spirit leaping amidst flames. While his long-distance charge might not match the Great Fang Emperor, a natural flyer with the introductory Law of Wind, his short-distance maneuvers were no less impressive. Furthermore, with a single thrust, he activated the Law of Fire, gradually suppressing the Great Fang Emperor. As expected, the power varies dramatically depending on the degree of comprehension of the laws. If we categorize them by the proficiency panel, the entry-level proficiency level barely draws upon the power of the laws, performing various buffs and amplifications. With a most crude application, at the adept level, one can slightly control the power of the laws, exerting pressure and performing more delicate manipulations. I wonder what the mastery level will offer? Starting with the 7th form of the 18 spears of fiery fire, the comprehension of the laws is extremely high, requiring the heart of the law to be performed. Could this be a characteristic of the mastery level? But I don't need to comprehend the heart of the laws. My current understanding of the laws is enough to crush the Great Fang Emperor. As for the various changes and manifestations of further immersion in the laws, Fang Xing had only begun to comprehend the 7th form of the 18 spears of fiery fire, and the 8th form was completely incomprehensible to him. Not to mention the various techniques after the 10th form. But he was absolutely certain that the creator of a technique like the 18 spears of fiery fire must be a Dharma master, or someone who had fully comprehended the laws of fire. Fang Xing's spear tip moved, and countless flaming tassels formed in the air, transforming into a fiery beast. It roared and roared fiercely. Roar. The roar caused the Great Fang Emperor to pause for a moment. Then, it saw the spear tip burst like a flame, piercing through it. Puff. The Great Fang Emperor's head suddenly exploded. One shot. The Beast Emperor was dead. Chapter 337 Yuan Palace. Old Pang. At the very moment the Great Fang Emperor died, the Great Ape Emperor on the ground roared, and a halo of earthy yellow light enveloped its furry fist. Bang! Lin Qiansu barely managed to unleash his mastered half-lot palm before being sent flying. A crater several meters deep was slammed into a hillside, and blood streamed from his mouth and nose. Wow, so strong. This Great Ape Emperor is not only incredibly powerful, but his punches carry the weight of a mountain. He's definitely a master of the Earth Law, his understanding far surpassing mine. At that moment, he saw the Great Fang Emperor's corpse fall from midair, and a smile crossed his face. Great. Even if I die, I can still exchange for a beast emperor. Not too bad. Boom. A shadow emerged. It was the great ape emperor. Its eyes glowed crimson, and it stomped down with its mighty foot. Die. Just as Lin Qiansu closed his eyes, awaiting his death, he was suddenly enveloped by an earthy yellow light. A bronze-armored figure appeared before him and similarly delivered a punch. This punch wasn't as powerful as the Great Ape King's, seemingly ordinary. A single blow struck the Great Ape King's foot, and a tremor erupted. The Great Ape King was instantly sent flying backwards, his bones shattering in midair. By the time he landed, he had become a pile of mud. You, Senior, that's not right. Lin Qiansu, having narrowly escaped death, stared wide-eyed, finally confirming that the bronze-armored figure was devoid of any life force, a mere puppet. My master ordered me to hold the line, so seeing you were dying, I took action, puppet number 1 said calmly. The president actually has such a puppet? He killed the Great Ape King with a single punch. Lin Qiansu's heart was filled with turmoil. And his strength is so immense, he could single-handedly kill the Beast King. It seems everything before was just a joke. There must be something deeper behind every move the president makes. By the time Fang Xing landed, Lin Qiansu had already completely transformed. He followed him respectfully. President, there should be 3 Beast Kings here. Now that 2 of them are dead, the last, the Dragon King, has yet to appear. It's always been very mysterious. Let's go to the core of the borderland and take a look. Fang Xing, accompanied by the bronze-armored puppet, felt confident he possessed enough power to suppress a planet, so he naturally had no reservations. Master, this is from the Great Ape. The bronze-armored puppet handed over a stone shard. It looked so ordinary that even Fang Xing ignored it. What is this? Fang Xing's mind moved, and with a flick of his spear, he retrieved a similar stone shard from the Great Fang King's body. It seems to be some kind of token. My power can't destroy it, the bronze-armored puppet asked. You can't even destroy it. Fang Xing nodded, put the stone shard away, and followed Lin Qiansu to the deepest part of Shenangjia. Here, the sky was perpetually gloomy, the void like a mirror, faintly reflecting the image of another shattered world. The core of the border, Lin Qiansu's heart was filled with excitement. As long as this place is destroyed, the Shenangjia region will be free of ferocious beasts. What is that? Fang Xing, with his sharp eyesight, spotted a pitch-black palace within the shattered world. The palace was vast and majestic, estimated to be over 300 kilometers long. Even Xiao Wei couldn't explain the details of the border. Surely there's a great secret. He flashed his fire cloud spear, and a 1,000-meter-long crimson beam blasted through the core of the border. With a crash, the astonishing blow was instantly shattered by the void, leaving no trace. Lin Qiansu was stunned by the sight. At that moment, Fang Xing felt something strange moving within his stored ring. He flipped his hand, and 2 stone shards emerged. Each shard shone with a mottled glow. A resounding voice echoed directly into Fang Xing's ears, holding the token. Do you wish to enter the original Nightmare Palace? Looks like another secret realm. Fang Xing casually tossed a stone slab to Lin Qiansu. Try it first. Yes, Lin Qiansu gritted his teeth. I'll go. The next moment, a flash of silver light appeared, and his figure vanished. So powerful, Fang Xing had already released his senses, but even with his mastery of the law of fire, he couldn't detect how Lin Qiansu had vanished. Wait a minute, wait until there's a little time left before the descent ends, then enter and see. If Lin Qiansu can emerge within that time, all the better. He sat cross-legged, silently waiting. Perhaps the missing Dragon King is within this Yuanian palace. 1 day passed. 2 days. The 3rd day. Soon, Fang Xing hadn't seen the Dragon King or Lin Qiansu, but calculating that their return was imminent, he finally stopped hesitating. Go. His thoughts seeped into the stone slab, and with a flash of light, his figure vanished into space. Fang Xing's gaze focused, and he saw balls of flame materialize from thin air. Roar. Then, from the flames, fierce beasts leaped forth one after another, their bodies seemingly composed entirely of fire, their roars shaking the very air. Beast Kings? So many. The next moment, hundreds of fire beasts swarmed around him. Fang Xing's feet flashed like lightning, his body leaping like a leap of flame. As he dove, his fire cloud spear unleashed like a dragon, transforming into clouds of crimson fire that engulfed the fire beasts. Facing this siege, he harnessed his agility to the utmost, ensuring no enemies behind him and swiftly dispatching those in front. Puff. 10 minutes later, Fang Xing's spear swept across, reducing the last fire beast to ash. Boom! Just as the last fire beast was annihilated, Fang Xing felt a terrifying force of heaven and earth descend, paralyzing him. Good, very good. A beam of light descended, transforming into the figure of an old man with curved black horns atop his head. He was born with devil pupils, and now, looking at Fang Xing, his expression was filled with regret. Unfortunately, you're human, not of the Yuanian beast clan, so you can only become a registered disciple of the Yuanian palace. What do you mean? Fang Xing's face was filled with confusion. My master, known as the Yuanian palace master, is an extremely powerful being. As the Yuanian palace spirit, I have always followed his instructions and selected disciples for him. Your qualifications, understanding, and age, are more than enough to become his true disciple. Unfortunately, my master only accepts disciples from within his own clan. You and that little human who's still trying your luck can't even become inner disciples, you can only be registered disciples, another inheritance. Fang Xing's expression was almost strained. Could there be so many cosmic inheritances on the planet Daksha? That top-tier spaceship you're carrying also contains a legacy, right? The black-horned elder's gaze seemed to penetrate everything as he sneered. It's just a mere Star-Lord realm legacy. Aside from that spaceship, it's completely worthless. My master, the primordial nightmare palace master, is a mighty Dharma Lord? Damn it! Inside the Yuanzhong temple, Xiao Wei's eyes were bloodshot, yet he felt helpless. He hadn't noticed the other party before, yet he had been easily detected, proving the disparity in their levels. What merit has this planet, Daksha, to possess? It actually holds a Dharma Lord realm legacy, Fang Xing sighed. You overestimate yourself. After our master's death, his inner world collapsed, affecting several star systems and countless planets. Anyone who reaches the core of the junction and obtains the token will be taken to the primordial nightmare palace to undergo trials. There are over 10,000 such legacy points, similar to those on your planet, in the nearby star systems. The black-horned elder laughed heartily. The inner world collapsed, affecting several star systems? A whole new world can be cultivated within the body. Fang Xing suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. He had long known that the energy level and hierarchy of this Daksha world seemed far superior to the main universe. Now it seemed so. After all, the main universe only had one confirmed Dharma Master Realm powerhouse, the Creator, who was still in a dormant state. But in the Daksha world, there were many Dharma Master Realm powerhouses, and even higher Dao Master Realm powerhouses existed. This black-horned artifact spirit is extraordinary. Even the Yuanzhong Temple doesn't take it seriously, although, for Fang Xing, the Yuanzhong Temple was already an unimaginably top-tier spacecraft. Wait? So, the disaster of the ferocious beasts was caused by the collapse of your master's inner world? Fang Xing suddenly thought of something. No wonder Xiao Wei had always been so secretive about the borderland, believing it to be a cosmic wonder. It turned out to be connected to the death of a Dharma Master Realm powerhouse. Indeed, my master's inner world is a universe unto itself. The diameter of the main continent alone is over 9 trillion kilometers, the black-horned elder said proudly. After his fall, the inner world collapsed, creating special intersections with countless galaxies and planets. A single breath of my master's aura could bless an entire planet, giving rise to countless beast races. This is the gift of evolution. Fang Xing was speechless. With a continent 9 trillion kilometers in diameter, isn't that nearly the size of an entire solar system? Furthermore, these powerful aliens truly think differently and discriminate against humans. That's understandable. After all, they're not our kind, but dragging countless planets into the beast plague and considering it a gift. That's excessive. If they weren't defeated, they would definitely have beaten you up, as expected. While inheritance is wonderful, it's also fraught with danger. It could even be a dead end. Fang Xing sighed silently. Fortunately, the Yuanian palace master who inherited this inheritance only discriminated against humans. If it had been someone who hated them, the powerful human beings who entered the Yuanian palace might have been annihilated. Wait? If Li Ying dies, I wonder if I will automatically return, or lose this consciousness. A puzzling question emerged in Fang Xing's mind. And the relationship between the heart, mind, and soul in the secret book 10,000 Hearts that he had read before came to his mind again. According to the classics, mental power is the outermost layer of the soul, willpower is the middle layer, and the true spirit is hidden in the deepest part of the soul. So, I might be a true spirit that traveled through time? As long as this spirit doesn't have the means to kill the true spirit, it shouldn't be able to truly destroy me. Wait, he didn't mean to kill me, he just asked me if I wanted to be a registered disciple. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Three Dimensions. I wonder what the benefits and responsibilities of being a registered disciple are, Fang Xing inquired. In the universe, the law of cause and effect encompasses everything. Every cause has its effect, the black-horned elder smiled and said, for a true disciple, cause and effect are paramount. I won't tell you. If you're just a registered disciple, you can choose any item from the master's collection, such as C. As for the price, you swear an oath to the law. In the future, when you are able, if you encounter a Yuan beast in distress, you must help it once. Just once, yes, Fang Xing nodded. I, Li Ying, am willing to become a registered disciple. Can I choose first? Of course, the black-horned elder said meaningfully. Once you enter the Yuan palace, it will be difficult for anyone short of a Dharma master to leave. How could I, Li Ying, take the benefits and run? Fang Xing replied righteously. The black-horned elder waved his hand, and a screen of light appeared, divided into various categories: secret treasures, secret arts, weapons, spaceships, potions, companion beasts, and so on. There was even a search function, and the text was written in the Great Xia language. I've deliberately expressed it in your planet's language. Read it for yourself. You have an hour to make your choice. The black-horned old man was waiting there. Fang Xing simply skipped over the various physical objects and looked at the column of skills and secret techniques, scanning the text at a glance. By the way, how is that human who came in a few days after me? His talent is average, but with a few more decades of training, maybe he can pass the assessment to become a registered disciple. The black-horned old man smiled. As for that little snake, although its talent is a little lacking and its bloodline is a bit mixed, it only takes a few years to become a registered disciple. I understand. We treat them differently, Fang Xing grumbled inwardly, then paused his fingers after 59 minutes. This is it. The 9-source starry body tempering secret technique was created by a neutron-level warrior in the Star-Lord realm. The black-horned elder nodded. For those below the neutron level, it's a decent body tempering secret technique. As long as there's a celestial body, one can draw upon the starlight for cultivation. It doesn't require any particularly demanding celestial treasures or cosmic artifacts as a foundation, but once one reaches the neutron level, the body automatically becomes incredibly strong and formidable. Therefore, this secret technique is useless for cultivators above the neutron level. It's completely useless. The master stumbled upon this secret technique, glanced at it, and then casually tossed it into the treasure vault of C and others. Are you sure you want it? I'm sure. Fang Xing was at his wit's end. While there were other, better secret techniques, they required special resources to master. This was a real bummer. He didn't know if he could even come to this world. Even if he could, it would only be a spiritual consciousness descending, unable to take anything tangible with him. Very good, the black-horned elder casually pointed, and a legacy transformed into starlight, falling into Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. In an instant, he was indoctrinated with a 9-source star body tempering secret art. Alright, now, leave your oath on this stone tablet of law. The black-horned elder casually waved his hand, producing a strange stone tablet and placing it before Li Ying. Just leave your soul aura and repeat after me. Li Ying, wait. Again. Main universe. Whitebird Star, Galaxy Island. Fang Xing emerged from his hibernation capsule and briefly recalled the legacy, one by one surfacing in his memory. Star Palace Scroll, 18 Spears of Blazing Fire, 10,000 Hearts, Fire Palm, Wind and Fire Claw, 9-source Star Body Tempering Secret Art. Very good. I've already mastered the principles of fire. As long as I practice the Star Palace Scroll, absorb the cosmic source energy, open up the Star Palace, and condense the Fate Star, I'll immediately reach the satellite level. Even with a large supply of fire source crystals, rapidly ascending to the planetary level wouldn't be difficult. Star-Lord Realm satellite level is equivalent to the 8th level of combat power in the main universe. At the Star-Lord Realm, planetary level, One has a ninth realm combat power, equivalent to a martial god. But I don't have a source crystal, so I can only refine cosmic energy myself, which will slow my cultivation. And is there a conflict between the Star Palace's source power system and the warrior system? Even if one breaks through to become a Star-Lord realm planetary powerhouse, or even stellar level, or even above it, it can only be said that one's combat power has broken through to the 9th or 10th realm, not to the level of a martial god. After all, my path is the martial arts. These inheritances need to be thoroughly digested. The most urgent thing is to retreat immediately and fully digest the inheritance I have obtained. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. However, even if he could compile a method to break through to the Star-Lord realm, he certainly wouldn't give it to the Federation. He wouldn't even give away the complete fire profound secrets. As for the 18 blazing spears and flame palm, forget it. After all, there are still formidable enemies lurking within the Blue Star Federation. Would giving them to them be tantamount to aiding them? Giving away only a fragment of the fire profound secrets would at most slightly increase the combat power of martial saints and those at the 8th realm, but it wouldn't change the overall situation. The reason was even simpler. Fang Xing was a creator of laws, so it was understandable that he struggled to create a perfect system from scratch. Even if the Blue Star Federation conducted its own research, perfecting the cultivation process at the Star-Lord level would be no less challenging than creating a martial god level realm, and it would also be extremely time-consuming. I promised Ying that I would find the path beyond the martial god level, but that doesn't guarantee others will be able to follow suit. Besides, my foundation is still in the martial arts. Therefore, I need to digest this learning, integrate it into my attribute panel, adapt it to my own martial arts, and then see what changes occur. With this thought in mind, Fang Xing immediately entered the secret chamber and began a long period of seclusion. Several months later, inside the secret chamber, Fang Xing opened his eyes and habitually glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 85. Occupation, immortal warrior. 8th realm, martial saint. Serious injury, secret pattern of martial will. 388/400, master, 9 absolutes of star martial arts. 1997, 3000, grandmaster, Star Palace scroll. 77 out of 100, beginner, Great Sun Tathagata mantra. 111/800, grandmaster, Twin Guardian Book of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 1/800, grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata palm. 225/400, master, Law of Fire. 1/3200, proficient, Gate of the Heavens, charging. Has the Gate of the Heavens been completely closed and can no longer descend upon the Great Sha world? Unknowingly, I'm already an old man in my 20s. No, the lifespan of a martial saint is extremely long. I'm still a teenager at best. In fact, once I achieve mastery of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, I will undoubtedly be able to condense the Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya, ascend to the martial god, and achieve immortality. That's why I am very young. On the other hand, Xing Wujiji has amassed a vast inheritance from the Great Sha world, pushing his limits even higher. And the Star Palace scroll, Fang Xing observed his proficiency in the Star Palace scroll. His ability to master it, and even reach near proficiency, was undoubtedly due to his practice with Li Ying. Furthermore, after months of arduous training, Fang Xing had finally managed to integrate the source power cultivation system into his own martial arts. Blue Star martial arts focuses on physical strength and will. Physical strength maintains the body's ki and blood, and is traversed by meridians and acupoints. It is mainly located in the lower dantian of the human body, not to mention the will, which is located in the spirit platform, sea of consciousness, that is, the Niwen Palace, where the Sun Godhead is located. It belongs to the upper dantian, and the Star Palace to be opened up in the Star Palace scroll is located in the middle dantian, where the Ki Sea Snow Mountain is located. It absorbs cosmic energy and turns it into source power, which is somewhat similar to the internal force in novels and rumors. Fang Xing thought about it for a while, and felt that the Star Palace scroll had great potential. Could it be that the martial god's inability to break through to the higher realms is because Blue Star's martial arts are inherently flawed, lacking the crucial step of cultivating the middle dantian? Why is it so complementary to the source power cultivation system? And the mysteries of the laws have been minimally weakened. These two worlds must be somehow connected. Could it be the inner world of the powerful? As for the martial arts, it seems one must cultivate the upper, middle, and lower dantian simultaneously, Achieving perfection in all three divine palaces, before one can enter the realm of true immortality. Fang Xing wasn't sure if this cultivation of all three dimensions was the right approach, but he felt it was worth a try. Since the attribute panel was already recorded, there was clearly no danger. Damn it! If I could bring out a large amount of fire source crystals, I could quickly break through to the planetary level and master the power of the ninth realm. Right now, I can only rely on Martial Saint and my understanding of the laws, barely unleashing a few bursts of ninth realm power. If I want to compete with a newly crowned martial god, I'm afraid I'll have to use a mecha. This was Fang Xing preparing to catch fish. He anticipated the enemy's leniency. He felt that if the mastermind returned, the danger would be at least at the 9th level. If it was the 10th level, he could simply flee, returning when he reached unrivaled cultivation to settle accounts. But I've been waiting and waiting, decades, and the assassin still hasn't arrived. Shouldn't I give it another go? Fang Xing scanned the stats panel, noticing the severely injured mark after Martial Saint, which struck him as particularly striking. Well, let's recover first. Let's keep this a secret. If they find out, we can say I've gained insights from comprehending the mysteries of fire, grasping the profound meaning of rebirth from the ashes, and then restoring my Martial Saint strength. Let's see if they were anxious enough. He then needed to cultivate the Star Palace scroll, opening up the Star Palace, condensing the Fate Star, and drawing upon the cosmic energy. A severely injured body would be too much of a hindrance. Cultivating energy isn't about comprehending principles, it's about having a brain. Rather, the stronger the body, the faster and more efficient it will be in absorbing and refining energy. Great Sun Godhead, Fang Xing formed the Sunwheel seal with his hands, raising them to his brows. Between his eyebrows, the imprint of a crimson sun suddenly emerged, unleashing a terrifying burning force. Fang Xing's sea of consciousness instantly transformed into a furnace, transforming the boundless pollution, including the sex imprint, into fuel, rapidly igniting and burning. Even more, circles of great sun true fire and sun golden flame flowed along the veins between his eyebrows, connecting to the 12 meridians, continuously circling his body, incinerating the pollution within the very essence of life. Exhilarating, with his chronic illness gone, Fang Xing felt a sense of complete renewal. Furthermore, thanks to the immense tonic, his proficiency in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra had skyrocketed by over 100 points. Over these decades, my cultivation has never stagnated. If I hadn't first mastered the Great Sun Tathagata mantra to Grandmaster level, I wouldn't be able to master its subordinate, the Great Sun Tathagata palm. Now, all he needed to do was focus on mastering the Great Sun Tathagata palm, and he would quickly ascend to the martial godhood. 10 days later, a dark figure streaked across the universe, slowly descending into the atmosphere of Whitebird Star. A dense aura of defensive power enveloped the newcomer, making him appear hazy and his presence subdued, barely registering, not alerting the reconnaissance satellites in space. Without an entry record, as long as I remain undetected, I'll be invisible on Whitebird Star. It's worth all my efforts to cross the universe. Xing Island, Fang Xing, a thought emerged as the figure slowly descended. The landing area was clearly within the confines of Xing Island. It was night time. Fang Xing lay on the rooftop, gazing at the dazzling starry sky, silently drawing and refining his source energy. Source energy. Wherever the origin of the universe lies, source energy exists. With my Martial Saint's body and my second stage understanding of the law of fire, I absorbed the source energy of the universe much faster than ordinary practitioners. Tonight, I'm perfect for condensing the Star Palace and opening my middle dimension. In the Great Sha world, as long as one gains a basic understanding of the laws and inherits a legacy, ascending to the Star Lord realm is a piece of cake. The same is true in the main universe. Fang Xing's mind moved, and strands of crimson source energy emerged from the location of his middle dimension. With a crash, a strange Star Palace opened up, continuously absorbing and discharging the cosmic source energy. Within the Star Palace, the source energy continuously increased, condensed, and transformed into crimson crystals. Numerous crystals condensed and piled up, eventually forming a small life star. Star-Lord satellite level. Done. For Fang Xing, this was a piece of cake. Moreover, with the physique of a Martial Saint, opening the Star Palace and condensing the life star was a piece of cake, without even a hint of pain. My understanding of the laws is actually enough to advance to the planetary level. Unfortunately, I don't have the fire source crystal. If I absorb it slowly on my own, it will take at least several years, perhaps even decades. Fang Xing sighed. Meanwhile, in his upper Danshan, the Niwen Palace, the great sun god had slowly operated, constantly observing his middle Danshan. A huge sun set above the Star Palace, while below, a sea of blood like aura surged. After opening up his middle Danshan, Fang Xing observed his inner world for the first time, and all three Danshans vibrated simultaneously, emitting a strange frequency. So, cultivating all three Danshans simultaneously has this benefit: his expression blurred, and he entered a state of unity between man and nature. No, even higher than unity between man and nature, a state of unity between man and the universe. In this strange state of sudden enlightenment, Fang Xing felt as if he had merged with his surroundings. No, not the surroundings, not just a mere galaxy island, but Whitebird Star. Even, the entire galaxy, the universe. In this state, Fang Xing's willpower in his upper Danshan, his source power in his middle Danshan, and his spirit in his lower Danshan merged, seemingly giving birth to a whole new energy. But at this moment, a hint of discord shattered this state, causing Fang Xing to withdraw from his enlightenment. Its murderous intent. A martial god-level expert has infiltrated Whitebird Star and expressed a hint of murderous intent towards me. Fang Xing's eyes widened. If it weren't for the coincidence of cultivating all three Danshans simultaneously, he would have entered this strange state. Facing a martial god-level assassin would have been a life-threatening experience, even if he didn't die. The fear quickly dissipated, replaced by anger. How dare you interrupt my enlightenment? You still want to kill me? Die? Behind Fang Xing, a crimson sun emerged, its dazzling radiance illuminating the entire galaxy island, so much so that nearby ships almost thought they were witnessing a sunrise. Within the sun, the Tathagata's Dharma images converged and, with a resounding bang, pressed their palms towards a point in the sky. From the void, Buddhas emerged, flowers rained down from the sky, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. The ninth move of Vairocana Palm, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. Chapter 339 Rampage. The sun rises in the east. Thousands of golden Sanskrit characters fill the void of the universe, like a brilliant river, instantly overwhelming the starry sky. At the center of the endless golden Sanskrit, a figure is forced out of the void, facing the palm of 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. Ninth realm. No, this planet has actually recovered. Not only has its injuries healed, but it can now unleash the power of the ninth realm. The attacker raised a hand and pressed down. Surprisingly, it was the Tathagata palm, but it was the authentic Tathagata palm of Blue Star University, the ninth form, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun. In an instant, a golden Buddha emerged from the universe and brought down a palm towards Xing Island, seemingly wiping the entire island from the planet. Puff. The two enormous Buddha hands collided in the void, then both vanished into nothingness. A tsunami of over magnitude 10 suddenly erupted above the ocean, sending numerous orbiting satellites into frantic alarm. The entire Whitebird planet, and even the Dragon Galaxy, was alarmed by the sudden surge of ninth realm energy. Damn it, the attacker's palm, shimmering like jade, pressed down again. A golden sun emerged, rapidly descending towards Fang Xing. The first move of the Tathagata palm, Buddha's light illuminates everywhere. Fang Xing lifted his palm, and the great sun Godhead between his eyebrows quickly consumed a ray of the great sun's divine power, igniting a golden great sun flame. This was the first move of the great sun Tathagata palm. Great sun illuminates everywhere. Light. Infinite light. Infinite life. The dazzling brilliance instantly made the surrounding sea seem as if it were daylight. Equally matched, Fang Xing frowned slightly, knowing he had already lost. I only possess the power of the ninth realm through an extraordinary burst of energy. It can't last, and this martial god who attacked me by surprise hasn't used his full strength and is trying to hide his identity. Even the unique skills he's using are definitely not his most proficient. The most obvious evidence was that the opponent hadn't yet revealed his primordial spirit in Dharmakaya. For a martial god, the revelation of his primordial spirit in Dharmakaya represents the unleashing of his full combat power. Peerless martial arts, fueled by the primordial spirit in Dharmakaya, represent the pinnacle of combat power. But once the primordial spirit and Dharmakaya are revealed, attempting to conceal one's identity becomes a joke. This assassin is no ordinary newly promoted martial god. He's a peak martial god, perhaps even comparable to Yi Liuyan. Fang Xing quickly made a judgment. Those who ascend to martial godhood are generally powerful martial saints, their foundations built on the Vajra physique, the pinnacle of martial arts. But there's still a gap between martial gods. The weakest are naturally the newly ascended martial gods, considered ordinary ninth realm warriors. Of course, even the weakest martial gods are more powerful than the strongest martial saints. The gap between Dharmakaya and Dharmakaya is like the gap between earth and sky. Then there are those who have perfected numerous unique skills, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts with no further advancement, and reaching the pinnacle of martial godhood. The highest level is like Yucai, reaching the limit of martial godhood, able to launch a charge towards the next realm. And even nearly succeeding, the ultimate martial god. Of course, these don't even take into account the mechas power boost. The ultimate martial god is the ultimate power of the ninth realm, but if armored, he would reach the explosive star power of the 10th realm. After 2 moves, Fang Xing confirmed that this martial god was not from Blue Star University. The Tathagata palm was likely a casual dabble after reaching the martial god level. His true strength was at least that of a peak martial god. Fortunately, he was unarmored. Of course, this was normal. Seeing him sneak through in secret, it was clear that this assassination was a completely covert operation. Not to mention the Blue Star Federation's backward space technology, there was no storage facility suitable for mechas. Even if there were, the maintenance and logistics of a martial god mecha would require an entire industrial complex and countless technicians. Not only was it difficult to completely destroy the back-end data, but even the wear and tear and subsequent maintenance, with so many people watching, would undoubtedly lead to leaks. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the assassin to use a mecha. It's even possible that there wasn't a dedicated martial god mecha. If the opponent were a newly ascended, ordinary martial god, I might be able to fight him with the amplified Great Sun godhood and my extraordinary understanding of the laws. Although still a martial saint, Fang Xing believed he had already surpassed his limits. But the opponent is a peak-level martial god. I'm bound to lose if I continue fighting, let alone defeat him. Although surviving an assassination attempt would be considered a success, but what's the point of waiting for decades, if I don't kill him? My mind is not clear. Fang Xing activated his Immortal Warrior ability, and the Great Sun Tathagata's Dharma image quickly condensed, transforming into the Great Sun Infant. The Great Sun Infant chuckled and began to summon its own natal spirit treasure. Xinghai Company. Mecha Factory. What's going on? Dr. Wang and Vigalia were there, along with many technicians and workers. They were all startled by the sudden outbreak of the battle between the martial gods in the night sky and had taken refuge here. As the factory where Fang Xing's exclusive mecha was built, its protective measures were top-notch, theoretically capable of withstanding the aftermath of battles at the 8th or even 9th realms. It was like an ordinary worker, faced with danger, immediately taking shelter behind the company's valuable equipment. I don't know, Dr. Wang's eyes widened, a bit dazed. Boss. Has the boss recovered? At that moment, a large amount of solar true fire erupted, one of which fell towards the factory area. A hiss. From the void, a pitch-black python's martial arts form appeared, devouring the flames in one gulp. A graceful figure landed on the ground. It was none other than Nanguangzu. A martial god is attacking. How's Fang Xing's exclusive mecha? Nanguangzu's eyes flashed as she glanced at Dr. Wang. Even if Fang Xing recovered, he was still only a martial saint. To confront a martial god, the only way was to fight in armor. Well, the boss's mech was essentially completed 20 years ago. We've been maintaining it constantly, and it's in great shape. But the boss hasn't even used it once, Dr. Wang stammered, wiping the sweat from his face. As he spoke, they both gazed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows at the dark, sinister mech, over 100 meters tall, resembling a small giant. At that moment, something abruptly changed. The mech's eyes suddenly lit up, flashing crimson light wildly. A piercing alarm blared throughout the factory. Black Reaper activated, a researcher exclaimed, looking at the exploding data on his computer. How is that possible? The eternal crystal furnace isn't even turned on yet. How can it be activated without a primary energy source? Dr. Wang retorted instinctively. But then, a rumble. The factory began to tremble, as if from a small earthquake. The ground twisted, heaved, and cracked, revealing fissures as hideous as a centipede. Countless cracks converged, and at their center lay Fang Xing's personal mech, the Black Reaper. Crack! Crack! The alloy steel plates securing the mecha's body wailed under the weight, twisting and buckling as a giant, pitch-black metal hand tore them apart like thin paper. With a roar, the factory's dome ripped open, and the Black Reaper's alloy restraints shattered, sending it tilting its head back and roaring into space. Roar! The piercing sound wave spread in all directions. Suddenly, pale bone spurs erupted from its back, tearing through flesh and metal deck, rapidly growing into a pair of hundreds-meter-long skeletal wings. Black Reaper, raging, raging, Dr. Wang wailed. This was a unique side effect of a biological mecha, or perhaps an evil god mecha. A purely scientific mecha wouldn't have been able to do this. Under Nangguangzu's intense gaze, the Black Reaper simply flapped its skeletal wings, and its form vanished in an instant, over the sky above Xing Island. Damn it, the martial god, who had been hiding his true self, finally lost his patience. Clouds gathered behind him, and his martial spirit soared into the sky, merging with his primordial spirit, transforming into his primordial spirit Armachea. It was a female war god draped in golden armor, holding a golden scepter in one hand and a golden round shield in the other. Beneath the primordial spirit Armachea, the assassin was actually a Valkyrie with long, flowing golden hair, a sculpted figure, and azure eyes. You are Venus, the martial goddess of War University. Fang Xing's eyes narrowed as he recognized the attacker. War University is a first-rate university, and a top-tier one at that. It's not just the 3 super premier universities that can cultivate ninth realm professionals, the top-tier universities can do just as well. In fact, War University has always harbored ambitions to become a super premier university. When Blue Star University declines, it will most likely overthrow it. To replace Blue Star University and become a super premier is the dream of most War University faculty and students. After confirming Venus's identity, Fang Xing immediately thought of many things. War University has always been passionate about war, and it's closely tied to the major faction in the Federation. The death-fighting faction. Is the pro-war faction targeting Blue University, or is it a faction within the pro-war faction? The mastermind behind the murder of the Blue Star twins has gradually surfaced. However, Fang Xing still has many doubts. It doesn't matter. Once we capture her, everything will be clear. Of course, in Venus's eyes, she was determined to kill Fang Xing. A layer of light, like dusk, suddenly appeared on her palm, transforming into various weapons. With a momentum of annihilation, they fell with a thunderous roar. The martial arts departments of the 3 top-tier universities all have their own unique martial arts. For example, Blue Star University's Tathagata Palm, St. Armor University's Nuclear Flat Palm, Nine Swords Academy's Star-Destroying Sword and Sky-Severing Blade. As a top-tier institution, War University was originally expected to learn the peerless martial arts of the other 3 universities. However, it also later gathered the power of numerous martial saints to create a unique martial art called Ragnarok. Venus was the first female warrior to successfully ascend to the Valkyrie through Ragnarok. Using her war goddess Armachea, she unleashed Ragnarok, its power multiplied by that of a simple Tathagata palm. Fang Xing suddenly felt a surge of difficulty. Fire, his astral palace trembled, and the source of fire energy emerged, transforming into a crimson spear. A ball of flame erupted from the spear's tip, and between heaven and earth, a fiery beast suddenly appeared, roaring and raging to the heavens. 18 spears of blazing fire, the 6th move, Fire God's Wrath. Chapter 340, Fighting in Armor. Roar. Across the ocean, the flaming beast roared, striking down the light of Ragnarok. The twilight radiance transformed into scimitars, battle axes, bows and arrows, shields, crossed swords, and other weapons, thundering down, only to be utterly shattered by the flaming beast. Impossible. Venus's beautiful face finally cracked with shock at this sight. Before, she hadn't utilized her primordial spirit Armachea, and she was already amazed that Fang Xing, a martial saint, could even fight her. But now, with her full power, unleashing the Ragnarok she had painstakingly deduced, its destructive power was undoubtedly at the upper 9th realm, yet the result was still an even match. Has the Blue Star Federation ever produced such a talented warrior? Unfortunately, my star palace cultivation still lacks the energy to transform my natal star from a satellite into a planet. Otherwise, even without armor, I could easily kill you. Fang Xing sighed inwardly. He was, after all, only a satellite, his energy cultivation comparable to that of an 8th realm. Like the martial saint, they couldn't sustain their power. Killing an 8th realm professional was easy, but facing a 9th realm professional was more challenging. Especially since this martial goddess Venus was a master of the 9th realm. The more talented, the more damned. Venus clasped her hands together and raised them high, like a vase. Behind her, The goddess of war performed the same gesture, and a vase, like the condensation of dusk light, emerged, its mouth aimed at Fang Xing light. The dusk light dominated all forces of decay, shattering the great sun realm and reaching Fang Xing. Swoosh! The dusk light bombarded the pitch-black mecha before abruptly dissipating. A strange mecha suddenly appeared in midair. It was pitch black, its eyes crimson, and a pair of hundreds-meter-long, white bone wings sprouted from its back. It was the Black Death. At this moment, the Black Death clasped its hands together, seemingly enveloping Fang Xing. Fang Xing chuckled softly and stepped into the Black Death's chest. The bone armor and flesh automatically unfolded, as if he had melded right into it. Fighting in armor? Trouble. For the first time, Venus felt the urge to flee. With a great sun infant refining the mecha core, Fang Xing entered the Black Death with incredible ease, entering the main cockpit directly. Then, countless neural networks connected with his body. Boom. Boom. A pounding heartbeat reached Fang Xing's ears. This mecha felt like a living being. Not just a living being, but a living being with combat power comparable to the ninth realm, possessing a deep understanding of the laws. Layers of secret patterns of will illuminated, enveloping the mecha in a deep white glow. It was the power of death. The Federation's biological evil god mecha could harness some of the power of the evil god's offspring. Of course, Fang Xing saw something else. He saw a deep white, beating heart. Above it, strange patterns resembling overlapping blood vessels. The law of death? Such a clear law of death? It's on par with the Vulcan pillar, right? No, that's not right. It's still far inferior to the Vulcan pillar, probably only at the level of the heart of the law of death. This requires at least a third stage of law comprehension, the mastery level. The sign of reaching the mastery level of law comprehension is the condensation of the corresponding heart of the law. Fang Xing sensed that the Black Death was extremely special, like a completely new kind of half-alive, half-dead life, and at its core was this pale heart. Possessing the foundational strength of the ninth realm, and engraved with the heart of the law of death. This probably has a lot to do with it being the only offspring of the pale matrix, inheriting some of the power of the extraterritorial evil god. Fang Xing's martial will emerged with a mighty force, permeating every part of the mecha like an extension of his perception, as if he had become the Black Death. And with it, a fierce malice. This was the residual will of the evil god's offspring within the mecha, rejecting him. After all, it was he who had killed the pale offspring. Well done. You have such potential. What will happen once you grow? It wasn't just the mind. Within the mecha itself, there was also flesh and blood contamination, flowing along the neural network. Fortunately, as a martial saint, Fang Xing's will had long surpassed the realm of the exotic beast diagram, entering the realm of the nameless diagram. His body, even that of a Vajra, he endured it with equanimity. And then, the crimson glow in the Black Death's eyes gradually faded, a hint of deep paleness quietly emerging. The foundational strength of the offspring of the heretic god, combined with such a high level of comprehension of the laws, no wonder the martial saint mecha can unleash the combat power of the ninth realm. No, with the heart of death as its reliance, its potential limit, is indeed the combat power of the 10th realm. That's a martial god level mecha. Can I control the martial god mecha now? In terms of willpower, my willpower has long since broken through to the martial god level, so it's not a big problem, but in terms of physique, even if I'm the strongest martial saint among the 3 Danshin cultivators, I still seem to be a little short of the martial god's physique. But if I practice the 9 source stars body tempering secret technique, there will be absolutely no problem. So, it's possible that I could control the martial god mecha and unleash the combat power of the 10th realm when I'm a martial saint. Unfortunately, the heart of death aboard the Black Death is not the heart of flame. However, laws apply to all universes. Since the heretic god's authority is the embodiment of law, perhaps those cosmic wonders contain high concentrations of source crystals, or something similar. If I can find a large number of substitutes and absorb the pure source power from them, my advancement to the planetary level will be very fast. As his mind raced, Fang Xing looked at Venus. The most important thing now was to capture, or even kill, this Valkyrie. With my current strength, defeating her is easy, but capturing her alive is difficult. I have no choice but to kill her. Fang Xing had a clear understanding of his own strength. After donning his armor and fighting, his base combat power had reached the 9th realm. The Black Death, however, was practically no different from the bronze-armored men of the Great Sha world. They were both mere puppets. Furthermore, although his comprehension of the law of death had reached the 3rd stage, Condensing the heart of the law of death, he could only utilize it mechanically, with no possibility of further advancement. Even so, even with a slight activation, he could become a crushing force within the ninth realm. However, within the same realm, defeating her was easy, killing her was difficult, and capturing her alive was even more challenging. If the heart of the law of fire had been inscribed, Fang Xing would have been confident of capturing her alive. Now, all he could do was try. Fang Xing's martial will fully merged with the secret patterns of the Black Death's martial will, connecting his nerves. He felt as if he had become the Black Death. At that moment, with a thought, the white bone wings behind her gently flapped. A pitch-black figure, 100 meters tall, instantly arrived before the martial goddess Venus and struck down with a claw. For the martial saint mecha, what weapon could rival the mecha itself? Its hands were sharper and harder than any divine weapon. Fang Xing clawed down, and a deep white light erupted from its arms, bringing winter and death to all creatures wherever it passed. The pale light enveloped everything. Even the dusk glow seemed to be instantly extinguished by all life. Venus's might erupted, and the war goddess's Dharmakaya behind her paused, transforming her scepter into a golden spear. Spear of Ares, her Dharmakaya, piercing heaven and earth, also reached 100 meters in height. The massive golden Valkyrie, spear in hand, instantly engaged the Black Death. This was a battle between martial gods. Enough to silence all observing individuals and organizations. Bang, bang. The two giant figures clashed endlessly, displaying a variety of extraordinary feats and skills. Bang. Finally, Fang Xing reached out with one claw, clamping onto Ares's spear. A flash of azure light erupted, causing the war goddess's Dharma body to begin to collapse. If I had a mecha, you would die today, Venus snorted coldly, suddenly retreating and soaring into space. She was only a martial god of the War University, after all. Her exclusive mecha at the martial saint stage had already consumed a vast amount of favors and resources. At the martial god stage, it wasn't her turn to construct a mecha. After all, martial god level mechas were extremely resource intensive. Even the cheapest evil god mecha required the materials of the outer realm evil god's body. Even if the Nine Swords Academy had the remains of the moon god, they would immediately supply them to our own sea-breaking martial god. This assassination attempt failed. I've been exposed. I can only follow the backup plan. There's an unauthorized spaceship on a meteorite in outer space. After boarding, we can flee directly to the Fire Luo clan. The Fire Luo clan, an alien race bordering the Blue Star Federation, possesses formidable overall talent and technological prowess. More crucially, they secretly worship the Chaos Fire, one of the three pillars of the extraterritorial evil god. According to secrets Venus has uncovered, the extraterritorial evil god, the Lord of Entropy, was spawned from the Chaos Fire. The creator is about to awaken, and the three-pillar level beings have begun to appear frequently. My choice was the right one. Venus cast one last glance at Fang Xing before transforming into a streak of rainbow light and soaring into space. Want to leave? Fang Xing sneered. The entire Black Death was covered in a layer of pale lines. Boom. Boom. A violent heartbeat echoed. This heartbeat shook the heavens and earth, originating both from the Black Death mecha and from the Valkyrie Venus. Fang Xing indifferently extended his right hand. Within the mecha's pitch-black hand, he grasped an illusory, bright red heart. Boom. The heart continued to beat, dripping crimson blood. Venus, fleeing, suddenly felt a sense of impending disaster. The law of death is originally an extremely powerful law, but I still can't fully display it. Fang Xing kept exerting force on the mecha hand holding the bright red heart. Generally speaking, after those martial saints and martial gods obtain their own exclusive mechas, they will specifically comprehend the armor that is most suitable for their own mechas. If it were me, I would have a higher talent for understanding the law, and perhaps I could develop a set of death fists, just like Lin Kaian's who created his own martial arts. Originally, in this battle, I could directly use the law of death to curse, but I am not proficient in it. And I have to go through many battles before I can lock its breath and use the power of the law of death. Die, bang. In the hands of the Black Death, the bright red heart burst. The third update will be later. Chapter 341 Xingwu. The moment her illusory heart shattered, Venus's face flashed with agony, clutching her heart. Any ordinary person would have likely died. But she was a martial god after all, her life force immensely powerful. Even with a vital part like her head severed, she could survive for a while. Even after her head was sewn shut, it could heal rapidly and continue fighting. Even if Fang Xing attacked with a law of death, shattering her heart was merely superficial. The truly terrifying thing was that the impact of the law of death weakened her life force like a candle in the wind, resulting in immediate and severe injury. If she failed the death judgment, it wouldn't be a serious injury, but an immediate death. Now, Fang Xing's mech flapped its bony wings, and he suddenly rushed into space, his hands outstretched, ready to capture the Valkyrie alive. He intended to hunt down every culprit behind the previous incident. By this point, Venus was extremely weak, and the possibility of her capture had increased dramatically. Venus, if you want to survive, cooperating with me is your only way. Fang Xing's will surged, charging at Venus, attempting to shake the Valkyrie's resolve. On the Black Death, white bones pierced flesh and deck, bulging outward, forming a bone cage to trap Venus. Death, a thought struck Venus, and her resistance weakened considerably. That's right. She wanted to live. She was a Valkyrie, her will was free. Therefore, her decision to betray the Blue Star Federation, assassinate Fang Xing, and join the Fire Luo tribe were all her own. Since they were her own decisions, she had no regrets. And now, choosing to be captured alive over death was also a matter of free will, and she had no regrets. But the next moment, the Valkyrie's expression changed dramatically. Before her eyes, an unknown dimension seemed to emerge, revealing a spindle and a nearby screen. On the screen, lines of text appeared. Venus believed her will was free, and she indeed was, but her fate had long been controlled by. She became a martial god thanks to his grace, and now, she is about to die. Venus's face changed drastically, and her pupils lost all color, becoming a dark gray. With a swish, the Black Death opened its palm, revealing Venus's corpse. Incredibly, dead? Impossible. The power of my law of death shouldn't be this great. The Black Death's deck opened, and Fang Xing flew out. He gazed at Venus's corpse and placed a hand on her head. Drawing on the soul-searching techniques of the Great Sun Infant and the profound mysteries of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra, he sought to uncover as many clues as possible. Boom! The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra activated, incinerating the remaining souls gathered by the mystical magic. Then, Fang Xing suddenly saw the room, along with a gigantic machine and screen within. What is this? An alien evil god? An alien evil god that controls the laws of fate? Fang Xing was startled. Even just seeing it in his memory filled him with a shudder. Even when he tried to trace it back to its source, a sense of peril washed over him. A crucial part of her past has been hidden. How did she become a part of the martial god? The martial god's will is free, otherwise she wouldn't be able to ascend. But at a crucial moment, her fate seems to have been disturbed, a direct disturbance. Fang Xing's face was solemn. After his trip to the Great Sha world for further training, he now had a deeper understanding of the evil god's authority. The power of laws varies. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are fundamental, but in another world, perhaps earth, fire, wind, and water are the foundation. But no matter how it's changed, the laws of time, space, and even fate and destiny are all absolutely supreme laws. Destiny, could it be one of the 3 pillars? Fang Xing's communicator was already flooded with messages. He thought for a moment and called Na Ying. 30 years of experience had proven that he was at least a comrade. The War of the Martial Gods broke out on Whitebird Planet. What's going on? Na Ying's voice was tinged with anxiety. Are you safe? I'm safe. I was assassinated by the martial god Venus and defeated her, but she died inexplicably. I've sent you the video, Fang Xing replied. With satellites everywhere in the sky, this battle couldn't be concealed. Besides, defeating a martial god in his own metro wouldn't oversell his strength. Teacher. I'm fine, Fang Xing said finally. Healed? Good, good. Na Ying was delighted, but then fell silent again when he saw the video. Vice President of War University, Venus the martial god. Yes, the body is still with me, Fang Xing said. Is it the death-fighting faction? One of the pro-war factions? The War University faction. Are they coveting our Blue University's status? No, that's unlikely, Na Ying replied subconsciously. What kind of a pro-war faction would it be if the pro-war faction assassinated their own genius? It could be a conspiracy by the War University gang, or even, just Venus's personal behavior. Na Ying also felt that there was a possibility that the mastermind behind this was deliberately using Venus the martial god to drag War University, or even the death-fighting faction, into this. I feel the same way, Fang Xing sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Every senior executive was no fool, even the mastermind. However, Venus is a martial god after all. Anyone who could contact her and incite her to rebellion is definitely not an ordinary person. If we investigate, we'll definitely find clues, Fang Xing said. Besides, before her death, she told me something in her martial arts will, such as a secret room with a spindle and a screen that can be used to interfere with fate. Interfering with fate? Na Ying asked. Are you sure it's fate? In the Blue Star Federation, some superpowers do seem to involve fate, such as those with vector manipulation abilities. But rather than interfering with fate, they're more like predicting the future through big data, than creating variables and altering it. True fate is never interfered with. Or maybe, it's destiny, Fang Xing thought for a moment, then replied with a sigh. We've never encountered an extraterritorial evil god with powers like fate and destiny. If it appears, it's likely one of the three pillars, Na Ying sighed. Once, only one pillar level being, the Void Gate, was active. The other two were suspected to be dead, missing, or dormant. I didn't expect it to finally appear. I've reported your case to the Federal Security Council. Someone will be coming to retrieve the body of the martial god Venus soon. Please cooperate. After disconnecting the communication, Fang Xing piloted the Black Death back to the factory. Boss, Dr. Wang immediately greeted him. The mech suddenly went berserk just now. Well, it's probably because it's so compatible with me, sensing danger and attacking me, Fang Xing dribbled casually. Impossible. The Eternal Crystal isn't charged yet. Dr. Wang squatted on the ground, puzzled, his head aching. You fought in armor and killed a martial god. Nanguangzu removed her virtual glasses, seemingly catching a glimpse of the battle from space. Her eyes looked at Fang Xing with tears in their eyes. She was only defeated. Her death was inexplicable. It feels like a predestined death to me, but it doesn't feel like fate. It might be destiny, Fang Xing frowned. If the mastermind truly controlled fate, it would have put him in a desperate situation. Therefore, perhaps only those who remain together for a long time, or those who meet certain prerequisites, can gradually exert influence and contaminate, and thus control the fate of the contaminated? And the Black Reaper. You've indeed secretly modified it, Nanguangzu continued. Based on its performance today, I know no one can take it away from you. Fang Xing felt a little guilty, but then he regained his composure. It's my property. I can modify it at will. By the way, I can provide you with a batch of high-quality heretic god materials. In exchange, I need Professor Hung Chunfeng's technical support for subsequent upgrade plans for the Black Reaper. Subsequent upgrade plans. Nanguangzu had been delighted to hear that her martial Saint Metra had been found. But upon hearing the upgrade plan, his expression changed. Are you going to break through to martial god? For me, it's a simple matter. Therefore, martial god class mechas need to be prepared, Fang Xing replied matter-of-factly. Upgrades and design margins were included from the very beginning of the Black Death's design. I will provide a batch of extraterritorial evil god level wreckage with the power of death. Upgrading the Black Death to martial god class will be no problem. Any martial god class mecha can unleash the power of the 10 realms. That's enough to destroy a planet. I'll do my best to convince Professor Han, but the construction of a mecha of this power requires federal approval. It might be easier to get approval after you achieve martial god, Nanguangzu suggested. Apply first. I think there's a good chance it'll be approved, Fang Xing said. After all, he was now a renowned genius within the Federation, a law creator, and he had regained his original strength, if not surpassed it. The Federation had wronged him in the past. Wasn't it only right that they compensated him? This was a bit of a genius's willfulness, after all. A few days later, inside the villa, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, silently reviewing his situation. The Federation's corpse collectors have already departed with the martial goddess Venus's corpse. I don't know how far they can track her down. But with Na Ying and the Academy, or at least Blue Mountain watching closely, there will be progress sooner or later. The battle with the martial god still exposed many of my shortcomings. That sudden realization of the unity of heaven and man, the harmonious integration of man and the universe, is something you only encounter once in a while. The resonance of the three dimensions, the fusion of martial will, source power, and spirit, was only the beginning, or even just a trend. Thinking back now, even if I hadn't been interrupted, if I had continued, I would probably still have failed. As the world of immortal cultivation says, my three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit are not in harmony. Without balance, accidents are likely to happen, Fang Xing sat cross-legged silently, the great sun god head between his eyebrows radiating brilliantly. My spirit resides in the upper Danshan. The will of the martial god can even face the main body of a pillar-level existence. Blue Star warriors specialize in willpower. In terms of willpower, they are even comparable to other 10-level professionals. Not to mention, I have also condensed the great sun god head, but as for the key in the middle Danshan, my source power training has just begun. Only satellites have been condensed in the Star Palace, which is barely the 8th level. Although my understanding of the laws has reached the 9th level, I still lack the accumulation of source power. In this regard, I can either practice hard on my own or go to the Federal Treasury and look for something the same or similar to the Fire Source Crystal. The last essence in the lower Danshan is my martial saint physique and spirit. It's also only the 8th level. If I want to break through to the martial god level, I still need to upgrade the Great Sun Tathagata Palm to the Grandmaster level and sublimate the Dharmakaya into the Dharmakaya, a cultivator's 3 treasures of spirit, energy and spirit. If not completely balanced, at least they can't differ too much. When my source power training is promoted to the planetary level and my martial arts path reaches the martial god. Although my spirit is still too strong, it will definitely be much more balanced than it is now. Then, I'll try the resonance and integration of the 3 Danshans. Perhaps that will be the opportunity to break through to the 10th realm. Although Principal Yi Liuan didn't have as many systems and resources as Fang Xing, he still managed to break through to the 10th realm. But Fang Xing was different. If he could achieve perfection, he would naturally strive for it. Moreover, Yi Liuan might have reached the ultimate limit of a martial god, but that was only within the Blue Star martial arts system. When Fang Xing ascends to martial god, he will undoubtedly be even stronger than Yi Liuan, because he has reached the ultimate limit within his own martial arts system. I believe my foundation is still in the martial arts. Therefore, my martial arts incorporate the essence of the immortal cultivation system and the source power cultivation system. The 10th realm I've broken through to may also be different from Principal Yi's. It's even possible that this is the true path of a warrior. After breaking through, will I achieve true immortality? Is self-reliance truly immortal, unaffected by the destruction of one's foundation or the influence of external forces? Fang Xing had a vague understanding. Martial god Yi Liuan appeared to have successfully broken through to the 10th realm, his will and immortal body merging into one, seemingly immortal. But his foundation crumbled under the influence of external forces, proving he wasn't truly immortal. True immortality is self-contained, self-sufficient, unaffected by any external rules, remaining eternally immortal. Even attempting this initially is difficult, extremely difficult. This is because the very essence of Blue Star martial arts is flawed. Lacking the cultivation of the middle Danshan, Yi Liuan may appear successful, but in reality, even without the intervention of a Dharma master, he could still fail. Even if he truly breaks through the 10th realm, it will only be a fragmented 10th realm, like a mecha, possessing combat power but nothing else. My martial arts have surpassed Blue Star martial arts. Its foundation lies in the 3 great Danshans, cultivating both spirit and will. The comprehension of the laws and the cultivation of the true spirit will never be abandoned. This is my way of Star martial arts. Star martial arts means new martial arts. It also encompasses Fate Star martial arts and Square Star martial arts. Chapter 342 Xianzhen. At night, Fang Xing gazed at the endless stars in space, his mind gradually dispersing. The 9-origin star body tempering secret art is a legacy from the Yuan Palace. Although it's only a neutron star level inheritance, it's already quite remarkable. According to the combat power conversion of this universe, the Star-Lord realm satellite level is equivalent to an 8th level professional. Planetary level is equivalent to 9th level professional. Stellar level is equivalent to 10th level professional. Red Giant level is equivalent to 11th level professional. Neutron star level corresponds to the Blue Star Federation's highest 12th level combat power. In fact, the entire Blue Star Federation does not even have a true 12th level professional. They can only rely on the combined efforts of 11th level professionals, supplemented by technology, to create a temporary 12th level destructive force. In other words, this secret art is enough to make me surpass all professionals in the entire Federation. Fang Xing's mental power continued to spread, capturing the radiance of the stars from the universe, constantly channeling it into his own star palace. The application of this mental power naturally came from the secret code of the 10,000 hearts. With a martial god level willpower, Cultivating mental power techniques was truly a masterstroke, and he encountered virtually no obstacles. Mental power, soul power, and divine consciousness are actually the same thing. Strictly speaking, they're just the outermost layers of the soul. Above mental power is willpower, located in the middle layer of the soul. The core of the soul, beyond willpower, is the true spirit. Unfortunately, even the most advanced cosmic civilizations don't know how to cultivate the true spirit. This secret technique requires only the induction of the stars to begin with. Most importantly, it can temper one's physical body to the hardness of a neutron star. Although Fang Xing had also collected some physical cultivation techniques within the world of immortal cultivation, he simply didn't bother practicing them. In terms of comprehensiveness and development, they couldn't compare to the various hard techniques of blue star martial arts. But this technique, the 9-source star body tempering secret art, which originated from a higher realm, was completely different. After just a few attempts, Fang Xing felt his martial saint level physique had been further refined. Utilizing source power to channel starlight, to practice this bodybuilding secret technique, the practitioner must possess at least source power, equivalent to the Star-Lord realm. Fang Xing pondered, so even if this method were to be spread, local warriors wouldn't be able to practice it, let alone gain entry. For me, firstly, because I possess source power, and secondly, the entry level corresponds to an 8th realm physique. Was it so easy to enter the realm? He glanced at the attribute panel. 9-source star bodybuilding secret technique. 1/100, entry level. 9-source star bodybuilding secret technique corresponds to the 5 major proficiencies. The entry level should be the martial saint physique. Since my body already meets the requirements, I was able to enter easily. The proficient level corresponds to the martial god physique. In the world of immortal cultivation, that's a 5th level physical cultivation. Capable of resisting a divine transformation venerable. At the mastery level, even ordinary star-level cultivators would be unable to break through their defenses. At the master level, the physical strength rivals that of a red giant star. The final grandmaster rank represents the highest stage of the mystic arts, representing the formidable physique of a star-lord neutron star-level warrior. Neutron-level masters, like the gray-robed Marcus, can freely roam among advanced cosmic civilizations. They are absolute powerhouses in the great Xia universe. Had it not been for bad luck, encountering a transcendent black hole-level being, they wouldn't have suffered such a miserable demise. The proficiency levels for the Star Palace scroll seem to be similar. Grandmaster level proficiency corresponds to advancement to the neutron star level. Generally speaking, the Star-Lord realm is the pinnacle of the neutron star level, after which one must consider how to advance to the Dharma Lord realm. The Star Palace scroll only reaches the neutron star level, without any further advancement to the Dharma Lord realm. Furthermore, the black hole level is a very unique realm, not something that can be achieved through mere cultivation. Once I reach the proficient level in the 9-source star body tempering secret art, my physique will rival that of a martial god, capable of confronting a divine transformation master with pure physical strength. A martial god level physique, enough to control a martial god level mecha. Of course, there's no need to blindly pursue the myth of a martial saint controlling a martial god level mecha. Whether at the planetary or martial god level, you must continue to accumulate and break through whenever you can. As Fang Xing pondered this, he stirred his source power, mixing it with the starlight, flowing through his limbs and bones. This 9-source star body tempering secret art primarily involves using mental power to draw secret patterns in your mind and channel the starlight. Starlight is a very unique energy, one that the Blue Star Federation has long utilized. However, when combined with source power and combined with the visualization diagrams in the body tempering secret art, it becomes a supreme body refining elixir. This technique is truly worthy of my careful selection. The most crucial thing is that starlight is everywhere, so there's no need to worry about a shortage of resources. In fact, when it comes to true body refining techniques, even within the 3rd rank inheritance, there are far more powerful ones. For example, the 10,000 devouring demon body boasts an astonishing cultivation speed. In the later stages, it's claimed that its body devours everything, achieving a perfected physique capable of confronting even those at the Dharma Master level. However, practicing this technique is not only extremely difficult to begin with, but also requires the consumption of the black hole spirit fluid, a rare treasure Fang Xing had never even heard of. Otherwise, there's even the risk of death during cultivation. Fang Xing pondered for a long time before choosing this secret technique. Even if its effects were less effective and its cultivation slowed, at least it wouldn't be hindered by the environment. Once I'm done with my training, it's time to venture into the heretic god's world. Not only to gather food to evolve the great Sun Tathagata mantra, but also to gather materials for the Black Death and Nanguangzu's mecha. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Xing took a walk on the beach. A projection of Little Blue appeared beside him, swirling around him. Master, Master. The news of your recovery has spread, and my address book is exploding. Master, Master, the video of you fighting in armor has gone viral. So handsome. Master, Master, you have a call from Principal Xiaolong. Fang Xing grumbled a few words and ordered Little Blue to handle it. Master, Master, there's the news you told me to pay attention to, Little Blue suddenly said. Oh? Let's see. Fang Xing piqued his interest. Little Blue immediately projected a screen from his eyes, revealing a news flash. According to our newspaper, President Andrew Doyle of War University has announced his resignation due to health reasons. The new president will be Marshal Saint Xia Fanghe. The screen showed a bird's eye view of a vast university. A female reporter was interviewing a middle-aged Marshal Saint. Excuse me, Marshal Saint Xia, what's the health reason behind President Andrew's resignation? Xia Fanghe, with his square face and strong, straight features, said expressionlessly, no comment. Okay, then, according to Federation Convention, Vice President Venus Marshal Saint should have assumed the position of President of the War University. But Ms. Venus seems to have been absent for a long time. She was on a series of visits to the Dragon Galaxy when she suddenly disappeared mid-trip. Rumors are circulating that a martial god war broke out on Whitebird Star. I wonder what you, Marshal Saint Xia, think of this. Xia Fanghe's face twitched. No comment. Is this finally happening? Fang Xing knew that President Andrew had been apprehended. To mitigate public outcry, he gave him a shrug, saying he'd resign voluntarily. He's just the president of a war university. He's probably a step below the level of the mastermind. I wonder if you've found that strange fateful cabin, the Chaos Fire, he sighed softly. Given the vastness of the universe, an 8th realm Marshal Saint barely enters the upper echelons of the Blue Star Federation. Even a 9th realm martial god struggles to truly reach the top core. But I just need to wait for my own strength to increase. Once the martial god mecha is built, I can unleash the power of the 10th realm. The strongest in the Federation is only at the 11th realm. 10th realm power is enough to be a major player. Just as Fang Xing was pondering this, Xiaolan spoke up. Master, good news. The Federation Parliament has approved the request to build a martial god mecha. Oh? So quickly? It looks like Professor Niying and Blue Star University have contributed significantly. Fang Xing nodded. Han Shunfeng's connections had already been established, and the workload wasn't heavy. After all, margin for upgrades had been reserved from the beginning, and the Black Death's key core components were crafted from extraterritorial evil god materials. Now, as long as they could obtain a large amount of the same evil god materials, upgrading would be straightforward. Even the mecha built from the pale offspring's body wouldn't reject the mother body. It could be said that Fang Xing's previous use of mother-son materials saved a great deal of resources and avoided considerable hassle in upgrading the current martial god. In the evil god's world, the pale matrix has fallen into eternal death. Each of those origin spirits is at the 8th realm. I've already slain the evil god's offspring with even greater potential. With my current strength, even without a mech, I can slaughter a whole host of origin spirits. With armor, I can sweep them all away. Fang Xing no longer worried about leaks from using the Black Death mech. After all, the Black Death was his personal property, and its core had long been refined. The Black Death was now the natal spirit treasure of the Great Sun Infant. This is just an experiment. The evil god's world is probably still in this universe. Even if it's discovered, it won't be a big deal, but if no information is leaked after we are deployed and returned for repairs, then we can take it to the immortal cultivation realm. Fang Xing's eyes suddenly lit with anticipation. Now that I'm controlling the Black Death, and in the immortal cultivation realm, I'll be a true divine transformation warrior. The 3 sacred places of the immortal cultivation realm, Padaomeo Immortal Palace, Wuji Palace, and Yuanshan Sword Sect, have been ruled by divine transformation masters for generations. In addition, some of the big sects and independent cultivators occasionally have geniuses who have reached the level of god transformation. Of course, the Yuanshan Sword Sect has now been wiped out. But Fang Xing estimated that there are still many God transformation venerables in the vast sea of immortal cultivation. If I drive a mecha over there, I'm afraid that in the immortal cultivation world, I will see that it is not an ordinary God transformation venerable, maybe it is a God transformation heavenly venerable. In the immortal cultivation world, nascent soul cultivators are called true lords, and great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage are called great true lords, and they are highly respected because great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage have the ability to kill nascent soul cultivators in the early and middle stages. And the God transformation cultivators are generally respected as God transformation venerables, and great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage are respectfully called heavenly venerables. The strength of God transformation heavenly venerables is only a step away from the level of refining emptiness and ascending to heaven, and can kill ordinary God transformation venerables. Updates will be late today. Chapter 343 Laplace. The World of the Evil God. The Cult of the Sun, Headquarters. A sci-fi golden mecha stood atop the shrine, accepting the devout worship of believers from all over. In a nearby room, the elderly Pope gazed at a map of the continent. The map was very simple, drawn on parchment, with the cult of the sun at its center, surrounded by principalities and kingdoms of all sizes. The glory of the sun god will surely spread to every corner of the earth. The Pope's expression was firm. We must continue to vigorously eradicate the false god sects, but those false gods exist in unknown space. We cannot kill their true selves, but they can often project their power and perform miracles. Even if the believers are eliminated temporarily, more lambs will always be bewitched. An archbishop hesitated. The more this is the case, the more we must resolutely exterminate the followers of the false gods. The primordial spirits are extremely limited. Just as His Holiness the Pope was about to say something, a great knight in armor hurried in, bowing respectfully, Your Holiness. The Stargazer has seen something. The Stargazer is the Church's prophet, having signed a contract with a strange great spirit, granting him the power to peer into the entire world, even into higher dimensions. Of course, it's only a peek. Not long after, a young man in a star-shaped robe, his eyes only partially white, entered the hall. His expression was both enthusiastic and humble, and he spoke with a deep, emphatic emphasis, Your Holiness. I have seen the fall of primordial spirits one after another, the Stargazer continued, the three dragons, the green serpent cult, the witch sisterhood. The primordial spirits worshipped by so many false god sects will suffer a catastrophic catastrophe, and the entire world will be shrouded in the light of the sun god. My prophet, this is truly great news. His Holiness the Pope laughed heartily. Everyone. The battle to unify the world has begun. The world of the evil god, the land of origin. Atop the pale matrix, a pitch-black mech flipped downward with a single hand. A crimson sun emerged, its countless solar fires sweeping across 1,000 miles, transcending the vast majority of the spiritual essence within its reach. The fourth form of the great sun Tathagata Palm, instant enlightenment. Seeing this pale matrix again, I still feel its immense grandeur. Fang Xing's Black Reaper towered 100 meters. But standing atop the pale matrix, it felt like standing on a pale continent. After all, the original forms of the extraterritorial evil gods are often incredibly vast. For example, the corpse of the star swallow winged Sturm was nothing more than a dead planet, and who knows where it went. Fang Xing suspected that it was either used as material for the evil gods' mechas, or to feed the true mech masters of the 10th and 11th realms. A true mech master, by reaching the 9th and 10th realms, must have cultivated a spiritual light, completely merging their being and mech into one. Each one towered to immense proportions, their daily sustenance transformed into various high-energy blocks like eternal crystal, alloys, and motor oil. It's quite possible that the first president of St. Armor University subsisted on materials from the heretic god. After all mecha construction paths share commonalities when they reach advanced levels. Death, we are all servants of death. After annihilating numerous origin spirits with a single palm strike, Fang Xing saw origin spirits emerging from all over the pale continent, attacking him. This was the reason he'd previously fired a few shots and fled, easily being surrounded and losing more than he gained. But now, fighting in armor, he's a true 9th realm warrior. Using the Great Sun Tathagata Palm on the Black Death feels a bit awkward after all. Is it a conflict of principles? Fang Xing extended his hand, nuclear flattening palm. Ever since he obtained the fragments of the Myriad Spirits Atlas, he'd gained a deep understanding of various peerless martial arts. Now piloting a mecha, Unleashing armored weapons became a commonplace experience. Boom! The flash of a nuclear explosion appeared, sweeping away countless primordial spirits. Then, a massive, pitch-black mushroom cloud slowly rose. Light and heat exploded. Such a devastating scene, for the pale mother body, was barely a drop in the ocean. Hiss! As the smoke cleared, Fang Xing saw a flash of white light. At the center of the explosion, a massive, azure centipede had emerged. It seemed formed from the fusion of countless primordial spirits, its countless centipede legs resembling human limbs. Furthermore, upon its pale carapace, human faces, some distorted and some deranged, emerged. Nine-realm evil. Fang Xing felt a terrifying mental shock. But to his martial goodwill, it was like a gentle breeze. Heart of Death, a pale heart materialized in Fang Xing's hand, and he crushed it. Crack! The pale human-like centipede suddenly twisted into a ball, its faces emitting frantic screams. Fang Xing immediately advanced, the Black Reaper maneuvering forward. The black mecha's massive hands easily shredded the pale centipede. And then, he even felt a desire to devour the centipede's flesh and blood. Is it contamination from the mecha? Fang Xing, after all, possessed the will of the martial god, and he suppressed the feeling. A mere origin spirit, the flesh and blood of an 8th realm cultivator, consuming it would only pollute the mecha. It would only diminish the mecha's potential. He thrust out both palms, pressing down on the evil centipede's head. Boom! Another crimson sun erupted, its amplified true sun fire incinerating everything, reducing countless limbs and arms to ash. Main universe. Galaxy Island. The Black Reaper emerged from space, descending directly upon the factory area. Behind the mecha, several high-tech containers were strung together by thick iron chains. Bang! The massive containers crashed to the ground with a dull thud. All of this, Dr. Wang and Nangguangzu opened a container and saw a large amount of sealed evil god flesh and blood. Their eyes widened. The data for the mecha I'm using on this trip is top secret, Fang Xing reminded Dr. Wang. Don't worry, boss. We are aware of the confidentiality regulations, Dr. Wang quickly assured him. He muttered to himself, boss, you must have gone to the black market or made a deal with some underground force. The information in this mecha must be top secret. If it leaks out, you might be fine, but I'll be dead. Fang Xing was just doing a quick test. After all, if any core data was leaked, it would surely be recorded in the Black Death's collar. No one could hide this natal spiritual treasure from their own. And this box is specially for you. Fang Xing looked at Nangguangzu and pointed to a massive steel container standing tens of meters tall nearby. Thank you. Nangguangzu examined it briefly, her face lit up with joy. With these resources, my exclusive mecha can enter the actual production phase. As the Academy's martial arts master, Han Shunfeng might be even more attentive to Nangguangzu than Fang Xing. Congratulations. Fang Xing seemed completely unconcerned. He was even somewhat happy to see it happen. After all, Nangguangzu was one of them. Even if it meant materials for a martial god class mecha, he wouldn't be unable to provide some support in the future. A few days later, inside the villa, Fang Xing opened his eyes and looked at the communicator. Teacher Naiying, have we finally achieved some progress? He stopped hesitating and entered the holographic virtual cabin. Somewhere on Blue Star, a three-dimensional projection appeared. It was Fang Xing. Teacher, Fang Xing glanced at the floating spherical projector and nodded to Naiying beside him. Let's go meet a prominent figure. Naiying, dressed in a cyan uniform, looked extremely serious. He's a true leader in our school, and he also graduated from Blue Star University. Oh? Who is he? Fang Xing piqued his interest. Lord Hang Dong, Naiying said. He's a mecha master trained at Blue Star University, and has now reached the 10th realm? 10th realm mecha master? Fang Xing let out a long breath. Such a professional mecha master is already a mecha life form, not a human. He followed Naiying into a massive doorway. The doorway stood tens of meters high, seemingly meant for giants. Once inside, the interior space was incredibly spacious, revealing a vast palace hundreds of meters high, thousands of meters long and wide. Within the palace sat a cyan giant. His entire body was covered in cyan steel armor, and behind him were a pair of cyan sword-shaped wings. His eyes were bright and radiant, radiating a human presence. Lord Hang Dong, Naiying bowed first. Lord Hang Dong, Fang Xing followed suit. Well, Fang Xing, I've heard of you. You're a very promising young talent at Blue Star University. Hang Dong's voice was youthful. After transforming into mecha life form, his life light had completely merged with a mecha. He was now this mecha. As for his physical body, it had already completely merged with a mecha, perhaps even being expelled as impurities. After our investigation, we've confirmed the mastermind behind this incident is the pillar-level evil god, Chaos Fire. He gave birth to an extraterritorial evil god, the mysterious room and screen you mentioned, codenamed Laplace's demon. We've confirmed that the War University has been infiltrated by him, the Cyan mecha figure spoke calmly, yet forcefully. We've destroyed several evil god church strongholds and confirmed those corrupted within the Federation's upper echelons. Soon, we'll attempt to kill Laplace's demon. Fang Xing remained silent. Even after they left, Na Ying remained puzzled. You don't seem particularly pleased that the conspiracy has been foiled and the mastermind apprehended. Today, he met with a Hangdong mecha master, and was considered a potential candidate for the Academy's core ranks. Why was this student so calm? I just feel I'm still too weak, Fang Xing sighed, somewhat disinterested. But in my heart, I was secretly alert, as expected. The 8th realm or even the 9th realm is nothing. The future of the Federation is still in the hands of the big men in the 10th and 11th realms. I am not in good condition, so I will only update twice today. Chapter 344 Iron Sword Gate. Qingshan Mental Hospital. The Federation is filthy again. Su Senayang had dark circles under his eyes, his hair was a mess, like a chicken coop, and he was wearing a hospital gown. This was the first thing he said when he saw Fang Xing. Decades had passed, and this martial saint was still in his prime. After all, martial saints have a long lifespan, and he was still in his teenage years. But Dinya Linkson, who was standing next to him, had a look of pain on her face. Sanayang's condition has been deteriorating over the years. Now he can only be lucid for about an hour a month. The rest of the time he's either asleep, mad, or delirious. I've expended a lot of effort to keep his body from turning into an evil object, but his mental state is hard to say. You kid, you actually projected yourself to see me. How can you visit a patient empty-handed? Su Senayang looked at Fang Xing, whose hands were empty, a mere projection, and shook his head. And I'm fine, although I'm often unconscious. What did you mean by that statement before? Fang Xing was silent for a moment, then asked. While I was conscious, I never gave up on the investigation. Recently, thanks to the clues you provided, the Federation has tracked down several people, but some have been dealt with, while others haven't. Su Senayang sighed. Because of background, power, concerns, even my Su family doesn't want to offend too many important figures for a useless person like me. This is different from last time. It's a real big shot. Coexistence faction? Escape faction. Fang Xing immediately thought of his suspects. Even with a Laplace demon, corruption must be present among the Blue Star Federation's top brass. Yet, the Hangdong Mecha Master mentioned nothing today. It wasn't just concerns, but perhaps indifference. After all, there were only 2 martial saints. Got it? What's the point? Su Senayang's eyes gradually lost focus. Even if we ascend to martial gods, I'm afraid we won't have enough power for revenge. Give me a name, Fang Xing said in a low voice. So many stars flying, but Su Senayang had completely fallen into delirium. He squatted in the corner of the room, hugging his knees, staring into space. This time, he was only awake for 59 minutes and 12 seconds. Yi Linkson looked at Su Senayang, her face filled with worry. Please, Dean, continue to take care of him. Fang Xing's projection dissipated. Xing Island. Su Senayang, do you not know, or can't tell? Fang Xing stepped out of the holographic virtual cabin, thoughtful. After all, the virtual network must be monitored, and he's almost collapsing. It seems the guise of our sex leader needs to appear as soon as possible, whether to save him or for revenge. Vast Sea Cultivation Realm, Minkin Island. Mirage Teleportation Array. Buzz. A flash of light, and several figures emerged, men and women, young and old, most of them at the Jinden stage. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Outer Sea Cultivation Realm. I am Ni Hulong, the steward of Minkin Island. Ni Hulong smiled as he examined the formation, exchanged a few pleasantries with several Jinden cultivators, and then handed out several local jade slips containing the island's rules. These were all procedures he'd grown accustomed to for decades, practically numb. So it's Deacon Li. The master of Minkin Island is a formidable figure in the world of immortal cultivation. He's even undefeated against the master of Pengmo Island. We admire him immensely and will abide by the rules. Several giant and cultivators bowed in thanks and immediately exited the bronze hall, merging into the sea market like drops of water. An early giant and cultivator, accompanied by 2 Foundation establishment disciples, strolled through the market for a while before entering a cave dwelling. This cave dwelling was rented out by Minkin Island, boasting spiritual energy from up to top-tier, 3rd-tier spiritual vein. For a giant and cultivator, this was more than enough for cultivation. The cave dwelling the early giant and cultivator had entered contained a 3rd-tier, mid-grade spiritual vein. Surrounding the cave were planted 2nd-tier iron heart bamboo, a spiritual plant with an inky black color and a towering, pine-like stature. It grows only on metal veins, making it an excellent material for forging spiritual flying swords. While flying swords are mostly made of metal, they are also susceptible to the unique Yuanzi technique. Switching to a wood-attributed flying sword wouldn't pose such a problem. The cultivator at the early giant in stage entered the bamboo forest, easily passing through a layer of illusionary formations before arriving at the cave abode. While it was called a cave abode, it was actually a small palace. A massive memorial archway stood at the entrance, inscribed with the powerful characters Iron Sword Gate. Several streams of light flew out, among them were giant and cultivators. Seeing the 3 people coming, their faces lit up with a hint of joy. Junior brother Joe, 2 nephews, you're here. Well, although there were some troubles along the way, and we were attacked by a 3rd-level sea swallow, but it wasn't particularly dangerous after all. In fact, I was able to kill the Demon King with a single sword and take its inner elixir. Junior brother Joe smiled slightly and took out a gray-white 3rd-level inner elixir. I'll give it to senior brother who longed to refine a few furnaces of elixirs to increase the mana of our disciples. At this mention, a female cultivator among the giant and cultivators hesitated. Now that our Iron Sword sect has come to the outer seas to expand, we are in urgent need of manpower. I'm afraid we'll have to rush for quick results and use demon elixirs to cultivate fake elixir cultivators. Fake elixir cultivators? How can they still be considered giant and cultivators? Junior brother Joe looked disdainful. Alice, you should take the 2 nephews and settle them down first, then go see senior brother Hulong, the female cultivator sighed. A moment later, junior brother Joe entered a cave and felt a scorching heat rushing towards him. Inside the cave was a fire dragon alchemy cauldron, and before it sat a large, bearded man. His eyebrows were crimson red, and his aura was as sharp as a sword. His cultivation had reached a late giant in stage, making him a great cultivator in the outer sea. Brother Fire Dragon, junior brother Joe immediately saluted. This man was none other than the Iron Sword sect's most accomplished cultivator in the outer sea, Master Fire Dragon. Master Fire Dragon snapped his fingers, and a series of restrictions followed, sealing off the entire cave. His technique was incredibly profound. Brother, your wonderful joyful prohibitions have become increasingly sophisticated. I'm afraid even the master of Minkin Island would have difficulty exploring this place. Junior brother Joe's face was filled with admiration. Rumor has it that the master of Minkin Island is capable of rivaling a mid-nascent soul cultivator, not to mention he has an elder who is even more formidable. My restrictions can only guarantee that even a mid-nascent soul cultivator's spiritual awareness would be detected, but it's completely ineffective against the spiritual awareness of a great true lord. Fire Dragon shook his head. A late nascent soul great true lord experiences a qualitative and explosive increase in both mana and spiritual awareness, a level incomparable to that of an ordinary nascent soul true lord. He sighed, his expression turning serious, and looked at junior brother Joe. What's going on in the inner sea, senior brother? I just received news from the inner sea that great true lord Zuian and Thunder Sword true lord battled, destroying their dharma bodies and capturing their nascent souls. I'm afraid the Thunder Sword lineage is extinct. Junior brother Joe's expression was solemn. Damn it, Fire Dragon's fury rose. If my ancient sword sect still existed, how could a mere great true lord dare capture and kill my Yuanying true lord? Junior brother Joe fell silent. Ever since the ancient sword sect's demise, its disciples abroad have been subjected to a constant stream of covetous glances. Even those Yuanying true lords who happened to be traveling abroad met with misfortune, creating a truly gluttonous feast for the immortal cultivation world. Only a few hidden veins, originally without any overt connection to the ancient sword sect, have managed to survive, but the risk of leakage is constant. True man Hulong thought for a moment and sighed. The Thunder Sword lineage must pass on the Thunderbolt Sword manual. Thunder-attributed sword techniques are already relatively rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Even after undergoing a facelift, It's still okay during the foundation establishment and core formation stages. But after the nascent soul stage, if one hopes to achieve divine transformation, one must ultimately return to the proper path of the Thunderbolt Sword Manual. If one fights with all their might, it's inevitable that one's foundation will be seen. Among the 5 lineages of the sect, the Golden Sword lineage has long since fled to the outer realms and disappeared. The Killing Sword lineage only accepts 1 person per generation and is the most mysterious. The Fixin lineage joined the Pyomio Immortal Palace, and now that the Thunder Sword lineage has been destroyed, the only legitimate lineage left of the Ancient Sword sect in the vast sea is our one Meo lineage. Junior Brother Joe nodded, as if thinking of the earnest instructions of his mentor and the oath he made back then. The Miao Li Wan Fang sword cannon inherited by my Wan Miao lineage is known as the Wan Hua Wu Fang and can be transformed into any mid-level or low-level sword technique. The ancestor was far-sighted and dominated the 5 elements sword technique. The 5 elements sword technique is everywhere in the world of immortal cultivation, so there is not much suspicion. The ancestor only hoped that our Iron Sword sect would prosper from generation to generation, that a great true lord would emerge, and then go to the ancestral land, take out the Lingkong Sword Sutra, and glorify the Yuan Shen Sword sect. True Man Hulong smiled bitterly and said, in the end, after the master passed away, I was powerless. The Iron Sword sect couldn't even stay in the inner sea. This is not my fault, Junior Brother Joe persuaded, and took out a jade box from the storage bag. This is something Senior Sister Yan asked me to give to you. Senior Sister Yan fought with others for this thing, and is now being hunted by the Yuhua Palace in the inner sea. I'm afraid she is in danger. Junior Sister Yan, Fire Dragon Immortal, suddenly felt a pang of sadness, his memory transported back to his carefree youth within the Iron Sword sect, sparring with his junior sister. He sighed and blew gently. A stream of Fire Dragon true essence emerged, immersing itself in the talisman on the jade box. The talisman spontaneously ignited, and the jade box slowly opened, revealing a crimson inner elixir. Within the inner elixir, a fiery ape could be seen, roaring to the heavens. It's the soul essence pill of a 4th-rank great demon. Junior Brother Joe stared at the scene, his eyes widening. He had only known that Senior Sister Yan had something important to pass on, but he hadn't imagined it was something so significant. Without the Fire Dragon true essence as the key to unlocking the jade box, the talisman would likely destroy the contents. Junior Sister Yan, you're truly thoughtful. It seems she sold all our Iron Sword sect's wealth in the inner sea to acquire this single soul essence pill. Fire Dragon Immortal slowly exhaled. The 4th-tier essence and soul great pill has many uses, but for Jinden cultivators, its greatest benefit is when combined with other spiritual herbs to refine the Ningying pill. Although refining the Ningying pill with the essence and soul great pill often only yields one, severely wasting auxiliary herbs and lacking the same effectiveness as a genuine Ningying pill, it is a rare opportunity to achieve the Ningying formation in the vast sea of immortal cultivation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Leaving the Seclusion. Once Senior Brother condenses his nascent soul and attains True Lord status, our Iron Sword sect will be able to seize a 4th-tier spiritual vein in the outer seas as a foundation, and from then on, flourish. Junior Brother Joe's eyes burned. The Iron Sword sect's several Jinden True Lords grew up together, and the bond was incredibly close. Of course, the key was the ancestral Styx Divine Stone, which could sign the Styx Blood Pact, a binding force even for great True Lords. They had all sworn an oath to maintain secrecy, to promote the sect, and to unite the forces of nature. Furthermore, within the Iron Sword sect, only True Lord Hulong possessed the highest level of cultivation, faintly approaching the great perfection of Jinden. This great spirit core was primarily fire attributed. It was safe to say that, aside from True Lord Hulong, no other junior brothers or sisters were qualified to wield it. Yes, that's as it should be. True Man Hulong nodded. Junior Brother, you've arrived just in time. I found an island with spiritual veins. Although it's only a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, it's a temporary refuge. It's better than living on Minkin Island, dependent on others and living in constant fear. Even though the Minkin Island master had been in seclusion for decades, they were still afraid. At this moment, Fang Xing, feared by many immortal cultivators, was in the Spirit Island, Minkin Island's most abundant spiritual energy. After decades of seclusion, his appearance remained unchanged. At this moment, a powerful surge of mana emerged from within him, followed by a muffled groan, and a streak of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, have I finally reached a bottleneck? Fang Xing's immortal clone stood up, feeling somewhat disappointed. After decades of seclusion, he had refined all the vast resources he had plundered into elixirs, then used the one-hook cauldron to remove the elixir poison. Then, drawing on the fourth-tier spiritual veins on Minkin Island, he diligently cultivated his mana to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. For a nascent soul cultivator, reaching this level after decades of seclusion is a significant achievement. They often retreat for several decades, often cultivating techniques or some major supernatural power. Upon emerging, a world of change unfolds. But, for me, this immortal clone is gradually falling behind. After all, whether it's Blue Star martial arts or the source power cultivation system, they seem much faster than immortal cultivation at first. Fang Xing sighed. After reaching the peak of the early nascent soul, he naturally attempted to break through to the middle nascent soul. However, he found himself hitting a bottleneck, no longer able to achieve the smooth breakthroughs he had previously achieved by peaking his mana. This is, in fact, the norm in the world of immortal cultivation. Even those with exceptional spiritual roots may not experience bottlenecks until the core formation stage, but they may encounter them afterward. His spiritual roots were superior to those of ordinary heavenly grade spiritual roots, and even during the core formation stage, he encountered few bottlenecks. But after condensing the nascent soul, he finally felt a barrier as he approached the middle nascent soul stage. Over the years, using the Explorer, also known as the Dark Kun, I've conducted numerous experiments. And it seems my spiritual root enhancement has reached its limit. Fang Xing pondered silently. This was actually normal. After all, the magic of the immortal realm always has its limits, not to mention that this blood sacrifice technique was created by Master Wanfa, a giant and cultivator. The fact that it only lost its effect at this point was far beyond Fang Xing's expectations. Our technology isn't good enough here, so we can only rely on the traditional methods of the immortal realm, he muttered. When a cultivator in the immortal realm encounters a bottleneck, there are generally 3 ways to break through. The first is to continue practicing meditation and diligently, slowly persevering through time. Perhaps after decades, perhaps even hundreds or even millions of years, suddenly, an inspiration strikes, and a breakthrough occurs. Of course, this situation is more common, as they remain stuck at the bottleneck for their entire lives, unable to break through. For most cultivators in the immortal realm, reaching a certain limit, hitting a bottleneck, and finding it difficult to break through is normal. Then, they often turn their attention to other pursuits, such as enjoying life, building a family, or revitalizing their sect. Only a truly dedicated cultivator, aspiring to achieve the great Dao, would torment themselves for the slightest chance of a breakthrough. The second option is to travel and battle, hoping for a sudden enlightenment, though this greatly increases the chance of death in battle. The third option is to rely on various mystical techniques, rare artifacts, or even elixirs to achieve a breakthrough. For Fang Xing, having already sat in seclusion for decades, the first option was naturally unfeasible. The third option currently lacked the resources. Elixirs and mystical techniques that could aid an early-stage nascent soul cultivator in reaching the middle stage were extremely rare even in the vast sea cultivation world, likely only appearing occasionally at grand auctions in the inner sea. So, we still have to come out of seclusion, travel, and seek opportunities. Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead. A dark blue nascent soul emerged, its eyes crimson and a sun mark between its brows. It was none other than the Myriad Law's ghost infant. After all these years, the Myriad Law's ghost infant was still at the early nascent soul stage. I can't break through realms quickly, but I do possess the secret technique for the second nascent soul to achieve this breakthrough. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. The second nascent soul could rapidly break through realms through the infant devouring technique, but this method required a large number of nascent souls or spirit cores, and was also detrimental to the harmony of heaven. If discovered, everyone would condemn him. But that's too much to worry about. Only if the second nascent soul rapidly grows and reaches the middle or even late nascent soul stage will it be of some use. Otherwise, in the main world, a mere early 8th realm combat power is nothing. At this moment, the bluish-black second nascent soul waved again, and the Qinggang demonic lamp it held rapidly grew larger. Within the lamp, The original Nanming Lihu and the soul-devouring demonic fire had long since merged into one, transforming into bluish-purple flame. This fire has been refined into righteousness, and its power is boundless. Perhaps it could be called the purple-blue divine flame. Fang Xing nodded, and the nascent soul's tiny hand grasped it. The bean-sized purple-blue divine flame suddenly expanded after leaving the Qinggang demonic lamp, transforming into a fist-sized ball of flame. Under Fang Xing's control, it transformed into a fire dragon, a fire phoenix, and a fire tree, all vividly alive. Its power far surpassed that of previous generations, yet it operated even more smoothly. The law of fire. Although the law of fire in this world differs from that of Daksha, and its power is considerably weakened, it at least allows me to sense and slightly manipulate the flaming spiritual energy between heaven and earth, greatly increasing the power of various fire-attributed spells. Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Daksha's source power system, from the profound to the law, from the law to the great way. Its relationship is constantly progressive, and its adaptability is constantly increasing. The power of the profound realm has been weakened somewhat in the main universe, and in the immortal cultivation realm, it's been weakened by over 99%. Clearly, the profound realm isn't suited to different worlds. The power of the law is somewhat interesting. The immortal cultivation realm also has the 5 elements, and the law of fire has its place, but there are many incompatibilities, requiring recomprehension and adjustment, but it clearly won't be as potent as in the Great Sha world. The power of the Great Dao is completely different. I'm afraid it can adapt to many dimensions, universes, and worlds. As long as the Great Dao exists, its power will flow unimpeded. All time and space exist eternally. Dalo, or, although the immortal cultivation realm is not in the same world as the Great Sha world or the main universe, these many worlds and universes are, on a higher level, part of the same region. The concept of a cosmic sea? The concept of a long river of space and time. Fang Xing had some guesses, but knew that until he reached a sufficiently high realm, any further speculation would be a joke. He cast a few fire spells, and he realized that his understanding of the law of fire had also increased his immortal cultivation avatar. It's a pity, why isn't it the comprehension of the law of gold? Otherwise, with my swordsmanship, by the time I reach the late nascent soul stage, I'd be on par with the Divine Transformation Master. The Divine Transformation Master can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and comprehending the laws can also leverage that energy. In this regard, Fang Xing is confident he can match the Divine Transformation Master. However, his foundation, his mana, is so poor that he is undoubtedly inferior to the Divine Transformation Master at this point. The mana of an early nascent soul is at least several times weaker than that of a late nascent soul. And the mana of a late nascent soul great true lord is one major realm lower than that of a Divine Transformation Master, perhaps 10 times the difference. Combined, that's a difference of dozens of times. Forget it. I'm not as good as you, so what? The one-foot ghost infant can cultivate the Qinggang demonic lamp into its own spiritual treasure, cultivate the magic fire supernatural power, and then, by frantically devouring the nascent soul, advance to the late nascent soul stage or even the perfect nascent soul. While there's no hope of reaching the Divine Transformation stage, it's certainly no problem for them to rival the Divine Transformation stage. Being able to rival an average Divine Transformation Venerable is considered a 9th level combat power, barely enough to cause trouble in the main universe. My understanding of the laws of fire might even surpass many Divine Transformation Venerables, but it's likely still insufficient to face a Divine Transformation Heavenly Venerable. But are there truly any Divine Transformation Heavenly Venerables in the vast sea cultivation world today? Even if such a being existed, it's likely only found in the 2 sacred places of Wuji Palace and Pyomyo Immortal Palace. After all, they were forces that had produced masters of the nascent soul stage and ascended to great powers. Other immortal sects and independent cultivator lineages, even if fortunate enough to have a Divine Transformation Venerable, struggled to pass it down from generation to generation, let alone aspire to higher realms. It was precisely for this reason that the destruction of the Yuanshan sword sect sparked a wave of celebration among the cultivators of the vast sea cultivation world. Who knows how many Divine Transformation Masters are secretly trying to seize the inheritance of the spiritual void sword scripture from the Yuanshan sword sect, to complete their own path to refining void, or at least pave the way for the Divine Transformation Master. It's time to come out of seclusion. Fang Xing's mind moved, and he transformed into a sword light, soaring out of the Spirit Island and arriving at the Minkan. Xiaolu, "How is the island doing lately?" he asked casually as he sat on the sofa, drinking a fruit drink from the main universe. A flash of light appeaed, and a spirit similar to Xiaolin emerged, but with green wings. "Master. This is the annual work report written by the real people such as Ni Hulong. In addition, there are the annual submissions of high-grade spirit stones and market taxes." Xiaolu controlled the drone and brought storage bags to Fang Xing. "The surveillance I set up on Minkan Island has recorded evidence of 342 cultivators committing crimes. Several of these cases need to be handled by the master personally." Chapter 346 Unbridled. As a spacecraft, the Minkan boasts state-of-the-art exploration and monitoring equipment. Furthermore, unlike mana-based surveillance, it's often overlooked by cultivators. Xiaolu secretly monitors the entire Minkan Island. While not necessarily aware of every detail, he certainly has a keen eye. Even after decades of seclusion, Fang Xing wouldn't be fooled by his subordinates. He scanned the area and discovered that, besides the occasional cultivator killing and stealing treasure, there were also instances of giant and cultivators like Ni Hulong stealing from their positions. While these weren't serious cases, they warranted punishment. Furthermore, there were minor actions by Yuanying stage forces like Wanbao Tower, Sanfan Hall, and Inner Sibakeo Mountain. Oh? There are also cultivators from Dark Cloud Hall? And spies from Xiaonan Island. Fang Xing reviewed several surveillance records, a hint of a smile crossing his face. The Dark Cloud Hall is a dark force that accepts assassination and intelligence requests, rumored to be backed by a great True Lord. True Lords Bright Moon and Fire Cloud of Xiaonan Island are descendants of the former great True Lord Yin Yang. Both have a grudge against him and are mid-Yuanying stage cultivators. These are all the sustenance for the myriad law's ghost infant's advancement. Fang Xing smiled with satisfaction. First, destroy Xiaonan Island. Maybe the myriad law's ghost infant will even advance to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Then see if any foolish great true lords come knocking on our door. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator, one nascent soul is at least as powerful as 10 ordinary ones. As for the Iron Sword sect, their cultivators were cautious and law-abiding, completely outside Xiaolu's surveillance. Furthermore, Xiaolu had no idea how to distinguish between cultivation techniques and magical powers. In other words, even a nascent soul true lord in person wouldn't be able to discern the connection between the Iron Sword sect's 5-element sword art and the Yuanshan Sword sect. Time to leave, Fang Xing thought, flying out of the Nethercon. Then, a token materialized in his hand. Go! His nascent soul mana surged, channeling it into the formation token. Rumble. A formation suddenly materialized, centered around the Nethercon and its spiritual eye. This formation conjured up wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, light and darkness, a myriad of awe-inspiring auras. It was none other than the great formation of all things impermanence. Originally encompassing only the core spiritual vein, the formation now expanded to encompass the sea city as well. Is this a fourth-tier formation? Is a powerful enemy invading? Who is so bold? True Lord Fang Xing, the Grand Master of Minkan Island, rivals cultivators in the middle nascent soul stage, and True Lord Feng Yun, the second master, can even battle the master of Pengmo Island without defeat. The island's cultivators were buzzing with discussion. Some, wary, retreated directly to their caves or shops, remaining indoors. Others, feeling guilty, flew up, preparing to escape before the formation closed in or to use their forbidden talismans. However, they were instantly slain by 5 figures within the great formation of all things impermanence. Although the 5 chaos demons had always been despised by Fang Xing, they were powerful enough to dominate the Jinden stage. Combined with the great formation of all things impermanence, even a cultivator in the late Jinden stage would suffer. The Iron Sword sect's cave abode. This, junior brother Zhou and many of his fellow disciples transformed into streams of light, staring at the formation overhead with horrified expressions. What's going on? They exchanged glances, each one terrified. Could it be that something's been leaked? Junior brother Zhou, junior sister Murin. At this moment, True Master Hulong's spiritual sense reached him. The Jinden True Masters immediately flew into True Master Hulong's cave. Judging from this, it seems the Master of Minkan Island has emerged from seclusion. True Master Hulong's expression was serious. While we don't know if he's coming for us, we must be vigilant. Keep these 4th-level talismans. If the Master comes for us, run for your lives. Yes, junior brother Zhou, junior sister Murin, and the others all agreed, their hearts filled with trepidation. This was the sorrow of living under someone else's roof. True Master Hulong's convictions only solidified upon witnessing this scene. Soon, they saw a long golden rainbow soar from the center of the island, heading straight for Heishi. The island master didn't come for us. Seeing this, the many giant and true masters of the Iron Sword sect truly felt a sense of relief at having escaped death. Looking in that direction, seems to be the One-Ho Tower. True Master Hulong glanced again, his expression slightly quizzical. Junior brother Joe and junior sister Muring exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat odd. That Yuanying True Master has been in seclusion for decades, and for the first time out, he's going to discuss the Dao with those Kun cultivators. Fang Xing transformed into a flash of light and arrived above Heishi. Streams of light suddenly flew out to greet him, led by none other than Ni Hulong. Greetings to the island master. Well, you all have been quite cheerful during this time of retreat. Fang Xing glanced around and sneered. Ni Hulong suddenly felt his heart sink. I wonder what the island master means. Fang Xing glanced at him. This third-level formation master seemed conscientious and hadn't skimped on the teleportation fee. As for privately selling maps of the outer seas and even formations, that was merely side income, a skill the other party possessed, and he wasn't prepared to delve into it. However, the other giant and true immortals, possessed by the poison pill, were unwilling to resign themselves to this, resorting to deceiving their superiors and subordinates. The most despicable had already betrayed him, effectively betraying their master. Fang Xing didn't bother to discuss further. He snapped his fingers. A flash of golden sword light emerged, and the two giant and true immortals enveloped by the sword's light were beheaded before they could even utter a scream, their true elixir shattering within them. These two betrayed their master for personal gain, selling information about Minkin Island. They deserve death. Fang Xing glanced across, then at the other giant and true immortals. Be a little more timid. You've taken a lot of spirit stones. Remember to return them tenfold to this island master, or else, the giant and true immortals were instantly terrified. We will obey the island master's orders. Only Ni Hulong, looking at the two slain giant and true immortals and then at the One-Ho Tower below, seemed to realize something. This One-Ho Tower was a notorious den of debauchery in the market, attracting countless high-ranking cultivators. It seemed those two fellow Daoists frequently visited the One-Ho Tower for pleasure. At this moment, the movement from above had apparently alarmed the One-Ho Tower below. Countless petals shimmered in vibrant colors around the One-Ho Tower, shrouded in an ethereal illusion. Clearly, an extremely powerful formation had been activated. A graceful and elegant lady, wielding a magical flower carpet, soared into the air. Her face was rosy, her waist slender, her breasts half exposed, a scene of utter allure. She bowed gracefully to Fang Xing, then said, My name is Wen Wanrao, and I'm honored to meet the island master. May I ask how my One-Ho Tower has offended you? Your One-Ho Tower hasn't offended me, yet you harbored my enemies and sought my information, Fang Xing said calmly. Hand over Nong Yu and Yao Xing. Wen Wanrao's expression changed. These two women, both possessing the fake dime level of cultivation, were the most sought-after prostitutes at One-Ho Tower. After all, having reached the Jinden stage, they looked down upon the meager mana of key training cultivators, only those with a foundation building furnace cauldrons to look upon. To attract the attention of a Jinden true person, who would spend a fortune on them, one needed at least the fake Dan true person. Nong Yu and Yao Xing were the top prostitutes at One-Ho Tower. All-in master, is there a misunderstanding here? When Wanrao's expression froze. My One-Ho Tower was founded by Lianayan Island. Lianayan Island was a major force in the inner sea. The vast sea cultivation world was divided into the inner and outer seas. The inner sea's cultivation forces were generally stronger than those in the outer sea. The outer sea's cultivation forces were characterized by, first, their vast territories and, second, their sheer numbers. It seems you're not taking me in unintentionally, but intentionally shielding me. Fang Xing nodded and snapped his fingers. A purple-blue flame emerged, drifting towards Wen Wanrao. With a roar, the purple-blue flame morphed into the size of a human head in midair, emitting a terrifying firepower that even Jinden cultivators would shudder. A fourth-tier talisman emerged from Wen Wanrao's body. She barely ducked into the formation, her face instantly paling. Senior, spare me. I surrender. You're not surrendering, you just know you're going to die? Fang Xing's expression was stern. A mere Jinden cultivator, you dare to negotiate with this island master? Did Lianayan Island give you the courage? Feeling the terrifying power of the purple-blue divine flame, Wen Wanrao's face darkened. She was simply too adept at playing it safe, mistaking Lion Island's platform for her own strength, even thinking of bargaining with this Yuanying true lord. She had forgotten that in the world of immortal cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. With a crackle, the purple-blue divine flame instantly surged, reducing countless petals to ash. A quasi-fourth-tier formation, Ni Hulong, watching nearby, was secretly astonished. Wanhou Tower had dared to deploy a quasi-fourth-tier formation in Heishi. Even if it was just for self-preservation, it was clear they had ulterior motives. Seeing Fang Xing's simple gesture shatter a quasi-fourth-tier formation with a single flame, his admiration was even greater. Ah! When Wanrao screamed, a purple-blue spark falling upon her. Then, along with her defensive magic weapon, she was reduced to ash. Alin Master, spare my life. We will be dealt with as you wish. Seeing Wen Wanrao suffer such a fate, the cultivators in Wanhou Tower immediately shouted their surrender. HMPH, a mere Lion Island dares to come to me, Fang Xing snorted coldly, causing the surrounding giant and true immortals to secretly shudder. The island master is so overbearing and unwavering. When Wanrao's death is truly unjust, even when Wanrao would undoubtedly submit in the end, but Fang Xing hadn't expected him to act so quickly. For Fang Xing, he was already prepared to allow the Wanfa ghost infant to rapidly devour him in advance, so his reputation certainly didn't matter. He even wished those Yuanying-level monsters would come to him. Therefore, he acted ruthlessly, deliberately offending Lion Island. It was their bad luck. He toyed with a purple-green divine flame in his hand. This fourth-level spiritual fire was completely devoid of its previous violent power. It transformed into a small snake, slithering between Fang Xing's fingers. 10 breaths, hand them over. As Fang Xing finished his words, the sounds of a duel rang out from Wanhou Tower. Then, 2 disheveled female cultivators at the fake dance stage were sealed in their dansions by several giant cultivators and brought to Fang Xing Island Master. Nuang Yu and Yao Xing are here. They didn't look like guests at Wanhou Tower, but rather patrons who happened to be enjoying themselves. But to avoid angering Fang Xing, they had no choice but to attack. While the fake Dan cultivators and giant and true immortals might call each other fellow Daoists for the sake of courtesy, they were still nothing in the real fight. The 2 women might have been dragged directly from their beds, completely naked and unable to resist. Fang Xing said nothing more and began to search their souls. A moment later, he left the 2 corpses behind, a sneer in his face. The Xian'an sect. Jianhui and Hoyan, dare you to plot against this island master? This was essentially an excuse, a show of mortal hatred, to facilitate a future attack on Xian'an Island and its annihilation. More crucially, these 2 women are surprisingly high-ranking. They know that True Lord Hoyan and True Lord Jianhui are practicing together, attempting to cultivate the water and fire divine powers of great True Lord Yin-Yang. If they succeed, perhaps they could rival the nascent soul great True Lord, but, even if they can rival the nascent soul great True Lord, so what? My true self will come and sweep them all away. Even a divine transformation supreme will die. In the vast sea cultivation world, aside from the 2 sacred sites, which Fang Xing might be wary of, the rest are mere foul. Even cultivators from sacred sites, as long as they don't invade their lair, Fang Xing doesn't fear them. Even if he encounters a divine transformation supreme, if he can't defeat them, escaping shouldn't be a problem. After dealing with the numerous giant and true immortals, Fang Xing didn't return to his cave abode. He arrived at the edge of the sea market, at a shanty town. Here gathered Kigan cultivators, even those at the mid and low-level stages. They were considered the lowest echelon of the immortal cultivation world, yet the largest in number. Shanty towns are common on the outskirts of any market town. Looking at this scene brings back memories. When I first entered the immortal cultivation world, I also spent time in the shanty towns. Fang Xing walked a few steps and stopped in front of a wooden hut. The hut looked crudely built and ramshackle. An extremely old spiritual farmer, a pipe tucked into his waist, ran out respectfully. "Senior, who are you looking for?" His wrinkled face was filled with ingratiation. His cultivation level was around the 3rd level of Kigan. His palms were thick with joints, and bits of spiritual soil remained between his fingernails. He was an experienced and commonplace old spiritual farmer. "If I'm not looking for anyone else, I'll look for you," Fang Xing pointed at the old farmer. "Fellow Taoist, your disguise is truly astonishing. Even face to face, I can't find many flaws." "Fellow Taoist, The surrounding Kigan cultivators were stunned by these words. Old Man Xing had been farming here for decades. Could he actually be a hidden master? Over 30 years ago, Old Man Xing settled in the shantytown, renting 3 acres of spiritual farmland. He worked diligently, his only hobby being to buy a few cents of mixed grain liquor from the cheapest liquor store after selling his spiritual rice, and then have some fun with the female cultivators who were half closed. Even when bullied by several nearby gangs, he obediently paid protection fees in spirit stones. Could he actually be a master? What was he after? But I still revealed a flaw. Old Man Xing's expression changed, and a dark mist emerged around him. The mana of the nascent soul stage surged out. The Dark River True Lord of the Dark Cloud Palace. Wonder if the Dark Kun Island Master could tell me where I revealed a flaw. I can't, Fang Xing replied with a smile. Was he going to tell the Dark River True Lord that his every move was captured by the spacecraft surveillance, determined to be abnormal, and then screened by big data? You have pried into the privacy of this island master without reason. Today, I ask you to leave your life here, so that it can serve as a warning to future generations. As soon as he said this, the Dark River True Lord's face changed. You dare? My Dark Cloud Palace has a great True Lord in charge. Chapter 347 Capture. Great True Lord? This island master is afraid he won't come, Fang Xing responded with domineering authority. Well, it seems we won't be able to end this peacefully today. True Lord Dark River felt a pang of regret. He regretted accepting True Lord Bright Moon's mission, his overconfidence in staying on the island, and even more so, his failure to leave the moment the formation activated. Now that the great array of all things impermanence was enveloping the market, he could force his way through an escape route, but he would inevitably be delayed for a moment. This was enough time for Fang Xing to pursue him. Minkan Island has 2 great True Lords. This one is fine, but if True Lord Feng Yun, who is as powerful as the island master of Pengmo Island, were to take action, it would be truly difficult to escape unscathed. True Lord Dark River's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, a dark aura permeated his body, and 8 iron pieces flew out from his sleeves. These 8 pieces of iron formed the Bagua layout, with numerous complex runes engraved on their surfaces. It turned out to be a tool for the rune formation. Cloud Iron 8 Formation Diagram. True Lord Dark River repeatedly formed hand seals with his hands, and a dark glow rapidly emanated from the 8 iron talismans, trapping Fang Xing like a cage. Then, without looking back, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed out of Minkan Island. True Lord Dark River was no fool. Fighting a cultivator of the same level within a 4th level formation? No nascent soul True Lord would be so mad. Furthermore, there was more than one nascent soul True Lord on Minkan Island. If you waited for True Lord Fang Yun to make a move, he would be truly hopeless. Therefore, True Lord Dark River, willing to sacrifice a precious treasure, temporarily trapped Fang Xing before escaping. With his nascent soul True Lord strength, coupled with the several high-level band-breaking talismans in his storage bag, he only needed to reach the edge of the formation and delay for a few breaths, and he would be able to break free. Then, naturally, the vast world would be at his disposal. This Cloud Iron 8 formation diagram was truly a treasure cherished by even nascent soul cultivators. Upon activation, talismans sealed the heavens and earth, and endless black light filled the surroundings, like an iron cage, trapping Fang Xing within. Furthermore, waves of wind and thunder emerged, crashing down like a torrential rain. Fang Xing chuckled softly, and the blue sun magic lamp materialized in his hand. He poured the mana of the peak of the early nascent soul stage into it, and a cyan light shield suddenly emerged, the blue sun shield. The blue sun magic lamp, after previous rituals, had already become a 4th tier, mid-grade spiritual treasure. Combined with his peak nascent soul mana, the blue sun shield formed a defense that would be difficult for even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator to penetrate. A cyan light shield enveloped Fang Xing's entire body, incredibly thick and immovable, remaining unscathed despite the onslaught of wind and thunder. Go! Fang Xing snapped his fingers, and the purple-green divine flame atop the Qinggang demon lamp instantly flew out, transforming into a purple-green fire dragon. It continued to expand, reaching a length of over 10 feet, each scale vibrant and brimming with scorching fire. The purple-green fire dragon, shaking its head and tail, charged into the Cloud Iron 8 formation diagram, spewing flames that incinerated the wind and thunder. With a powerful swipe of its tail, it crashed into the black light. The black light trembled violently, revealing a faint glimpse of the outside world. One of the iron talismans even cracked, but it ultimately stabilized. It's a valuable treasure indeed, Fang Xing nodded, his outer Dao Yuanying emerging. He snapped his fingers repeatedly. One purple-green fire dragon after another emerged, until finally, 8 fire dragons roared and charged towards a black iron talisman. A raging roar. Enveloped by the purple-green true fire, it finally broke through the black light and landed on the iron talisman itself. With a single refining motion, the Cloud Iron 8 formation diagram was reduced to 8 pieces of scrap iron, falling from mid-air. Fang Xing let out a long roar, his form transforming into a flash of sword light. The giant cultivators in the market felt their mana waver at the mere sound of the roar. Immediately, a golden sword thread, with incredible speed, caught up with True Lord Dark River. This, high in the sky at the Iron Sword Gate. True Lord Dark River's appearance had startled these giant cultivators, knowing a True Lord battle was about to break out, and they dared not neglect it. True Lord Fire Dragon had even appeared in the sky, ready to observe the battle before deciding on their own sex actions. Unexpectedly, True Lord Dark River fled without a fight, and the Dark Kun Island Master immediately broke free, unleashing his peerless sword escape technique to pursue the formidable foe. This, Junior Brother Joe's expression changed as he gazed at the golden sword thread. To have managed to converge the sword light to such an incredible degree. The speed of the sword escape is truly unparalleled. True Man Hulong was even more shocked, his hands hidden within his sleeves trembling with excitement. It's unmistakable. Even though it's disguised, most nascent soul true lords might not recognize it, but I recognize it. This is the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Escape. Does the golden sword lineage of our sex still have a legacy? No. I can't be sure. Perhaps the golden sword lineage has long since fallen, and the legacy has fallen into the hands of other sects. Is this a deliberate bait? I'll have to inquire about the island owner's origins and observe him carefully. If he's truly from the golden sword lineage, then he has powerful allies. We might be able to join in this great cause. Fang Xing was naturally unaware of the thoughts of a certain giant and true lord on his own island. He transformed into a flash of sword light and arrived at the edge of the great formation of impermanence. He witnessed the 5 chaos demons transforming into a 5 elements battle formation, entangling True Lord Dark River. He couldn't help but smile. True Lord, why are you leaving? Could it be that this island master hasn't treated you well enough? You should stay. Fang Xing laughed heartily, and with a wave of his sleeve, 8 more purple-blue fire dragons flew out, besieging True Lord Dark River. Ever since learning about the Yuanshan sword sect, he had deliberately concealed his own abilities. He tried to avoid using the sword techniques derived from the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Manual whenever possible, and even when he did, he kept them concealed. This way, unless he encountered a cultivator particularly familiar with this manual, they would likely only assume he had mastered a gold-attributed sword technique and wouldn't be able to discern anything more. But even if they did, it's unclear who would be the winner. Should I reveal my identity, then have this deity come over and take advantage of the opportunity to catch some fish? Attracting enough Yuanying true lords would probably allow the second Yuanying to reach the late Yuanying stage in one go. A rather constructive thought emerged in Fang Xing's mind. But doing so would easily make him a target of public outrage, and might even attract the likes of the Divine Transformation Venerable or even the Divine Transformation Heavenly Venerable. Let's proceed cautiously first, at least until we understand the situation at the Yuanshan Sword Sect. The Yuanshan Sword Sect's mountain gate had been submerged, and no cultivator had been able to successfully explore it for years. Even the Divine Transformation Venerable was denied entry. Clearly something extraordinary was going on. Currently, the only thing Fang Xing could find appealing in the entire world of immortal cultivation was the Liangsu inheritance. Of course, treasures that significantly increased the mana of a nascent soul, or even a cultivator's nascent soul, also counted. Facing the attack of the purple-blue fire dragon, True Lord Dark River dared not neglect his position and unleashed his natal spiritual treasure, a bizarrely shaped black hook, the Dark River Hook. As he activated the hook, a black river suddenly materialized, enveloping his entire body in impenetrable protection. As his spiritual sense swayed, a set of sword techniques unfolded. The flying hook resembled a flying sword, but even more sinister and ruthless, making its use impossible to defend against. Go! Under the control of True Lord Dark River, the Dark River Hook tangled with the fire dragon like a poisonous dragon, even displaying the swordsmanship of the sword intention Heavenly Heart, attempting to slay the fire dragon spirit. This person isn't a pure sword cultivator. He's condensed a nascent soul spirit, not a sword infant. Reaching the third realm of swordsmanship is already quite impressive. Fang Xing witnessed this scene, a hint of a sneer playing on his face. Just want to slay the fire dragon spirit? Can your flying hook withstand the purple-blue divine flames first? The 5 realms of sword cultivation are Qi, Gang, Yi, and Shi, and the 5th realm, sword breaking all laws. For a sword cultivator who entered the realm of swordsmanship lately, reaching the realm of sword intention was already quite impressive. Under True Lord Dark River's control, the flying hook was incredibly agile, like a flying star ball, toying with the 7 fire dragons one by one, and the final sword strike pierced the 8th. It's done. True Lord Dark River's face lit up with joy, but then his expression suddenly changed. He sensed a terrifying burning sensation emanating from his natal spiritual treasure. The Dark River hook wailed, even showing signs of destruction. Furthermore, a flame, connected to the natal spiritual treasure, burned his soul. With a terrifying demonic fire, he hurriedly executed a sword gesture, retracting the Dark River hook. Looking at the damage, a look of intense pain crossed his face. Roar! The next moment, 8 fire dragons followed him like a shadow, spewing purplish-blue divine flames, vaporizing the Dark River completely. Furthermore, 5 chaos demons formed a battle formation around the battlefield, attacking unexpectedly. Furthermore, the great formation of impermanence. True Master An's face flushed. He forced down his injuries and shouted, "I am the younger brother of great True Master Enian, the Lord of Minkan Island. Don't make a mistake, you're talking too much nonsense." Fang Xing frowned. 8 fire dragons merged, transforming into a single purple-green fire dragon, brimming with majesty. Its claws pressed down. True Master An was helpless and could only fling out an iron shield magic treasure and fly back to the left. At this moment, the 5 chaotic demons roared, and a multicolored wheel seemed to appear between heaven and earth, crashing down upon True Master An. Bang! True Master An, resisting the 5 elements' torment, faltered. Then, a beam of light from the great formation of impermanence shattered his protective aura. He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. To make matters worse, the purple-green fire dragon swatted the iron shield magic treasure away, sending a ball of purple-green divine flame crashing down. Ah! True Lord Dark River screamed, his body instantly reduced to ash. Hundreds of feet away, a flash of light appeared in the azure void, and a tiny nascent soul emerged. It was clad in a black robe, shrouded in a black mist. With a wave of its tiny hand, the Dark River hook transformed into a streak of black lightning and sank into the nascent soul's tiny hand, nascent soul leaving its body. Master of Minkan Island. You destroyed my body, and I will avenge you. True Lord Dark River uttered his harsh words, preparing to let his nascent soul escape into the azure void, completely escaping the area covered by the great formation of all things changing. But at that moment, the azure void seemed to freeze, freezing True Lord Dark River's nascent soul in the void. A golden hand materialized from thin air, piercing the void with a crashing sound, and grasped True Lord Dark River's nascent soul in its palm. It was the immortal martial unity handprint. Chapter 348, Knock on the Door. You still dare to speak harshly to me? Fang Xing sneered, ordering his immortal clone to collect True Lord Dark River's storage bag and magical treasures and return to the Dark Kun. The immortal clone had no real solution for a True Lord's nascent soul leaving his body, but the original master could easily take him down. After all, the Great Sun Tathagata Palm contained a technique for sealing the void, not to mention the Great Sun Dharma Realm. Of course, Fang Xing was powerless against either of these methods. He simply unleashed his newly comprehended, simplified version of the Tathagata Palm, and easily captured him. True Lord Dark River? He's actually the younger brother of a great True Lord? After Fang Xing left, the assembled giant and True Lords erupted in excitement. If great True Lord Dark Cloud learns of this, there will likely be trouble on the island. Wanbei Lao's Hong Wanjin was somewhat worried. Decades later, he remained the head shopkeeper of Wanbei Lao. As a businessman, he loathed disorder. Iron Sword Sect, that Dark Kun Island master, is truly formidable. His demonic fire abilities are so powerful that even a mid-nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare take them head-on. With just a few moves, he destroyed a True Lord's physical form. Junior Sister Muring exclaimed in admiration. Could the final attacker be the True Lord Fang Yun, rumored to have fought Pangmo Island master to draw? He's rumored to be a 4th-order mid-grade physical cultivator. Could that last golden hand be a physical cultivation technique of a physical cultivator?
It could actually freeze the void and capture a nascent soul? Once unleashed, the power of this move rivals that of a great True Lord who long had a more discerning eye, realizing that the True Lord Fang Xing, who had only unleashed a single move at the end, was the true formidable force. Great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage are revered as great true lords because their magical power and spiritual awareness far surpass those of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. By cultivating a few powerful secret techniques or spiritual attack techniques, they can effectively prevent a nascent soul from leaving their body and escaping into the void, possessing the power to destroy a nascent soul true lord. In today's battle, it seemed that True Lord Fang Xing's physical abilities also had the effect of sealing off the void, truly unparalleled in their deterrent power. Aboard the Dark Kun. Release me, or my brother won't spare you, Master of Dark Kun Island. We have no grudges against each other. I can provide you with intelligence on the Xian'an sect, and even mobilize members of the Dark Cloud Hall to attack Xian'an Island together. Fang Xing sat cross-legged and extracted True Lord An's nascent soul. Once the nascent soul's restraints were relaxed a bit, it immediately began to ramble. In short, it was nothing more than threats and pleas for mercy. It's nothing but a joke, Fang Xing pondered silently, then channeled his spiritual energy into True Lord An's sea of consciousness. You want to search my soul? True Lord Dark River's expression changed for a moment, then he said nonchalantly, True Lord Fang Xing, I advise you not to waste your time. You're only a physical cultivator, and your spiritual awareness is inherently weak. The nascent soul's spirit body embraces the origin and maintains unity. As long as I don't want to say it, you absolutely can't. No, that's not right. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and then his expression became a little confused. The Myriad Heart's secret technique is indeed quite effective, Fang Xing nodded. The Myriad Heart's secret manual, obtained from the gray-robed mechas, was originally a spiritual awareness inheritance. Spiritual awareness, mental power, soul power, these are merely the outermost powers of the soul. Even so, they can be manipulated in a variety of ways. Myriad Hearts encompasses everything, from spiritual attacks, soul-searching techniques, to even secret methods of mind control. Everything is spelled out. If I'm willing to invest some effort and thoroughly familiarize myself with the nascent soul's spirit, perhaps I could convince Anne to recognize him as their master, the kind of slave who unconditionally obeys orders, identifies with his master from the bottom of his heart, and dies immediately upon his master's death. Fang Xing looked at the now completely dazed and nascent soul and immediately instructed his immortal clone to form a seal with his hands. Two beams of golden light instantly shone into Anne's nascent soul's eyes. The reason he went to such lengths and didn't use the Great Sun Tathagata mantra was, of course, because he needed to preserve this nascent soul's spirit as a resource for the advancement of his second nascent soul, the Myriad Law's ghost infant. As for my original self, in the Heretic God's world, I'd already devoured nearly all of those origin spirits, a buffet of sorts. Is the story about great True Lord Enian true or not? Fang Xing asked directly, asking the question that concerned him most. That's true, but Enian is selfish, driven solely by his pursuit of a spiritual transformation stage breakthrough. Previously, when several nascent soul true lords within the Dark Cloud Hall encountered difficulties while on missions, he never intervened. True Lord Dark River said woodenly, although Enian and I are brothers, our relationship isn't great. He might not come to my rescue. Useless, Fang Xing cursed immediately. If great True Lord Enian doesn't come, where will his late nascent soul spiritual body be found? He then inquired about the secrets of the Dark Cloud Hall. Unfortunately, this dark force operates entirely anonymously, allowing many independent cultivators and even nascent soul true lords to conceal their identities and readily accept missions. Their tight internal organization and loose external structure make it difficult to discern their true strength. More importantly, with the support of a great true lord, they have credibility and are considered a top-tier faction within the vast sea cultivation world. As for True Lord Dark River, he's merely responsible for the business of this particular area of the sea. True Lords Bright Moon and Fire Cloud are already rare in substantial orders. He's just staying at the trading center of Minkin Island, conveniently communicating with his subordinates and carrying out missions, and keeping an eye on me, too. Those two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators are under long-term surveillance in the Dark Cloud Palace. If they weren't so weak, they might have come to kill us long ago. Didn't they say dual cultivation progresses so rapidly? How come cultivating even a single major supernatural power is so slow?
Fang Xing couldn't help but complain about the cultivator's terrible sense of time. A nascent soul true lord could spend decades in seclusion. With that much free time, Blue Star warriors and source power cultivators broke through to the Martial Saint and even Star-Lord realms. In the end, I still have to kill them myself. He casually tossed the Dark River nascent soul to the eagerly watching Wanfa ghost infant nearby. Fang Xing, ignoring the subsequent screams, departed for the outside world. This beautiful land of the immortal world. The Liangsa inheritance, after all, will not escape my control. Xian'an Island. This island is the main gate of the Xian'an sect, rich in spiritual energy, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. One day, boom! Suddenly, the world between heaven and earth turned turbulent. A pillar of light descended from the 9 heavens, collapsing a mountain. Its force was like thunder, terrifying some low-level cultivators to the point of trembling with fear, and countless others caught in the crossfire suffered casualties. Only when the Xian'an sect suffered heavy casualties did a seemingly invisible spaceship slowly emerge from the 9 heavens. It's a nascent soul-level puppet, the Darkun. The Darkun Island Master is attacking, the high-ranking female cultivators of the Xian'an sect shouted. Why don't you activate the mountain protection formation at full power? The sect's formation master, after taking out his token, was immediately embarrassed. A key formation foundation has been destroyed. The formation's power has plummeted. We can't hold it back. When Fang Xing attacked, he naturally wanted to strike the enemy by surprise, hitting their weakest point. Since the Darkun possessed invisibility, he would definitely use it to its full potential. Furthermore, the protective formations of major nascent soul sects were not usually kept at full power. That would consume too many spirit veins and spirit stones. Therefore, Fang Xing rushed thousands of miles, concealing his attack and directly blasting through the mountaintop where a crucial formation's foundation lay. Then, he rammed the Minkun down, using force to defeat cleverness. He had obtained the secret information about this crucial formation's foundation from True Lord N. Clearly, this True Lord of the Dark Cloud Palace had no moral integrity, secretly gathering information about Xian'an Island, perhaps with the intention of selling it for a price. He hadn't expected to encounter Fang Xing, who paid for it with a knife. Rumble. The Xian'an sect's mountain protecting formation, a 4th-tier formation known as the Cloud and Water 9 diagram formation, was primarily water-based and extremely effective at defense, surpassing even the Nano sect's former formation. However, a foundation collapsed at the outset, instantly diminishing its power. As the Minkun, casting a shadow of oppression, charged recklessly into the formation, the Cloud and Water 9 diagram formation could only let out a mournful wail, its numerous patterns instantly shattering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. To the female cultivators of the Xian'an sect, countless puppets at the foundation establishment and core formation stages flew out from the nascent soul-level war puppet city, frantically harvesting lives. Minkun Island Master, how dare you? A female nascent soul cultivator roared in anger. The colorful magic treasure in her hand swept across the sky, like a sea of flowers and a rainbow, exploding dozens of drones with a single blow. HMPH. You, the Xian'an sect, were the first to plot against this island master. Now, isn't it only natural that I should come and destroy you? Fang Xing's immortal clone sneered. His figure, like a rainbow, clutched the Qingyang magic lamp. With a flick of his finger, 8 purple-blue fire dragons emerged, sweeping across the area, displaying their might and dominating the 2 nascent soul stage true lords of the Xian'an sect. Then, his original form soared high into the sky, heading for a mirror-like lake. With a crashing sound, the lake instantly transformed into yin-yang fish, and the magical energy of the 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators surged into the sky. Master Fang Yun, you're going too far. Master Bright Moon and Master Fire Cloud stood side by side, their auras faintly connected, their faces gleaming with fury. They hadn't even reached their doorstep, yet these 2 cultivators from Minkun Island dared to attack them? Furthermore, the 2 nascent soul masters harbored a foreboding premonition. Fang Yun is a master capable of evenly matching the master of Pengmo Island. He must be coming for something. Master Bright Moon sensed the breach of his own sect, the countless casualties among his disciples, and his heart ached. Master Fire Cloud couldn't conceal his fury. Perfect. Today we shall avenge our past humiliation in our sect. Although he hadn't yet fully cultivated the great divine power, he and Master Bright Moon had both made significant progress in their combined cultivation. Now, combined,
They believed they could rival even a late-stage nascent soul great master, if not a distant opponent. You two idiots, do you know that there is inflation now? Your fighting power has depreciated. Fang Xing sneered and raised his hand to perform the fifth style of the great sun Tathagata palm, picking Buddha and burning incense. The Buddha's light that penetrated the sky and the earth illuminated all directions, and even the pale faces of the two great masters, Bright Moon and Fire Cloud. What kind of magical power is this? You are actually a fourth-level upper-grade physical cultivator, Great Master. This is the sadness of a cultivator encountering a high-level martial artist. After decades of seclusion, the original ant has become a dragon, and then was abandoned by the whole world. The third update will be later. Chapter 349, Destruction of the Family. Boom. The cultivators fighting fiercely within the Cheyenne sects suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Then, they were stunned to see a crimson sun rising slowly from the spot where the Grand Elder and the guest minister were in retreat. Water and fire share the same origin. At the critical moment of life and death, True Lord Huyan and True Lord Bright Moon clasped their hands, causing their respective magical powers to surge. A faint shadow of a Tai Chi diagram loomed behind them. This magical power was boundless. The water and fire Tai Chi diagram might have already reached the breaking point of the great True Lord. But all this seemed a joke to Fang Xing. The great sun Tathagata's Dharma form emerged, and with a single palm strike, it shattered the magical power of the water and fire Tai Chi diagram. Furthermore, True Lord Huyan and True Lord Bright Moon's Dharma forms were enveloped in balls of golden solar flame, instantly reducing them to ash. The great sun Tathagata's Dharma form didn't stop there, extending its 5 fingers and transforming into another palm. The sixth form of the great sun Tathagata's divine palm, mountains and rivers in the palm. Countless golden swastika runes, like undying sand, emerged, sealing the void of heaven and earth, like a Buddha kingdom in the palm of your hand. The golden Buddha kingdom shrank continuously, finally falling into Fang Xing's hands, transforming into 2 tiny nascent souls, a man and a woman. Both were unconscious, with swastika seals between their brows. Fang Xing's true form had long rivaled that of a great True Lord. At full strength, he could even hold his own against a spiritual transformation cultivator. In armored combat, the only ones feared in the world of immortal cultivation were the spiritual transformation Celestial Lord and the formations of sacred lands. Capturing 2 mid-stage nascent souls alive would be a piece of cake. Cheyenne insect Fang Xing's immortal clone chuckled softly, and the purple-green fire dragon roared fiercely. With a flick of its tail, it sent a bronze bell spiritual treasure flying. Then, a brilliant sword light suddenly appeared. The shadow of the wrought iron sword spiritual treasure was hidden within it, and it was as swift as lightning. Whoosh! With a flash of golden sword light, the body of a female nascent soul cultivator was severed, revealing a nascent soul spirit with a look of realization on its face. Grand Elder, Elder Jin, seeing this, another female nascent soul True Lord gritted her teeth, piloting the flower basket magic treasure and flying backwards. Having seen the capture of the Grand Elder and True Lord Huyan, she had already lost all hope. Her only thought was escape. Isn't it too late to leave now? Fang Xing's true form laughed heartily and descended upon the battlefield. A massive golden hand swooped down from the sky, catching the nascent soul spirit in a single swipe. It was the immortal martial one key great handprint. He dovetailed with astonishing speed, blocking the path of the fleeing nascent soul female cultivator piloting the flower basket magic treasure. Great True Lord of body cultivation, the female nascent soul's expression changed several times, then a trace of sadness appeared. I am King Hua, and I submit to you. I know all the secrets of the Cheyenne sect, and I am willing to serve you as my slave, even to the furnace and cauldron, nascent soul furnace and cauldron. Fang Xing nodded, then slapped him with his palm. You are going too far. True Lord King Hu's body emanated a pink spiritual light, and several flying needles suddenly flew out from the flower basket, landing on Fang Xing's arm, only to be easily deflected. I'm only interested in your nascent soul. Fang Xing's current physique meant that a mere spiritual treasure level flying needle was no match for him. He laughed heartily and clapped his hands. Under the heaven-covering hand, everything within the radius seemed to be within the range of his palm wind. A palm print instantly shattered the spiritual treasure in the flower basket, and then landed heavily on True Lord King Hu. With a crackle, her body exploded, dissolving into a bloody mist. In the mist, a female nascent soul was clasping her hands together, about to unleash some powerful mystical technique. But Fang Xing merely chuckled, and an invisible spiritual wave descended upon the nascent soul spirit. Spiritual attack, the nascent soul shrieked, and a wind-shaped hairpin emerged from its head, a treasure that could defend against spiritual attacks. Nascent soul, you old monster, you really have so many treasures, Fang Xing sighed, his martial arts will transforming into an image of a strange beast, surging into the female nascent soul's sea of consciousness along with a spiritual attack. There were treasures that could defend against spiritual attacks, but a treasure that could defend against will attacks, at least Fang Xing had never seen one in the world of immortal cultivation. True Lord King Ho's nascent soul screamed in agony, its eyes filled with madness. Then, just before her nascent soul perished, Fang Xing grasped the nascent soul with a mighty hand, seizing it and placing it in a pitch-black jade bottle. Grand Elder, two true lords, the many Jinden and Foundation establishment cultivators within the Xian'an sect who had been resisting instantly collapsed at the sight of this scene. In the world of immortal cultivation, the rise and fall of major powers are often determined by top cultivators. With the Xian'an sect's 3 female true lords and a guest official all slain, morale naturally collapsed to an unfathomable degree. Some lower-level cultivators even knelt and begged for mercy. Xiaolu, identify and interrogate them one by one, and then uncover the Xian'an sect's treasure trove and hidden treasures, Fang Xing instructed calmly. While he despised these efforts, his immortal clone's future advancement to the late nascent soul stage, or even breakthrough to the divine transformation stage, would require vast resources, which could only be accumulated slowly. A few days later, as the Minkin returned to Minkin Island, shocking news spread offshore, the Xian'an sect was annihilated. Unlike the Nanhuo sect, the Xian'an sect's entire stronghold was directly destroyed. Even 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators, combined, were still defeated by the 2 island masters of Minkin Island. Some gossipers have already ranked Minkin Island as a top-tier force in the offshore world, second only to those immortal forces commanded by great true lords. Those more aware of the connection between the 2 true lords treated Minkin Island as if it were ruled by a great true lord, warning all disciples to label it a target not to be provoked. After all, the combined strength of Jiaoi and Hoyan, 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators, was practically a match for a great true lord. Even if they were weaker than a great true lord, defeating them was a far cry from annihilating them. Any force capable of annihilating this dual cultivation duo must possess the strength of a great true lord. With this battle, the reputation of true lord Fang Yun spread ever wider. A great true lord of body cultivation, that's a plausible guess. Aboard the Minkin, Fang Xing toyed with a fan. Embroidered with phoenix feather patterns, the fan's surface was exquisitely crafted. It was the Xian'an sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the 4th grade, top-grade cloud-wing phoenix feather fan. In terms of power, it was the most powerful of all his spiritual treasures. Even if it were sold for spirit stones, it might be worth far more than the Bright Moon spirit cauldron. Of course, in Fang Xing's mind, it was definitely inferior to the one holding. These true lords Huan and Bright Moon are truly mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. In one word, fat, Fang Xing sighed. But it made sense. Within the vast sea cultivation world, there were supposedly thousands of nascent soul true lords. But great true lords were few and far between. The bottleneck required to break through from the mid-stage nascent soul to the late stage was terrifying, enough to make even cultivators with natural spiritual roots despair. Without great true lords, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators naturally dominated the scene, accumulating valuable resources. Furthermore, these 2 mid-stage nascent soul true lords were once leaders of their respective factions, their ancestors having inherited the legacy of great true lords, making their wealth a natural consequence. However, now while this was benefiting Fang Xing even before feeding a second nascent soul, he employed the secret technique of soul searching to squeeze every last ounce of value out of these nascent souls, obtaining valuable clues and intelligence. Some treasures, hidden treasures, they're nothing. Fang Xing didn't even bother to hunt down any hidden vain disciples. What caught his eye was the information about the Yuanshan sword sect in the minds of the 2 nascent soul true lords. The Yuanshan sword sect has 5 hidden veins. The golden sword, the myriad wonders, the thunder sword, the flying immortal, and the killing sword. They correspond exactly to the 5 inherited sword cannons. It's a pity the flying immortal has rebelled and defected to the Piaomeo immortal palace. The other lineages don't look too good either. Oh? The golden sword refers to our heavenly sword sect? That's alright. As for the killing sword, They cultivate the killing sword cannon, enter the Dao through slaughter, and have the strongest murderous instincts. There's actually some news. This also shows that mid-stage nascent soul cultivators have a different status and are privy to more information than early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Even the Dark River True Lord was unaware of the appearance of a descendant of the killing sword. The killing sword lineage, passed down to only one person in each generation, cultivates at an extremely fast pace, uses deadly sword techniques, and strikes with ruthlessness. It's extremely easy to become obsessed. Once they achieve something, it's often quite astonishing, since sword cultivators of the killing sword lineage need to regularly unleash their bloodlust. Otherwise they'll go mad. Thus, they occasionally cause major incidents. Recently, a mid-nascent soul sword cultivator has been spotted offshore, calling himself the Tebe Sword Immortal. He's been active in the Red Algae Sea with ruthless strikes, suspected to be a descendant of the killing sword lineage. This information is questionable, but the existence of it is welcome. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly glanced towards the spirit eye. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rippled, like clouds and mist, swarming towards a single center. It was a remarkable breakthrough. Judging by this wasn't just a low-level cultivator's breakthrough. Oh? Mid-nascent soul, Fang Xing muttered, watching his immortal cultivator clone emerge. The fluctuations of its mana were peculiar. One moment it seemed only at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, the next, it seemed as if it had already broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage. The immortal cultivator's clone chuckled and touched his forehead, revealing a dark blue-black myriad law's ghost infant. Its aura was powerful, revealing it had already broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul, though it was still struggling to control its release. Well, it's worth all the nascent souls I've fed you. You've finally reached the middle stage. I never thought my immortal cultivator's decades of hard work would be no match for a single swallow of the ghost infant. Fang Xing laughed heartily. Immediately, he reached out and took the myriad law's ghost infant. The myriad law's ghost infant was in a very bad state, its face filled with resentment. If its restraints were released, it might retaliate. The Wangxiang sect's second nascent soul secret technique has too many flaws and shortcomings after all. Seeing this, Fang Xing shook his head and chanted the great Sun Tathagata mantra, formatting the myriad law's ghost infant. A moment later, the myriad law's ghost infant opened its eyes, revealing a clear, yet foolish expression, and was grabbed by the immortal cultivator's clone. A weak master and a strong servant is a recipe for disaster. The immortal clone placed the myriad law's ghost infant at his danshin. Immediately, a pale and tender sword infant could be seen beside the myriad law's ghost infant. Though thinner than the myriad law's ghost infant at this moment, it possessed a strong foundation, bright eyes, and a sword scar between its brows that seemed poised to reveal itself. With the help of the myriad law's ghost infant, I can indeed attain the magical power of a mid-nascent soul stage. With my control over it, even if it reaches the late nascent soul stage in the future, it won't be able to escape my grasp. Seeing this, the sword infant chuckled and casually tossed a Qingyang magic lamp to the myriad law's ghost infant, commanding it to continue refining the treasure. The Qingyang magic lamp was currently only a mid-level 4th grade item, but it held great potential for advancement. After all, Fang Xing still possessed a 5th grade Nanming stone. It had even become the myriad law's ghost infant's natal spiritual treasure, and the immense power of its purple-blue divine flame made it difficult to relinquish. When the Wanfa ghost infant reaches the late nascent soul stage, this Qingyang magic lamp will need to be at least a 4th grade, upper grade 1. But by then, we can change its name to the Qingyang divine lamp. Fang Xing stroked his chin, lost in thought. Iron Sword Sect True Master Hulong summoned several Jinden-level junior brothers and sisters into his cave residence. Senior brother Hulong, junior sister Murin said, "Right now, rumors are spreading that the two island masters of Minkin Island can combine their strength to defeat a late nascent soul-level great true lord. The rents of various caves in the market have skyrocketed. If we seize this opportunity to sell the leases, we should be able to make a fortune." Although Minkin Island would certainly not recognize this act of sublandlordship, since the people did not report it, the officials did not investigate, so they turned a blind eye. After transferring the lease, we'll seize the opportunity to occupy Flying Snake Island. That island has a good 3rd-tier spiritual vein. The Sky Snake sect currently in charge there is a vassal of the Sky Yin sect. Now is the perfect time to strike and strike back. Junior brother Joe, also a swordsman, rejoiced at the prospect of a battle. This matter, perhaps requires further consideration.
Perhaps there's some connection between our Iron Sword sect and Dark Kun Island. True Master Hulong's expression shifted several times before he spoke. Fate, junior sister Muring and the others exchanged a speechless glance. True Master Hulong didn't intend to elaborate. These junior brothers and sisters were not only inferior to him in cultivation, but even less so in swordsmanship. With True Master Hulong's current swordsmanship, he had already reached the threshold of sword intent becoming power. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would become a true nascent soul sword sovereign. What he could discern, his junior brothers and sisters might not. In short, keep an eye on the news from the master of Minkin Island, True Man Hulong said with a hint of disappointment. Besides, the sect's 5 hidden veins, the killing sword vein seems to be active offshore. We must keep an eye on it. A month later. It's so peaceful. Fang Xing sat on the sofa aboard the Minkin, a look of frustration on his face. I'm a rule breaker, standing right here, and no one's coming to attack me. The Dark Cloud Palace is truly a bunch of rats, and those first-tier forces, even the Divine Transformation Supremas, are the same. Fang Xing, fishing for air forces, expressed deep disappointment. If you all don't come, how can my second nascent soul progress? How can I go to the main universe and cause trouble? He vented his frustration, then, bored, went to Xiaolu to check the surveillance. They didn't come directly to attack us, so maybe they're secretly monitoring us, and this is a good opportunity to follow the clues. During this period, Fang Xing directly increased the intensity of surveillance on Minkin Island, and did catch a few rats. I just don't know what force is behind this, huh? There's actually one right here on this island, the Iron Sword sect? A piece of trash who's only at the highest level of Jinden dares to touch my tiger's beard. Chapter 350 Quasi 6th level. Iron Sword sect. True Man Hulong sat cross-legged in meditation, a crimson glow emanating from his body. With each breath, a peerless flying sword seemed to emanate from the core of his sword elixir, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he slowly drew back from his practice, feeling his magical power grow even stronger, a hint of joy crossed True Man Hulong's face. Not bad, not bad. If I continue practicing like this, I should be able to achieve golden elixir perfection within 10 years, right? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out, frightening True Man Hulong so much that he almost felt his soul was about to depart, nearly believing he had encountered a demon within himself. A blazing fire-type sword energy shone around him, and then he saw the voice, and shuddered again. Standing in his own cave was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, gazing at him with a broad smile. All-in Master, Fire Dragon Immortal didn't know what he was feeling. It was complicated and hard to explain. He then let out a wry smile. Why are you here, All-in Master? I didn't mean to do this. I just recently discovered someone was very interested in me, and following the clues, I unexpectedly found the Iron Sword sect. Fang Xing's smile remained unchanged. He had originally planned to wipe out the Iron Sword sect outright, but after a closer look, he changed his mind. After all, with his strength, secretly searching the souls of several Jinden cultivators, even making them forget their own capture and soul search, was a piece of cake. After secretly attacking junior brother Joe and the others, although he was unable to learn too much due to some spiritual restrictions, he knew enough about the Iron Sword sect's origins. They were actually members of the one Mao lineage of the Yuanshan Sword sect. Fang Xing was immediately overjoyed, feeling like he had just fallen asleep and had a pillow delivered to him. So he came to confront Fire Dragon Immortal. Anyway, the Iron Sword sect now has only a few strong individuals, the highest being a late-stage Jinden sword cultivator, who can't cause any significant trouble. True Person Fire Dragon immediately regretted his actions. He had thought his actions were flawless, but now it seemed he had underestimated the nascent soul old monster's abilities. Little did he know, Fang Xing relied on no magical powers, making the Yuanshan Sword sect's secret preventative measures completely useless. True Person Fire Dragon's discovery was pure bad luck, a product of a big data analysis. I simply admired the Island Master, but I unexpectedly provoked the Island Master's personal presence. I'm guilty of a capital crime. True Person Fire Dragon quickly apologized. That's unnecessary. Fang Xing raised his hand slightly, unleashing a stream of great freedom black gold sword key. To be honest, I'm from the Heavenly Sword sect of the Great Wilderness Cultivation Realm. Actually, my ancestors were also from the Yuanshan Sword sect. You can call me Fang Xing, Junior Fire Dragon. I greet Uncle Master Fang Xing. True Person Fire Dragon bowed with remarkable flexibility.
After all, when facing an nascent soul true lord, his words were naturally accepted. Yet, a thought stirred within him. Everyone knows the Golden Sword lineage has left their homeland, but to say they've traveled to the great wilderness is truly remarkable. Perhaps they're actually a branch of our sect. But after so many years, they've become estranged. Fang Xing rolled his eyes, knowing his nephew didn't believe him at all. He immediately flipped his hand, pulled a black iron sword token gifted by Chu Kuangta from his storage bag, and tossed it over. Do you recognize this? Fire Dragon Immortal took it, his expression instantly growing excited. This is a token passed down through the generations of the Golden Sword lineage. Naturally, I recognize it. Uncle. We hidden lineages have suffered so miserably over the years. His eyes welled with tears, and he seemed genuine. Yet, Fang Xing still didn't quite believe it. But then, that's just how the world of immortal cultivation is. It's a rare opportunity for ignorance. My sect is in trouble, and I'm heartbroken. I wonder when I can visit the mountain gate to pay my respects. Fang Xing began. Our sect's mountain gate has long since perished alongside that ancient demon. That demon even polluted the sea with true demon blood, giving rise to a multitude of magical beasts, even up to level 4. It's now known as the original demon sea. True Man Hulong explained. Those level 4 magical beasts aren't as intelligent as the transformed great demons, but they're ferocious and bloodthirsty, and they swarm in droves, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, with my uncle's divine power, we're not afraid and can penetrate the origin demon sea. But the Yuanshan Sword Sect's mountain gate is protected by a massive formation, the God-slaying demon exterminating sword formation, a quasi 6th level formation. Quasi 6th level. Fang Xing was startled. In the realm of immortal cultivation, only nascent soul cultivators were considered level 4. A divine transformation master was level 5. Only a void refining master could even reach the 6th level. Indeed, our Yuanshan Sword Sect has had a sword immortal ascend to the void refining realm. Although, upon breaking through the void refining realm, one must ascend as quickly as possible, it also leaves a legacy for the sect. True Person Hulong proudly stated, this god-slaying demon exterminating sword formation is one such example. It was even a true 6th tier sword formation back then. Its killing power against the demons was astonishing, practically worthy of a top-grade 6th tier formation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to annihilate the ancient demon. After the sect's demise, the god-slaying demon exterminating sword formation was shattered, leaving only the power of a quasi 6th tier formation. Even a divine transformation master wouldn't dare trespass. After True Person Hulong's explanation, Fang Xing finally understood. The Yuanshan Sword Sect possessed a formidable legacy. Even with the mountain gate's formation half broken, trespassing would be extremely dangerous for a typical divine transformation master. His decision not to rush headfirst into the Yuan Mo Sea proved to be the right one. True Person Hulong hesitated for a moment, then finally recited a few mantras and grasped his chest. He grabbed a dark ball of light, and inside it was a black iron sword token. Uncle Master, please look. This is the black iron sword token of my Wan Mao lineage, True Man Hulong said. The sect's great formation has already given birth to a formation spirit, which must be able to sense the black iron sword token. However, this formation spirit has fallen into deep sleep since the ancient demon was slaughtered. Otherwise, the Piaomeo Immortal Palace would have taken the Fixin lineage's token and plundered it long ago. However, 1,000 years have passed now. According to my nephew's deceased master, he once went to the Yuan Mo Sea and used secret techniques to try to contact the formation spirit. Although the formation spirit didn't respond, there were already signs of awakening. If we wait a few more years, there will be a rare celestial phenomenon in the world of immortal cultivation, the 7 demons clash. When this happens, the formation spirit will be stimulated and will surely awaken completely. Oh. It seems that you are also eager to visit the mountain gate, Fang Xing said with a smile. To be honest, our sect's highest inheritance, the spiritual void sword scripture, is within the mountain gate. It's incredibly powerful and can't be taken out, and those who learn it can't pass it on to others. Fire Dragon Immortal sighed. Those of us in the hidden vein can only be passed on the divine sword scripture at best, but we're still far behind the main vein. I'm afraid, there's more than that? There must be a wealth of goodies within the Yuanshan Sword Sect. Fang Xing showed a hint of eagerness. Of course. After all, our sect is one of the 3 sacred sites of the vast sea immortal cultivation realm, and we've cultivated divine transformation cultivators generation after generation. For example, Sword Grinding Cliff is an excellent place to sharpen one's natal flying sword, and Kanglan Palace is a place to sharpen one's swordsmanship. Beyond that, the sect's spiritual medicine garden is a world unto itself, filled with rare and exotic flowers and herbs rarely seen in this realm, and no shortage of elixirs like the infant condensing pill and the infant strengthening pill, Fire Dragon Immortal Beamed. Zhuangying pill? Could it be the legendary elixir that can help nascent soul cultivators break through bottlenecks? It's said that even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator breaking through to the late stage has a 10% to 50% effect. Fang Xing piqued his interest. Given his current condition, if he took one Zhuangying pill, he'd have almost a 99% chance of breaking through and advancing to the mid-stage nascent soul. Haha, the Holy Land's heritage is certainly extraordinary. It's said that with our sex accumulation, we can produce a divine transformation ointment every few thousand years. This is a rare opportunity to achieve divine transformation in this world, enough to allow a nascent soul cultivator to have a glimpse of the great path to divine transformation, True Person Hulong said mysteriously. No wonder Piaomeo Immortal Palace and even many top-tier forces covet our sex mountain gate. It's all driven by profit, Fang Xing sighed. With the opportunity to achieve divine transformation before them, even a great true lord would be eager to fight for it. As for Holy Land forces like Piaomeo Immortal Palace and Wuji Palace, they certainly wouldn't mind a little more divine transformation heritage. Even the Yuanshan Sword sect has also produced a Liangsu Sword Immortal, who might have a chance to reach Liangsu. This is something that even a Huishan Venerable would risk his life for. 7 demons attacking, Fang Xing was already a Yuanying Xianjin after all, and as a cultivator, he had a photographic memory. He recalled a miscellaneous book he had read and calculated, there are still 3 years left. It seems that it's not just us, but also Piaomeo Immortal Palace and even Wuji Palace will come by then. Mentioning this, True Man Hulong smiled bitterly and said, Piaomeo Immortal Palace will definitely join the game, and Wuji Palace. The Zhuanti Sword Order of the Thunder Sword lineage has probably fallen into the hands of Great True Man Zhuayan. This Great True Man seems to be a casual cultivator, but in fact he is a subordinate of Wuji Palace. Of the 5 hidden lineages of the sect, only the Killing Sword lineage is missing. The Killing Sword lineage? I wonder if you have heard of Tebe Sword Immortal? It is said that he has been active in the Red Algae Sea, Fang Xing said. Oh, True Master Hulong's eyes lit up. The Killing Sword lineage and Maiwan Mao lineage share a common ancestry. Junior brother, you could use a secret technique to see if we can communicate, but it has certain range requirements. Deep down, True Master Hulong still had some doubts about Fang Xing, the master of Minkan Island. If he could bring in the Killing Sword lineage, forming a 3-way balance of power, he'd feel a little more at ease. They even have this kind of ingenious method of communication. Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he thought of his own heavenly sword secto. So they're a lineage that's been effectively exiled, and they've been absent from the vast sea cultivation world for so long. Wouldn't even developing a similar secret technique be of any use? That's alright then. That's perfect. Come with me to the Red Algae Sea to see if we can rescue them. Fang Xing made his decision. Since Jianhui and Haiyan knew about the Tebe Sword Immortals affairs, then the other major factions must also know. As a surviving foe, even a sword cultivator in the middle nascent soul stage would find it difficult to be surrounded. I just happened to go and rescue him, and by the way, add some nutrients to the second nascent soul. If there is a great true master's nascent soul spirit to nourish, Wangfa nascent soul will advance by leaps and bounds. Breaking into the late nascent soul stage will be easy. Update later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.